Rhea Silvia was the daughter of Numitor, king of Alba Longa, when her father was deposed by Romulus the usurper. Rhea was forced to serve among the Vestal virgins so that she would not continue her father's lineage. But Rhea Silvia was seduced by Mars, the Roman god of war. She gave birth to twins Romulus and Remus, but the children were born condemned to death. Amulius ordered the two children to be thrown into the Tiber. Rhea Silvia was imprisoned, and the children were put in a basket and thrown into the river. The children were carried by water to certain death, but this was not the will of the gods. As fate would have it, the basket was left stranded on the banks of the river, where a she-wolf was quenching her thirst. Contrary to expectations, the she-wolf did not devour the babies. She took them from the riverbanks near the Capitoline and Palatine hills. In her cave, the she-wolf suckled the two boys. Thanks to the she-wolf's milk, one of the most important cities in the world arose. Pastor Faustulus found the children under a fig tree. On the branch of the tree was a woodpecker, a bird sacred to the Latins. The shepherd rescued the children and raised them together with his wife. The brothers grew up to be strong and daring young men. They were hunters and robbed travelers who crossed their land. One of these raids did not end well for Remus, who was captured and taken to Alba Longa. Romulus wanted to rescue his brother, but before that, his adoptive father revealed the truth about his noble ancestry. Upon learning that his grandchildren were still alive, Numitor supported Romulus's attack, giving him warriors to help him in battle. Romulus led the attack on Alba Longa. During the battle, Amulius, the usurper of the throne, was killed, and Remus was rescued. Romulus and Remus returned the crown of Alba Longa to their grandfather, but found that their fate was not in the city. They gathered some men to found a new one, close to the place where the she-wolf rescued them. Romulus and Remus disagreed on where the city should be founded. Romulus wanted to choose the name Rome and found it near the Palatine Hill. Remus wanted to name the city Remora and found it on the Aventine Hill. The brothers began to build their respective settlements. But when Romulus began to set the sacred boundaries of his territory, the dispute between the brothers reached a critical level. Remus again disagreed with his brother. In an act of provocation, Remus overstepped the borders of Rome. Romulus attacked his brother in a fit of rage. Even though Rome was founded in a brotherly tragedy, it grew and prospered over time. Romulus reigned over the city for 38 years. At the end of his life, Romulus was raptured by the gods and divinized. Rome's founder came to be idolized as the warrior god Quirinius. In the following centuries, Rome became the most important city in the ancient world. A great empire emerged from Romulus's founded city. The Roman people have a legendary origin forged in iron and blood. The founding of the city was marked by the fratricide of Remus, who was killed by Romulus, the founding father of Rome. Early in his reign, Romulus created the first Roman legion. Brave men willing to defend the city and shed blood for Rome's glory. From among the wealthiest and most respectable elders, he raised a class of leaders known as patricians, lords of political and religious power. The assembly of these noble patricians became known as the Roman Senate. But, despite this early development, Rome faced a serious problem: the lack of women in the city. Without mothers to give birth to true Romans, the city could never flourish. Roman emissaries tried to bargain marriages with kingdoms neighboring Rome, but the monarchs distrusted the Romans and were unwilling to give them their daughters. Romulus was not satisfied and devised a plan to achieve his goal. The Romans invited the neighboring Sabines to the Great Games in honor of the gods during the harvest festival. The Sabines were an Italic tribe living in the hills adjacent to Rome, known for being fierce warriors and having beautiful women. During the festivities, Romulus gave his men a sign. They suddenly grabbed the Sabine women and took them into their homes. The Sabines were outraged by such an act, but they were not prepared to fight. Still, they swore revenge. War between the two peoples was declared. The conflict was long and brutal. The Sabine and Roman armies clashed several times. Led by King Titus Tatius, the Sabines tried to invade Rome, but could not break through the city's defenses. Rome was besieged on all sides. Meanwhile, the captured Sabines began to cling to their Roman captors and had already begotten several children. But there was one betrayal. Tarpeia, daughter of the head of the Capitoline Guard, opened the gates to her enemies in exchange for valuable golden bracelets. The Sabines took the opportunity to invade Rome, but they felt such contempt for the traitor that they hurled the bracelets against her and crushed her with shields for her undignified behavior. A new battle began between Romans and Sabines. It was difficult to predict the winner, but it was quite likely that the cost would be so high that the result would be a Pyrrhic victory. That's when the brave Sabine women, with their Roman children in their arms, stood between the two armies and begged for the fighting between the two peoples to end. They pleaded with the Romans not to kill their in-laws and asked the Sabines not to liquidate the fathers of their grandchildren. They would rather die at that moment than become widows and orphans. After the Sabines intervened, peace between the Romans and Sabines was sealed. Romans and Sabines became one people. The Sabine king Titus Tatius went on to reign alongside Romulus over the city, whose splendor would one day eclipse all others.
After the death of Romulus, the founder of the city of Rome, Numa Pompilius took over the government. Numa was elected unanimously because he was the most virtuous man among the Latins. Numa Pompilius did not disappoint the people and ruled Rome for 43 years. His reign was noted for peace and prosperity. But Numa Pompilius was succeeded by Tullus Hostilius, a military leader who believed that the time of peace promoted by Numa had softened the people, and that the warriors were becoming weaker and weaker. Tullus began to stir up trouble with the Romans' neighbors, generating small conflicts. But these squabbles did not seem to satisfy him. So, Tullus Hostilius decided to wage war on a larger neighbor, the city of Alba Longa. The Albans had no fear and took their men to the battlefield. But Metius Fufetius realized that a bloodbath would only weaken the two peoples, leaving them both vulnerable to the Etruscans. So he proposed that 3 champions from each side fight for the honor of their respective people. The Romans agreed. The 3 Roman champions made up the Horati, one of the most prominent Roman families. The brothers Publius, Servilius, and Marcus swore before their father that they would fight on behalf of the Roman state, for the honor of the people, and for their family against the Curiati, a prominent Sabine family to whom the Horati were connected through marriage. One of the Roman brothers' wives was of the Curiati family, and their sister Camilla was engaged to one of the Albans' champions, with whom she was hopelessly in love. The women watched the Horati brothers leave, and knew that, regardless of the outcome of the confrontation, they would lose the one they loved. The 3 Horati brothers and the 3 Curiati brothers fought bravely and without mercy for their opponents. 2 Horati brothers fell before their foes, but not without first wounding them. Publius Horatius had to face 3 enemies alone. Publius was an experienced and cunning combatant. He decided to retreat while facing his opponents, fighting them individually without being surrounded. Horatius achieved the impossible. He killed all 3 Curiati, bringing great glory and honor to his homeland and family. Seeing her brother return with her dead groom on his shoulders, Camilla tumbled down and mourned her lover's death. Publius took up his sword and killed his sister, saying that such was the fate of any Roman woman who mourned for her enemy. Publius was tried for the murder of his sister, but acquitted by the jurors, as they considered Camilla a traitor for mourning the death of the enemy, and not the demise of the honorable brothers who had sacrificed themselves for the glory of Rome.
The Roman legions were already fighting in the Italian peninsula even before the creation of the Roman Republic. They were brave and fierce fighters on the battlefields of antiquity. But In 107 BC, the famous Roman general Gaius Marius carried out several reforms that made the Roman legions the best fighting force in the ancient world. Gaius Marius was an important Roman politician and general of the late Roman Republic. He was consul 3 times, with an important role in fighting barbarian invasions and defending the Roman Empire. But he became best known for military reforms that improved the organization and efficiency of the Roman legions. Before Marius's reform, the legions were loosely organized. The army was not permanent and was formed by Roman citizens who used their own resources to buy the necessary equipment to fight Rome's enemies. The training and discipline of these legions were limited, as they returned to their civilian life when a military campaign ended. The upper ranks of the military career were only for those who had political contacts. Meritocracy was rare, but Marius had set his sights on leaving this obsolete army behind by embarking on a major reform to modernize the legions. His reform created a permanent armed force. Legionaries were now recruited for permanent service, not just in a time of war, as was the custom in the ancient world. The recruitment structure was more stringent, based on age, health, and skills. Marius also established standardized equipment, including shields, swords, and armor, to improve the unit's cohesion and efficiency. The implementation of such strict maintenance for military equipment was a significant change carried out by Marius. This program included regular checks of the equipment to identify all problems before it impaired combat performance. In addition, damaged or worn parts were replaced quickly to ensure that the legions always had access to high-quality combat equipment. Rigorous maintenance also included accumulating stocks of spare parts so that the legions could be outfitted quickly in emergencies. This change was critical to ensure that the legions could continue to perform their task effectively, regardless of weather conditions or other challenges. Marius created specialized units to fulfill specific tasks, such as archers, javelin launchers, and heavy infantry. This reorganization into specialized units allowed the Roman legions to be more efficient and flexible in combat. Each unit could be used more effectively depending on its specialization. Another benefit of the reorganization allowed commanders to better evaluate and manage the performance of each unit. This enabled more efficient allocation of resources and opportunities to improve military efficiency and training. Prior to the reforms, the Roman legions were commanded by elected military tribunes, each responsible for a small group of soldiers. Marius changed this system by establishing a clear hierarchy of command, with senior officers assigned to command larger groups of soldiers. This allowed orders to be transmitted more efficiently, and strategic decisions to be made more quickly and effectively. The centralized command structure allowed commanders to have a broader perspective of the situation on the battlefield and could make more informed decisions. The creation of training programs for officers was a crucial part of Marius's reforms of the Roman legions. The goal of these programs was to ensure that officers had the ability to effectively lead the legions on the battlefield. The training included classes on strategy, combat tactics, logistics, intelligence, and leadership. Officers also simulated battles to test their own skills and prepare them for real-life situations. These training programs were instrumental in improving the efficiency and fighting ability of the Roman legions, an important factor in the success of many military campaigns. Conscripts also underwent rigorous training. Prior to this, military training in the Roman legions was limited and inconsistent. Marius changed the system by establishing detailed and uniform training programs for all legions. He also devised regular exercises and maneuvers to keep soldiers fit and prepared for battle. The implementation of health and wellness programs for soldiers also had a positive impact on Marius's new legions. These programs were intended to improve the health and fitness of the soldiers to make them fit for combat at any time. This included proper nutrition, regular exercise, medical care, and treatment for injuries. These programs also contained measures to prevent disease, such as building bathing facilities and providing clean drinking water. This change was critical to ensuring that the legions were healthy and ready to fight. The adoption of a more sophisticated logistic structure was essential to modernizing the Roman legions. This change was intended to ensure efficient and effective support for the transportation of supplies and troops during military campaigns. A more advanced intelligentsia structure was also one of the goals of Marius's reforms. The goal was to provide the legions with accurate and up-to-date information about the enemy. This entailed creating specialized intelligence units, secure communication systems for information exchange, the use of spies, and reconnaissance missions. Measures were also made to protect the information collected, such as encrypting messages and protecting trusted sources. This intelligence data would allow the Roman legions to have an advantage over the enemy. A huge change was made to the legion's disciplinary structure, ensuring that soldiers followed established rules and regulations, adopting proper conduct during military campaigns. This included severe punishments for serious infractions, such as deserting or disobeying orders. These offenses could even be punished with the death penalty. The new disciplinary system also established a clear hierarchy structure in the legions, allowing superiors to exercise greater control over subordinates. The rigidity of the new disciplinary structure encouraged or coerced soldiers to behave more appropriately, improving the discipline of the troops. Another important point in Marius's reforms was the creation of a meritocratic promotion structure in the Roman legions. This valued the outstanding performance of soldiers, rewarding those who excelled in combat or other military activities. Prior to the reform, promotions were based on political or social factors, leading to unfair outcomes. The new structure allowed soldiers to be evaluated based on performance and skills, not just by their political or social connections. This motivated soldiers to work hard and also increased the efficiency of the legions, as promotions were now given to the most capable soldiers. Of course, political influence did not stop playing a role in promotions. Having a certain name allowed the military to rise in the career more easily. Gaius Marius's reforms were decisive for the military and political success of the Roman Republic. These changes made it possible to create more organized and effective legions, and Roman generals were successful in military campaigns, controlling their conquests. In addition, Marius's reforms also enhanced the political power of the generals, allowing them to earn prestige and influence in Roman society. The reforms had a lasting impact and enabled the Roman legions to reach the ends of the known world, helping the legionaries fight more effectively for Rome's glory.
In the powerful Roman army, soldiers were brought to the limit of their physical strength and endurance. Many men stood out and showed an above-average fighting ability. These high-value soldiers were given special positions, such as the optiones, who were responsible for keeping orders in line and punishing careless legionnaires. And even when the legions set up their camps, Roman discipline remained firm. The camps were carefully planned and well protected. The center of the camp was known as Praetorium. That's where the Roman officers and nobles stayed. To protect the safety of this vital part, an elite guard was created, composed of the best Roman legionnaires. And that's how the glorious story of the Praetorian Guard began. During the rule of Augustus, the Praetorian Guard gained even more prominence. It was appointed as the emperor's personal guard. Since then, all Roman emperors had a Praetorian Guard at their disposal. As the legions could not enter the city of Rome, a reasonable contingent of guards was required. At its peak, it had 8,000 elite soldiers. The Praetorian Guards were different from the other soldiers. They wore a darker uniform and could use purple, a very noble color in Roman culture. During the history of ancient Rome, the Praetorian Guard was used not only for the emperor's defense, but also to conduct less noble and honorable services, such as imprisoning and executing senators or anyone considered a threat. The Praetorian Guards would have to take an oath directly to the emperor and respect all the sovereign's orders. In case of civil war, or if Rome was captured by enemy armies, the Praetorian Guard would be the city's last line of defense. Above all, it would protect the emperor's safety, down to the last man. But that loyalty wasn't blind. In some cases, the Praetorian Guard had an influence on the rise or fall of Roman emperors. It is said that the Praetorian Guard played a role in the murder of the cruel Emperor Caligula, who, in addition to disrespecting his own guards, punished them cruelly, often without any reason. In order to belong to the Praetorian Guard, a legionnaire had to serve in the army for at least 16 years. Only after that could they go through the admission process. Many legionnaires sought this promotion, since the members of the Praetorian Guard had better salaries and equipment. Generally speaking, the work was less tiring and dangerous. Within the Praetorian Guard, there was another group, which was considered to be the elite of the elite, the Speculatores Augusti. Besides being commanders of the guard, they were the men in whom the emperor had absolute confidence, and they were always beside the monarch. As time progressed, the Praetorian Guard accumulated great power within Rome, becoming a kind of autonomous organization that commanded the city's politics with an iron fist. The elected emperors needed the approval of the Praetorian Guard. Even the murder of several emperor candidates was ordered. Due to the excessive authority of the Praetorian Guard, Emperor Constantine issued a decree abolishing this military force. The following emperors began to create their own personal guards. The story of the fearsome Praetorian Guards had come to an end, but its existence has been a model for various elite military forces over the centuries. The powerful god worshipped by the late Roman legions, Mithra fulfilled an important role throughout the spiritual and cultural life of the Roman Empire before its downfall. Drawn from Persian tradition and converted by the Romans into a virtue and courage symbol, Mithra became the center of one of the most influential ancient mystery religions. With its secret rituals and profound symbolism, Mithraism provided its adherents, especially the legionaries, with a strong spiritual connection and an unbreakable brotherhood. Mithra stood for light, truth, and discipline, all of which were considered essential for the Roman army's cohesion and survival. Roman tradition holds that Mithra was born from a rock, an event known as the Petra Genitrix. This miraculous event symbolized the god's purity and spontaneous strength, as he arose already armed and ready for his great feats. With his Phrygian cap, Mithra was often portrayed holding a torch and a dagger, symbols of light and power. This divine interpretation positioned Mithra as an entity bound for great accomplishments and to play a vital role in the cosmic order. Soon after coming into being, Mithra took his knife and harvested the sacred fruit from the Tree of Life. This fruit stands for the continuity of life and the connection between the material and spiritual worlds. Mithra's main narrative is known as the Tauroctony, the struggle and sacrifice of the sacred bull. Entrusted by a superior deity, Mithra pursues and captures a mighty bull, leading it to a cave where it is slaughtered. This brave deed of grabbing the bull by the horns and then slaying it is steeped in symbolism. The blood of the sacrificed bull begets life, fertilizing the earth and assuring the continuous renewal of nature. Beside Mithra, animals such as the dog and the snake drink the lifeblood, while a scorpion strikes the bull's testicles, representing the struggle between the forces of life and destruction. This sacrifice not only ensures earthly prosperity, but also represents the victory of light over darkness. Following the sacrifice, Mithra is often portrayed sharing a banquet with Sol Invictus, the invincible sun, one of the main deities of Roman mythology and worshipped by the legions. This alliance between Mithra and the sun god enhances his association with light and celestial power. The banquet is a moment of celebration and renewal, representing the eternal friendship between both deities. This sacred union was especially meaningful for soldiers, who saw Mithra and Sol Invictus as the protectors of their lives and battles. Mithraism developed into a mystery religion, which meant that only the initiated had access to its secrets, with covert rituals and a hierarchy of initiation symbolizing the adept's spiritual journey. There were 7 degrees of initiation, each representing a step in the spiritual ascent, bringing the initiates through the cosmos towards oneness with the divine. This system provided a clear path to enlightenment and transcendence, strengthening discipline and loyalty among followers. Mithraism found a foothold among the passionate Roman soldiers. Its emphasis on camaraderie, discipline, and fortitude deeply appealed to the legionaries, who faced constant challenges and dangers. Mithrae, Temples dedicated to Mithra were often built near military camps, providing worship and communion sites for the soldiers. In these sacred areas, the legionaries not only found spiritual shelter, but also a brotherhood that bolstered their unity and morale. Mithra's sacred fruit is also seen as spiritual sustenance for initiates. In many mystery traditions, eating a sacred fruit is an act of communion with the divine, symbolizing the intake of the divine essence and the adept's spiritual renewal, like the communion of the Christian Eucharist. The temples consecrated to the cult of Mithra, known as Mithrae, were frequently built in natural caves or in specially dug underground sites, reflecting the mythical cave where Mithra is said to have carried out his most famous feat, the sacrifice of the sacred bull. This secret underground setting was ideal for the secret rituals and the mysterious spirit that pervaded the cult of Mithra. In the Mithraic myth, the cave where Mithra sacrifices the bull is sacred and represents the womb of the earth, the place where life is renewed through sacrifice. As such, the Mithrae acted as a microcosm of the universe, a place where initiates could connect with the cosmic mysteries and partake in the divine play of renewal and fertility. The temples also provided community sites for Mithra's followers. The ritual banquets celebrated in the Mithrae fostered fellowship and solidarity among the members, cementing loyalty and mutual support. Far from the turmoil of everyday life, initiates could ponder the Mithra mysteries and pursue a deeper understanding of the universe and their place in it. Throughout the first centuries of the Roman Empire, Mithraism and Christianity arose as two of the most influential and contending religions. Both offered a spiritual vision of salvation, community, and life after death, drawing a growing number of followers. Their theological differences, ritual practices, and social structures, however, led to a substantial dispute over religious supremacy in the vast and diverse empire. But the Mithra cult was uniquely male and strongly hierarchical, limited to initiates, whereas the Christian message was inclusive, accepting men, women, and children from all social backgrounds. Mithraism stressed the struggle between light and darkness, with Mithra as the god of light, providing renewal and fertility through his sacrifice. Salvation was achieved through partaking in the mysteries and rituals, and through loyalty to the god Mithra. On the other hand, Christianity focused on Jesus Christ's life, death, and resurrection. Salvation was a gift bestowed by God, attained through faith in Christ and divine grace. Christian ethics prioritized love of one's neighbor and forgiveness. While highly popular, Mithra worship's secretive and exclusive nature limited its growth compared to Christianity, whose universal message and wide community chain spread more widely and quickly throughout the empire, albeit as a persecuted practice. Christians faced persecution during the first centuries of their refusal to worship the Roman gods and the emperor. But the Christians' resilience, their charitable deeds, and the promise of eternal salvation attracted many new followers. As Christianity rose and the Roman Empire underwent political changes, Mithraism began to decline. The Edict of Milan in 313 AD, granting religious freedom to Christians, and the Edict of Thessalonica in 380, declaring Christianity the official religion of the empire, were instrumental for the demise of Mithraism. Many of the Mithraic temples were deserted or converted into Christian churches. As the god of light and loyalty, Mithra took a leading role in the spiritual life of the Roman Empire. His cult, featuring mysterious and profound symbolism, offered his followers a powerful connection with the divine and a sense of brotherhood and discipline. The influence of Mithra continued to resonate even after the rise of Christianity, symbolizing the eternal human quest for light, truth, and renewal in a rapidly changing world.
March 15th, 44 BC, caused great changes in Western history. Julius Caesar, the great Roman general and dictator, was assassinated by a group of conspiratorial politicians during a Senate session. The coup plotters argued that this was the best course of action, given the fear that Julius Caesar would undermine the institutions of the Roman Republic. Julius Caesar had no heirs. His son with Cleopatra, known as Caesarion, was not legally recognized as a Roman citizen. In his will, Julius Caesar chose his great-nephew, Gaius Octavian, as his heir. This decision forever changed the life of young Octavian, who in the future would be known by the name Augustus, the first emperor of Rome. The death of Julius Caesar caused a rift in Rome's government. The senators who plotted against Caesar's life underestimated the Roman general's popularity with the people. With quick actions by Mark Antony, Julius Caesar's former general in the conquest of Gaul, and his personal friend, the entire population of Rome learned of the assassination. A crowd gathered in front of the Senate and expressed their anger against the assassins by burning the Senate house. When Julius Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March, the 17-year-old Gaius Octavian was studying and receiving military training in Apollonia, a Roman city in Illyria in the Western Balkan Peninsula. Octavian rejected the advice of some army officers to take refuge with his troops in Macedonia. He sailed to Italy to ascertain whether he had any political or financial assets. The decision by Octavian could have been fatal, as he could have been the target of an attack by Julius Caesar's remaining enemies. After landing in Lupiae, near the ancient city of Brundisium, Octavian read the will. It was there that he decided to become Caesar's political heir, as well as inheritor of 2/3 of his estates. To Octavian's misfortune, power in Rome was divided between Consul Mark Antony and Aemilius Lepidus, one of the most influential politicians in the Roman Senate. There was a conflict of interest between Octavian and Caesar's former supporters, especially Mark Antony, who refused to hand over the financial inheritance that was Octavian's right. With enormous determination and cunning, Octavian, although young, succeeded in winning over many of Caesar's former supporters, including some legions. In 43 BC, Octavian, Mark Antony, and Aemilius Lepidus created the Second Triumvirate, a power-sharing agreement that divided the territories of Rome among them. This agreement was made to balance the political powers in Rome and appease a possible civil war. The territories ruled by Rome were divided. The east went to Mark Antony, Africa to Lepidus, and the west to Octavian. The peace did not last long. In 41 BC, Mark Antony established a romantic and political alliance with Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt and former lover of Julius Caesar. This alliance continued even after a senatorial decree forced the marriage of Mark Antony to Octavian's sister, known as Octavia the Younger. To continue his relationship with Cleopatra, Mark Antony divorced Octavia in 32 BC. This decision angered Octavian. In retaliation, Octavian declared war on Cleopatra. This sparked the famous Battle of Actium on September 2nd, 31 BC. Octavian's naval fleet cornered and defeated Mark Antony's ships. Cleopatra's navy rushed to the aid of her lover, but in the end, the two were defeated and narrowly escaped. Mark Antony and Cleopatra returned to Egypt, where they committed suicide. Aemilius Lepidus, politically weakened, was Octavian's next target, as he wanted to consolidate his power in Rome. But Lepidus could offer no resistance. Octavian became Rome's undisputed ruler. But the shrewd Octavian knew better than to hurry his climb to power, otherwise he would suffer the same fate as Julius Caesar. He knew how to charm the Senate and the people, defending Rome's republican traditions, without showing any aspiration to dictatorship or monarchy. On January 16th, 27 BC, the Senate awarded Octavian the new titles Augustus and Princeps. The name Augustus was inherited by all future emperors, becoming the emperor's main title. For political and personal reasons, Octavian decided to underline his family's link to Julius Caesar by adding the surname Caesar to his honorary titles. He became known as Gaius Julius Caesar Octavian Augustus, and later Emperor Caesar Augustus. The month of August is due to a decree in honor of Emperor Caesar Augustus. Before this change, August was known as Sextilis because it was the 6th month in the Roman calendar. In 19 BC, Augustus received the title Imperium Maius, finally attaining supreme power over all the provinces of the Roman Empire. After that, Caesar Augustus ruled surprisingly well, becoming the first emperor of Rome and a model for all following emperors. Regarding Augustus's appearance and personality, it is reported that he was short, handsome, and of good physical proportions. He had charisma, an essential attribute for rulers. As for his character, it is said that he was cruel as a young man, but became milder with maturity. However, this can be justified by the consolidation of his power. With a more secure leadership, the need for brutality diminished. He remained prepared to be ruthless whenever necessary. He tolerated criticism, had a good sense of humor, and a special taste for playing dice. His public moral attitudes were rigid, a trait he probably learned from his great-uncle Julius Caesar. An example of this was when Augustus exiled his daughter, Julia, because she offended his principles and defiled the family name by participating in parties filled with alcohol and immoral affairs. Augustus's reign was a golden age in every way. Augustus's peace became known as Pax Romana. The economy, arts, and agriculture flourished. An ambitious program of building and renovating Rome was begun, where Augustus completed the plans made by Julius Caesar and then proceeded with his own grandiose undertakings. He restored or built about 82 temples in 1 year. The famous public Roman baths were built during Augustus's reign. He passed many comprehensive reforms and laws to maintain stability in marriage and increase the birth rate in Rome. But there was one episode that undermined Augustus's reign. An alliance of Germanic peoples ambushed 3 Roman legions, led by the general Publius Quintilius Varus. The Germanic alliance was led by Arminius, a Germanic officer who had Roman military education. He managed to methodically outwit the Romans and predict the tactical responses of the enemy army. The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest is considered one of the most important defeats in Rome's history, abruptly ending Augustus's triumphant period of expansion. The outcome of this battle dampened the Romans' ambition to conquer Germania. It is considered one of the most important events in European history. Upon learning of the defeat, Emperor Augustus was so shaken that he banged his head on his palace walls, repeatedly shouting, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." At the age of 75, Augustus's health deteriorated, and he prepared for a peaceful transition in power. He chose his adopted son, Tiberius, as heir. Augustus died in the city of Nola in southern Italy in 14 AD. His last official words were, "I found Rome built of bricks. I leave her clothed in marble." There were rumors that Livia Drusa, Augustus's wife, caused the emperor's death by giving him poisoned figs. But some historians consider that these rumors were a lewd fabrication by Augustus's political enemies. Alternatively, it is possible that Livia gave a poisoned fig as an assisted suicide to ease Augustus's suffering. This was common practice among the nobility of the time, who considered this gesture a way to depart with dignity into the afterlife. Augustus's body was returned to Rome, and, on the day of the funeral, all businesses in the city closed out of respect for the emperor. The body was cremated and the ashes buried in his mausoleum. Augustus's death was seen as the loss of a great ruler, brimming with talent and vision. He was proclaimed a god among the host of the Roman pantheon. Tiberius Caesar Augustus was the second Roman emperor. His reign lasted from 14 to 37 AD. Tiberius is usually described as enigmatic and darkly complex, intelligent and cunning. But he had bouts of severe depression and dark moods that had a major impact on his political career. His 23-year reign as emperor is considered the beginning of a dark period in Roman history. Tiberius was the adopted son of Caesar Augustus, the first Roman emperor, but he never aspired to follow in the footsteps of his stepfather. This was decided by his mother, Livia, who according to historical records was controlling and authoritarian. Soon after his birth, Tiberius was destined for a public career, for his parents were descended from the Claudian gens, one of the most prominent patrician houses of ancient Rome, which for many generations provided leaders for the Roman Republic. When Tiberius was 4 years old, his parents divorced and his mother married Octavian. This way, the infant Tiberius became the stepson of the future ruler of the Roman world. During Tiberius's childhood, the old republican system, run by the Senate and magistrates, was finally overthrown. It was replaced by an autocracy, where the capable and ambitious Octavian was elected emperor. Tiberius became a strong, big man, educated in oratory, and winning legal disputes as a lawyer. Despite being groomed by Augustus as his successor, Tiberius was the fourth choice after Agrippa, husband of Julia, Augustus's only daughter, and sons Gaius and Lucius, but they all passed away abruptly, leaving only Tiberius as the candidate. Tiberius was quickly given a military command and proved to be a brilliant general. He conquered the mountainous area of Raetia in present-day Switzerland. Later, he also conquered large parts of Pannonia and Illyria, facing large barbarian armies. Tiberius also launched an offensive on the Danube and defeated the Germanic tribe of the Marcomanni. He returned to Rome and was consul for the second time. He also received control of the Roman provinces in the east. Despite these successes, Tiberius was not happy. The reason for Tiberius's unhappiness was his forced divorce. He was married to Vipsania Agrippina, and, although they had a happy marriage, Augustus ordered the two to divorce after the death of Vipsania's father, who was married to Julia, Augustus's daughter. Although Tiberius wished to remain with Vipsania and despised Julia for her alleged infidelity, Augustus ordered the marriage to Julia to tie Tiberius's growing power to the Julian family. In 2 AD, Tiberius's unhappy marriage to Julia was annulled, and, on the order of her father, Emperor Augustus, she was exiled, supposedly for adultery. But, most likely, this was because of the deep dislike that Tiberius felt for her. With the death of the two heirs apparent, Gaius and Lucius, both victims of illness in military campaigns, Augustus recognized Tiberius as his successor. In 4 AD, Augustus officially adopted Tiberius, adding the words, "I do this for reasons of state." These words show that Augustus did not want to make Tiberius his successor, and even Tiberius didn't seem to have the will to take on the responsibility. He was already in his 40s when he finally adopted, a common practice in ancient Roman politics. When Augustus died on August 19th in 14 AD, Tiberius's position was established. After so many years of living under his stepfather's orders, Tiberius finally assumed the mantle of power. After Augustus was buried and deified, his will was read and honored. The Senate met on September 18th to inaugurate Tiberius's new reign as emperor. The accounts of the time say that Tiberius renounced before the Senate various powers and titles. Perhaps trying to imitate Augustus's behavior in his rise to power, Tiberius tried to pass himself off as a humble and unambitious person, but ended up spoiling the performance. He declared that he was too old for the burdens of statehood, and said that he did not want the office of emperor. Finally, Tiberius accepted the powers that were voted to him. His first years as emperor went well. He shunned much of the pageantry after his ascension, respecting the Senate's authority. Considered avaricious by some and modest by others, he initiated many public works projects that were not completed. The second emperor's reign respected the imperial system and ensured its acceptance by most local elites. Everything changed when Germanicus, Tiberius's adopted son, died. The emperor sent Germanicus to serve in the eastern military campaigns, where the young general won important victories. Also in the eastern provinces, Germanicus came into conflict with the Roman governor of Syria, Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso. During the dispute, Germanicus became ill in Antioch and died in 14 AD, at the age of only 33. His death was attributed to poisoning, but this was never proven. As a famous general, Germanicus was extremely popular and seen as an ideal heir to the empire. Calpurnius Piso, once considered a personal friend of Tiberius, was accused of being the mastermind behind Germanicus's poisoning. He was summoned to Rome to answer the charges, and, despite his appeals to the emperor, he was forced to commit suicide. Germanicus's death changed the personality of Tiberius, who became increasingly cruel and suspicious. Tiberius ordered the imprisonment, torture, and execution of many nobles accused of conspiring against his government. His reputation as a ruthless tyrant made him unpopular with the people of Rome. More and more rumors arose about Tiberius living a secret life, with parties filled with alcohol and depravity. As time passed, Tiberius showed less and less interest in political life, making annual excursions to the Campania region of southern Italy. By 26 AD, Tiberius had had enough. Almost always happier away from the capital and its everlasting intrigues, the emperor simply headed for his vacation mansion on the island of Capri and never returned to Rome. The government passed to Lucius Aelius Sejanus, commander of the Praetorian Guard. Power quickly went to Sejanus's head. He began to abuse his authority, sometimes acting like the real emperor. But he made a fatal mistake. He accused the two intermediate heirs to the throne, Nero Caesar and Drusus Caesar, of plotting treason against Tiberius. Nero Caesar was banished to an island and sentenced to commit suicide. Drusus was imprisoned in the basement of the imperial palace, where he died of starvation. Tiberius may have retired to the island because he disliked politics and intrigue, but he could ruthlessly exercise his power when the need arose. He drafted a letter ordering the immediate arrest and execution of Janus, who was imprisoned during a Senate meeting, and summarily executed. His corpse was dragged through the streets and thrown into the Tiber River. His family and many of his supporters suffered similar fates. To lessen further political intrigue in his succession, Tiberius drafted his will, choosing the 24-year-old Gaius Julius as the chief heir. Gaius Julius was the youngest son of the late Germanicus, the Emperor Tiberius's adopted child. This was perhaps the worst decision of Tiberius's life. To his and the people of Rome's misfortune, Gaius Julius proved to have an extravagant, cruel, and perverted nature, becoming better known during his reign by the name Caligula. Tiberius died on March 16, 37 AD, months before his 78th birthday. Tiberius's death is surrounded by mysteries and rumors, including the hypothesis that the emperor was poisoned by Caligula, starved to death, or suffocated with a pillow at the hands of the prefect of the Praetorian Guard, Naevius Sutorius Macro. Tiberius was later remembered as a dark, reclusive, and gloomy ruler, someone who never wanted to hold that office. The Roman writer and historian Pliny the Elder dubbed the late Tiberius the saddest of men. Tiberius was not popular in his time, but history has shown that he was one of the most important military commanders during a critical period. Tiberius expanded the empire and helped protect the borders for many decades. As second emperor, he greatly strengthened the imperial office to the emperor and ensuring the subordination of senators. He increased the security of future Roman emperors. Vespasian was the sixth Roman emperor. He is considered one of the most important of ancient Rome, as he restored order and stability to the empire, which had been weakened by the excesses of his predecessor, Emperor Nero. The story of Vespasian's reign was a tale of wars and intrigues, with the protagonist being an unlikely hero by the standards of Roman history. Born on November 17, 9 AD, in Rieti, north of Rome, Vespasian was baptized with the name Titus Flavius Vespasian. His father was Flavius Sabinus, a tax collector who held an important position in his village. His mother, Vespasia Polla, belonged to an equestrian family, and his brother, also named Sabinus, became a senator. Although he did not belong to a noble family, Vespasian was a military tribune in Thrace and a financial official on the island of Crete and eastern Libya. He commanded a legion in Germany and Britain, participating in more than 30 battles and capturing at least 20 cities. Around 60 AD, Vespasian served in Africa, where he suffered the scorn of the local population who despised the Roman presence in the region. Vespasian stood out for his honesty, as he was recognized for not embezzling taxes for his own financial gain. As a consequence, he suffered financial problems and only avoided bankruptcy with the help of his brother, Sabinus. To recover his fortune, Vespasian engaged in the trade of pack mules. In his private life, Vespasian was married to Flavia Domitilla, with whom he had 3 children. Apparently, their marriage was based on love and not political ambitions, as was common at the time. While Vespasian was fulfilling his duties away from Rome, the Roman Empire was going through turbulent times. Within a few years, the empire was ruled by emperors Caligula, Claudius, and Nero. Around 66 AD, Vespasian became part of Nero's imperial entourage in Greece, a position considered of great importance. However, Vespasian made a terrible mistake. He fell asleep during one of Emperor Nero's endless and tedious recitals. Nero was feared for his volatile personality and had already ordered the execution of other people who had disrespected his artistic performances. Vespasian fell into disgrace and fled to an obscure country town, hiding for fear of becoming a victim of Nero's wrath. To Vespasian's relief, there was a Jewish rebellion in 67 AD. Nero needed a commander who knew ways to expel the Jews from their walled cities, and Vespasian was pardoned. At the age of 58, Vespasian went to Judea commanding 2 legions, with 8 squadrons of cavalry and 10 auxiliary cohorts. Eventually, thousands of Jews were killed, and the Romans destroyed many cities to re-establish control over Judea. During this conflicted period, Vespasian is remembered as a just and humane officer, using violence only when necessary. Everything changed in 68 AD, when the Emperor Nero suffered a coup d'etat and was declared a public enemy. Nero fled Rome and committed suicide. His death began the period known as the Year of the Four Emperors, where between 68 and 69 there were 4 Roman emperors. After a brief period of civil war, Rome witnessed the rise and fall of 3 Roman emperors. The first to assume the office of emperor was Galba, and he was assassinated by Otho, who became the next emperor. Otho committed suicide after being defeated at the Battle of Bedriacum, where he faced a rebellion led by Vitellius. With this victory, Vitellius was proclaimed emperor. Rumors against Vitellius were quickly born among the Roman legions. By this time in his life, Vespasian was already a general admired by his legions, and even by other important generals in the Roman army. Vespasian's rise to emperor occurred in an unusual way, as he showed little interest in politics. Some increasingly detested Vitellius, and Vespasian was proclaimed emperor by his own legions, who swore him total loyalty. Other generals serving in the East quickly encouraged their legions to join Vespasian, making him master of half the Roman world. Vespasian acted quickly and sent troops as far as Italy to confront Vitellius. Meanwhile, he crossed Egypt and captured Alexandria, cutting off the supply of grain to Rome. Vespasian was the first Roman emperor since Augustus to visit Egypt. At the Alexandrian Hippodrome, he was hailed as a pharaoh and proclaimed by the Egyptians as the son of the creator deity Ammon. While still in Egypt, the Roman Senate recognized Vespasian as emperor on December 21st, 69, beginning the Flavian dynasty. Vitellius was defeated by Vespasian's forces at the Second Battle of Bedriacum. Vitellius was captured, tortured, and killed. Upon his arrival in Rome, Vespasian was welcomed as the new Roman emperor on December 26, 69 AD. Vespasian was an effective emperor. One of his first acts was to restore the army's morale. Then, he rebuilt many of the houses and buildings burned during the last days of Vitellius's reign. Vespasian built new temples and the huge Colosseum, also called the Flavian Amphitheater. The ancient historians who lived in this period, such as Tacitus, Suetonius, and Josephus, speak highly of Vespasian while condemning the previous emperors. Many other philosophers and writers had their works confiscated, destroyed, and denounced because they were considered too critical of Vespasian's reign. Several Stoic philosophers were accused of corrupting students with improper teachings and were expelled from Rome. Vespasian was known for his intelligence and kindness, along with his dominant personality and military talent. He was liberal with senators and with cities and towns devastated by natural calamities. His appearance was quite modest, being a bald man with a broad face and retracted chin. Vespasian was a sarcastic and jovial humor, a rare trait in such an important ruler. After ruling the empire for a decade, Vespasian contracted an illness while traveling through Campania. Upon his immediate return to Rome, he headed for his customary summer retreat to the hot springs in the Sabine hills. The natural springs could do little to help the condition, which worsened dramatically, evolving into diarrhea. Even though he felt death approaching, Vespasian did not lose his sense of humor, saying, "I think I am turning into a god." According to the Roman historian Suetonius, Vespasian, suddenly consumed by illness, said, "An emperor ought to die standing up." And, as he struggled to stand, he died at the age of 69, in the arms of those who tried to help him rise from his bed. Vespasian was among the few Roman emperors to die of natural causes, a testament to a successful reign. For the first time in Roman history, a Roman emperor was succeeded by his own biological son. Vespasian's eldest son, Titus, became emperor. After his short but successful reign, Titus's younger brother, Domitian, took over as emperor. Vespasian's story is an example that sometimes those who do not desire power turn out to be the best rulers. Considered by many scholars to be the greatest Roman emperor, Trajan reigned from 98 to 117 AD. The Roman Senate awarded him with the honorary title Optimus Princeps, meaning the best ruler. Trajan is recognized for being generous to his subjects and a benevolent governor, responsible for creating public projects that benefited the Roman population and the rest of the empire. During Trajan's reign, the Roman Empire expanded its borders to their maximum extent. Born on September 18, 53 AD, in the Roman province of Hispania Baetica, Now the Spanish region of Andalusia, and a member of a wealthy family, Trajan was baptized with the name Marcus Ulpius Trajanus. During his youth, Trajan served in Syria as a military tribune. He enjoyed a prosperous career, reaching the rank of praetor in 85. Shortly thereafter, he headed the 7th Gemina Legion in northern Spain. A few years later, Trajan rose to prominence again during the reign of Emperor Domitian as general of the Roman army on the Germanic border. With Domitian's assassination in 96 AD, the office of emperor passed to Marcus Coccus Nerva, an old childless senator who was unpopular in the Roman army. After narrowly escaping a conspiracy against his life by the Praetorian Guard, Nerva realized that he had to get the support of the army to avoid being ousted from his new position. To achieve this goal, Nerva needed allies with influence in the army. There was no one better than the respected Trajan. In the summer of 97, Trajan was named Nerva's adopted son and successor. Trajan was governor of Germania Superior, where he learned of the adoption. But he was cautious about his new social position. Instead of quickly returning to Rome, Trajan decided to summon the Praetorian leaders responsible for the mutiny against Domitian and probably against Nerva, promising them a promotion in the army. But instead of receiving the promised promotion, they were executed as soon as they arrived in Trajan's domains. These ruthless actions clearly showed that Trajan would not tolerate traitors in his future reign. Nerva died of natural causes on January 28, 98. Trajan was quickly appointed emperor by the Roman Senate. His appointment made Trajan the first Roman emperor born outside Italy. Trajan did not immediately return to Rome. Instead, he surveyed the borders of the Rhine and Danube, twice defeating a revolt by the people of Dacia, where present-day Romania is now. He used the spoils from these victories to finance public works projects in Rome. Among these projects was a spacious new forum with 2 libraries and a huge stone column called Trajan's Column. The column was covered with sculptures depicting the victory over the Dacians and still stands today. Located in Trajan's Forum, near the Quirino Hall, north of the Roman Forum, the column is approximately 30 meters high, plus 8 meters of pedestal, for a total height of 38 meters. Trajan's Column is one of the largest and most important monuments that survived the fall of Rome. Finally, in the summer of the year 99 AD, Trajan entered Rome on foot. He embraced each of the senators and even walked among common people. This display of humility was a sign that Trajan was unlike any other emperor. The Roman historian Cassius Dio wrote, "Trajan was remarkable for his justice, bravery, and simple habits. He was an emperor who was concerned with good government and public welfare, establishing an excellent social policy." Trajan invested heavily in promoting popular entertainment. One of the most notable events was a gladiatorial festival that lasted 3 months at the Great Roman Colosseum. Between chariot races, animal fights, and gladiatorial combats, the bloody spectacle allegedly caused 11,000 deaths and attracted a total of 5 million spectators from the festival. The state-funded public entertainments helped to maintain contentment among the populace and further boost Trajan's morale. Despite all his virtues, Trajan was not a perfect man. He overdrank wine and liked to have relations with young boys. Although this was common practice among the nobility of ancient Rome, it was not a well-regarded custom when pursued by the emperor. Trajan was also known for his bellicose side. He seemed to enjoy the battlefield and devising war strategies. In 1113, Trajan embarked on his last military campaign, whose goal was to regain control of the empire's eastern frontier. This new wave of conflict began when the kingdom of Parthia decided to put a king of its people on the throne of Armenia, which was a Roman buffer state. Trajan first marched on Armenia and annexed it to the Roman Empire. Then, he and his legions marched south, conquering the cities of Babylon, Seleucia, and finally the capital of Parthia, called Ctesiphon. He continued to the Persian Gulf, where he declared Mesopotamia a new province of the Roman Empire. In Trajan's reign, the Roman Empire stretched from Scotland to the Caspian Sea, ruling millions of subjects throughout the territory. In early 117 AD, Trajan fell ill and left for Italy. His health worsened during the spring and summer of that year, increasing the probability that he was poisoned, although there is no evidence. Trajan arrived in the southern Anatolian city of Selinus, where he died suddenly, probably on August the 11th, 117, apparently a victim of a stroke. His body was taken to Seleucia, where it was cremated. His ashes were transported to Rome and placed in a gold urn at the base of Trajan's column. He was elevated to the rank of deity in the Roman pantheon by the Senate. His cousin, Hadrian, whom Trajan is said to have adopted as his son while on his deathbed, was chosen as emperor. Hadrian, upon becoming ruler, returned Mesopotamia to Parthian rule, as he considered this a province too expensive and far away to be defended by the Romans. However, all the other territories conquered by Trajan were kept. In the rest of the history of the Roman Empire, even in the Byzantine Empire, all new emperors after Trajan were honored by the Senate with the following prayer: "May you be luckier than Augustus and better than Trajan." Unlike many rulers in history, Trajan's reputation survived unchanged for nearly 19 centuries. Later, theologians, such as Thomas Aquinas, considered Trajan an example of a virtuous pagan. Trajan will always be remembered as a strict but fair ruler who found an effective balance between territorial conquest and maintaining a high quality of life for his people. Emperor Hadrian ruled from 117 to 138 AD. Hadrian was noted for his complex personality, his fondness for poetry and the arts in general, and his deep admiration for Greek philosophy and culture. Hadrian was known for his public speaking, and some historians considered him one of the most talented men in Roman history. Hadrian was born on January the 24th, 76 AD in Italica, a Roman colony in Hispania Baetica, which is now in the Andalusia region of Spain. Hadrian's family gave rise to several soldiers who had renowned military careers. Hadrian's father was also an important soldier and provided a good education for his son. However, when Hadrian was only 10 years old, his father passed away. Following a Roman tradition, where a male guardian was to be appointed when a child's father died, Hadrian's father's cousin was chosen for this task. The name of Hadrian's new guardian was Trajan, who later became one of the key Roman emperors. Hadrian was educated in various subjects common among young aristocrats of the time. He was so keen on learning Greek literature that he was nicknamed Little Greek. Barely old enough, Hadrian accompanied Trajan on his military campaigns. Hadrian's initial years in the army were not significant, as the young man liked to lead a life with few responsibilities, preferring to go out hunting or enjoy other luxuries of civilian life. During Hadrian's second term as tribune, the frail and elderly reigning emperor, Nerva, adopted Trajan as his heir. When Nerva died in 98, Hadrian rushed and personally revealed to Trajan the news of his new position as emperor. With this, Hadrian was able to draw Trajan even closer, something that would bear good fruit for his life. Trajan spent most of his reign fighting in foreign wars. Therefore, his wife, Pompeia Plotina, played an important role in the empire's administration. Plotina, who had no children, had developed an affection for Hadrian, treating him as part of the family. By 114 ADS, Hadrian held a key position as governor of the important military province of Syria. There is no doubt that Hadrian had a relevant status during Trajan's reign. Still, there were no signs that he could become the imperial heir. When Trajan died in 117, he left a letter where he named Hadrian as the next emperor of Rome. Many senators were against Hadrian keeping this position. They claimed that Trajan's widow, Pompeia Plotina, had forged the letter to try to keep herself in power, perhaps ruling through Hadrian. The senators also objected to the idea of having a man with a foreign accent ruling the empire, as Hadrian retained the accent of his homeland in Spain. Hadrian was pressured by Plotina to marry the young Vibia Sabina. The marriage took place for purely political reasons, as Sabina did not seem to like the marriage from the start, and Hadrian preferred the company of men. Although their marriage could not be considered a success, his reign was nothing short of spectacular. When he assumed power, Hadrian immediately ordered the distribution of money to the people of Rome, guaranteeing all soldiers an extra bonus. He also canceled the debts of all people who had borrowed money from the imperial treasury. Hadrian also believed that it was important to be modest. For example, when he took part in military campaigns, he ate the same food as his soldiers, slept in common tents, and marched with them instead of on horseback. Although Hadrian was a talented poet and musician, he rarely displayed his gifts in public. Hadrian was also one of the most creative architects who ever breathed into this world. However, he refused to accept credit for many of his works. He even put other people's names on the buildings he designed, and only in recent years have historians discovered that Hadrian was responsible for the Pantheon, one of the most important buildings in the development of world architecture. Hadrian was a man with a passion for travel and aimed to personally visit the many lands and peoples of his empire. These far-reaching travels began with a visit to Gaul in the year 121 and would end 10 years later on his return to Rome in 131 AD. No other emperor saw much of his own empire as Hadrian. From the far west of Spain to the far east of the Turkish province of Pontus, from the far north of Britain to the far south of the Sahara Desert in Libya, Hadrian saw a little bit of everything. These trips were not simple tours. Hadrian sought to gather information about the varied problems of the provinces. Hadrian's construction projects are perhaps his most lasting legacy. He ordered the construction of a long defensive wall in Britannia to prevent invasion by the Picts from the north. This structure is the famous Hadrian's Wall in northern Britain, and parts of it still stand. Hadrian established cities, built monuments, improved roads, and strengthened the infrastructure of provinces throughout the Balkan Peninsula, Egypt, Asia Minor, North Africa, and Greece. Hadrian's reign was marked by the absence of major military conflicts. War nearly broke out with Parthia around 121, but the threat was averted when Hadrian negotiated peace. In Judea, Hadrian's anti-Jewish persecutions led to the huge Jewish revolt between 132 and 135 AD. The crushing of the Jewish revolt resulted in Hadrian's decree banning Jews from living in Palestine, whose name was changed to Syria-Palestine. Jerusalem was destroyed and rebuilt as a pagan city. Hadrian's marriage to Sabine produced no children. At age 60, Hadrian was in poor health. Knowing that death was near, Hadrian searched for an heir. He chose Antonius Pius, a highly respected senator, provided that Antonius, also childless, would adopt Hadrian's promising young nephew, Marcus Aurelius. The latter would become one of the most important Roman emperors. After spending agonizing months, Hadrian, a victim of illness, died at the age of 62 on July 10, 138 AD. His remains were transported to Rome and buried in Horti Domitiae, near his nearly completed mausoleum. After the completion of Hadrian's tomb in Rome in 139, his body was cremated and his ashes placed next to those of his wife Vibia Sabina. Thus ended the life of Emperor Hadrian, admired by many of his contemporary subjects, having left a valuable legacy in Roman history. Marcus Aurelius was one of the most respected emperors in Roman history. Considered the last of the 5 good emperors, his 4 predecessors were Nerva, Trajan, Hadrian, and Antonius Pius. Known for his philosophical interests, stoic personality, and commitment to governing the people, Marcus Aurelius was one of the most impressive figures of his time and remains relevant today. Marcus Aurelius was born on April 26, 121 AD, during the reign of Emperor Hadrian, and was baptized as Marcus Annius Verus. His family was of Italian Hispanic Roman origin, and, although financially secure, had no royal lineage. His father passed away when he was only 3 years old, and, consequently, young Marcus Aurelius was raised by his mother and grandparents. When the Roman Emperor Hadrian was on the verge of death, he was forced to choose a successor. Childless, he adopted a senator named Antoninus Pius. Since Antoninus also had no children, he adopted the 7-year-old Lucius Verus as the chief heir, and 17-year-old Marcus Aurelius as imperial prince. Marcus Aurelius changed his name to Marcus Aurelius Antoninus and worked hard alongside his adoptive father while learning the arts of ruling and public affairs. In 140 AD, Marcus Aurelius became consul, a position he held another 2 times in his life. Marcus Aurelius seemed to have a stable personal life with few eccentricities. In the year 145, he married Faustina, the youngest daughter of the Emperor Antoninus Pius. Together, they had many children over the years, although some did not live long. The best known are daughter Lucilla and son Commodus. When Antonius Pius died in 161, Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Verus became co-emperors, ruling the vast Roman Empire together. The rule of Marcus Aurelius and Lucius Vero was a troubled period in the Roman Republic. The war against Parthia lasted until 166, as the fierce Gauls attacked the northern Roman frontier. In addition, Germanic tribes were invading Roman provinces on the Danube. But something unexpected happened. Lucius Verus died suddenly in 169 from illness during a military campaign against the Parthians, leaving Marcus Aurelius as sole Roman emperor. Like many emperors, Marcus Aurelius spent most of his time addressing issues of law, such as petitions and legal disputes. But, unlike many of his predecessors, he was already proficient in imperial administration when he assumed power. During Marcus Aurelius's reign, the first pandemic with known impact on the Roman Empire occurred, possibly contracted and spread by soldiers returning from campaigns in the Near East. Known as the Antonine Plague, experts believed it was a plague of smallpox, although measles has also been suggested by modern scholars. The plague spread to Gaul and the legions along the Rhine River, causing the death of approximately 5 million, about 10% of the empire's population. Still, Marcus Aurelius guided the empire prosperously. The value of silver increased, and the economy strengthened. There is also evidence of trade between Rome and China of the Han Dynasty. Many Roman coins have also been found in India, indicating that the Romans imported Chinese silk through India, avoiding overland trade via the Silk Road along Persia. Following the Stoic philosophy he adopted, Marcus Aurelius was extremely careful in the theory and application of legislation. He was dubbed by his contemporaries as a most prudent and conscientiously just emperor. Marcus Aurelius showed ample respect for the Roman Senate and routinely asked permission to spend money, even though he did not need to do so as an absolute ruler of the empire. In a speech, Marcus Aurelius reminded the Senate that the imperial palace where he lived was not his own, but that of the people of Rome. As the most powerful man in the world at the time, Marcus Aurelius could have done anything he wanted, and few had the courage to challenge him on any issue. However, he proved to deserve the power he had. In his reign, the empire was guided by virtue and wisdom. Although he lost children, friends, and even his wife over the years, Marcus Aurelius remained true to his vision of a world ruled by natural and benign intelligence. There was no concept of tragedy in Aurelius's philosophy, but everything happened according to a natural order, and nothing could be construed as tragic. Marcus Aurelius devoted much of his military efforts to fighting the revolts in Germania, even traveling alongside the troops to supervise the battles. During the campaign between 170 and 180, Marcus Aurelius wrote his 12 books of meditations in Greek as a source for his own guidance and self-improvement. Aurelius's meditations are his true legacy to the world. The work is a private journal of the emperor's thoughts, written to encourage one to lead life to the best of their ability. Marcus Aurelius elected his son, Commodus, as co-governor in 177. Together, they fought against the empire's northern enemies. Marcus Aurelius also attempted to extend the borders of the empire through this conflict, but did not live long enough to see this mission completed. The great emperor Marcus Aurelius died at the age of 58 on March 17, 180 AD, of unknown causes, in his military barracks, probably in the province of Upper Pannonia, where Vienna, Austria is today. His death is considered the end of Pax Romana, a period that began during the reign of Emperor Augustus and lasted approximately 200 years. It was the golden age of Roman imperialism. When Marcus Aurelius died and his successor took over, the Roman world began an irreversible decline. Commodus had erratic behavior and a lack of political and military acumen. He was unable to hold the reins of power as his father had done. Marcus Aurelius acquired a reputation as a philosopher king during his lifetime. He was praised by the Roman historian Cassius Dio, who wrote, "From the early days of Marcus Aurelius as Antoninus's advisor to his last days as Roman emperor, he was always the same person and did not change a bit." This is how the life of Marcus Aurelius ended, one of the few rulers in world history who understood his role as a servant of the people, devoting his life to the personal development and prosperity of the Roman Empire.
Fortuna is a Roman goddess who symbolizes fortune, both the good and the bad kind. The goddess randomly disseminated luck among men. Therefore, one's fate could be defined by just pure arbitrariness. The god was sometimes depicted with a blindfold covering her eyes. That way, she could impartially distribute fortune among men. The deity was worshipped by several kinds of people, but those who relied on luck to conduct their activities stood out the most. Among them, we must emphasize the travelers, who were subject to all kinds of unexpected events, just like farmers who were subject to climatic changes and pests. Of course, she was also honored by those who enjoyed gambling and betting. The goddess was already worshipped in ancient Rome since the dawn of the empire, and a golden statue of the goddess was inside the dorm of the Roman emperors. As a rule of thumb, the slaves of Romans could not join most festivities dedicated to the gods, but the goddess of fortune was an exception, because she did not distinguish between nobles and slaves. Making use of the horn of plenty, also known as a cornucopia, the goddess spread abundance wherever she passed by. In Greek mythology, her equivalent would be the goddess Tyche, and her cult in the Hellenistic world grew wherever the future was more uncertain than usual. Fortuna is commonly depicted in the arts, holding a rudder, because as a helmswoman, she could change the course of someone's life. And, along with the cornucopia, the goddess was also commonly represented beside the wheel of fortune. Based on one's luck, this person could be on top and receive great gifts or deep down, afflicted by several ill events. The wheel symbolized fate's arbitrary nature. Men cannot fight against Fortuna's plans. They can only live in the best possible way with the luck that they were handed. After all, the wheel of fortune is always spinning, and it will only stop for good when the life of a man meets its end.
Janus is a major deity in Roman mythology. He is often depicted as having two faces, each pointing in opposite directions. Janus stares into both the future and the past, symbolizing his mastery over beginnings and endings. He is the son of the god Phoebus Apollo. Some versions say that Janus was born in the Greek region of Thessaly, but left for Latium, which is in present-day Italy. He was welcomed there by the mythical king Camese, with whom he shared power. Janus founded several cities, and according to some Roman myths, he welcomed the god Saturn after Jupiter had banished him from Greece. Saturn was the equivalent of the Titan Kronos in Greek mythology, and as a way of expressing his gratitude for being welcomed, the old god initiated the Golden Age of Man. During this period, people lived in a world of enormous happiness and abundance. Kronos also blessed Janus, endowing him with the ability to know the past and the future. Janus was the deity in charge of teaching men how to use boats and introduced the use of coins. After his existence among men ended, Janus was divinized. As a god, he became responsible for protecting doors and gates. Janus was depicted with two faces and a key in his hands. When opening a door, the god starts a new cycle, which can be a new harvest cycle or the passage from childhood to adulthood. He is also connected to the beginning and end of wars. During the Roman-Sabine conflict, the god prevented the Sabines from attacking Rome's armies by generating a fountain of boiling water to block the Sabines' path. The Romans repaid his protection by building several temples in his honor. The main one was shut during times of peace and only opened in times of war. Janus had a prominent position in Roman religious ceremonies. He was summoned at the beginning of each ritual, establishing a connection between the mortal and the divine. The Romans trusted that Janus's blessings were essential to secure a positive outcome in any new endeavor, be it agricultural, personal, or military. As a god related to transitions and the beginning of new cycles, the Romans named the first month of the year in honor of the god Janus. The month of January is the time when people try to put their end-of-year resolutions into practice and start a new prosperous cycle with the blessing of the god Janus.
The ancient Romans conquered one of history's greatest empires. However, this empire was not built peacefully. Relying on their highly disciplined military system, the Romans fought wars against many kingdoms of different cultures and traditions. Many peoples of warrior cultures organized armies to fight the Latin invaders, but they failed to stand up to the Roman Republic, which seemed forever unsatisfied with the growing number of territories and cities under their rule. But Rome wasn't the only military and economic power on the rise. In North Africa, the great city of Carthage remained steady and sovereign in the control of the Mediterranean Sea trade routes. Carthage had been founded around 814 BC by Phoenician settlers, and within a short time, the city grew in strength and splendor. Over time, the Carthaginians founded other cities in Sicily and Sardinia and ruled the territories of other peoples who inhabited the African coastal region. The control that the Carthaginians exercised over the Mediterranean Sea greatly affected the progress of the Roman conquest, and soon armed conflicts between the two powers started to happen. Such conflicts fueled several wars, known as the Punic Wars. The First Punic War took place between 264 and 241 BC. It was a maritime conflict for the most part, which forced the Romans to build a large fleet of ships to confront the Carthaginian warships. During the First Punic War, land battles were fought on the island of Sicily, a rather important strategic point for the control of trade in the Mediterranean Sea. The war ended with the Roman victory at the Battle of the Aegates Islands, fought between the Roman and the Carthaginian navy fleets. The Carthaginians were expelled from Sicily and other newly conquered territories. To ensure control of their borders, the Carthaginians were forced to sign a treaty recognizing Rome's right to lead the Mediterranean trade. The peace treaty between Rome and Carthage was tainted by a never-ending distrust between the two peoples. The Roman Senate always imposed new demands on taxes and territories, something that humiliated the proud Carthaginian people. Then, the great Carthaginian general Hamilcar Barca focused his efforts on invading the Iberian Peninsula and conquering new lands for Carthage. Hamilcar had taken part in the last quarrels of the First Punic War, and, after the end of the war, he participated in the Mercenary War, where he fought a rebellion of mercenaries that ravaged Carthage's allied cities. Hamilcar defeated several Iberian tribes and took control of vast territories rich in silver and tin, adding a new source of income in metals and wood to Carthage. His name was exalted with grand esteem, something ill interpreted by the Romans. General Hamilcar looked at Rome with major contempt and instructed his eldest son never to trust the word of Roman senators and generals. Hamilcar's son was a determined and brave youngling, whose name will become known as one of history's greatest generals and military strategists, Hannibal Barca. The surname Barca can be translated as Ray, quite apt for the man Hannibal would become. In some versions, it's said that at the age of 9, Hannibal participated in a ritual alongside his father. During the ritual, Hannibal dipped one of his hands in a basin with the blood of a sacrificial animal, and as he raised his fist, young Hannibal took an oath in which he said, "I swear so soon as age will permit, I will use fire and steel to arrest the destiny of Rome." During his childhood, Hannibal studied writing and philosophy with Greek teachers and learned about the great military feats of Alexander the Great, while also learning military strategy from a Spartan teacher. The stories of Alexander's conquests were an inspiration for Hannibal to study battle tactics, quite unusual and risky, but which would be difficult for enemies to predict. The privileged education he had in his youth made Hannibal a man educated in different subjects, something that would be very useful in his military career. But an unexpected event changed Hannibal's life forever. Hannibal's father, Hamilcar, died abruptly in 228 BC during a battle against Iberian rebels. Some years after his death, Hannibal was chosen to take the major role of army commander. At 26, Hannibal was a cunning commander revered by his soldiers. Many admired Hannibal's resemblance to his late father. Some veteran soldiers even exalted Hannibal by saying, "He's Hamilcar in his youth. The same energy in his face, the same fire in his eyes." Hannibal extended his father's military campaigns against the Iberian tribes and defeated several enemy armies, conquering new cities and spoils for Carthage. Hannibal's reputation was already spreading among his people and reached the Roman Senate, which started to closely follow the young general's footsteps. To secure a monitoring point on the Iberian Peninsula, the Romans established a diplomatic alliance with the city of Sagunto, located where the province of Valencia in Spain is today. This strategic maneuver from the Romans was taken as a major insult by the Carthaginians, since Rome was claiming territories beyond the borders established in the old peace agreement. This offense against Carthage enraged General Hannibal, and he attacked the city of Sagunto. After an 8-month siege, the city was taken. The flames of war between Rome and Carthage were ignited again. Rome sent a political delegation to Carthage and demanded the return of Sagunto, along with a large sum of silver for the offense. But the Carthaginians had had enough of adding to the Roman resources. The Roman emissaries received an unexpected and bitter response. The Carthaginians chose war. After taking advantage of Hannibal's great popularity, the Carthaginian government urged the people and soldiers to start a new war against Rome. The Second Punic War began. For Hannibal, the long dreamed for chance to fight the Romans and honor the memory of his father had come. But he knew that Rome was not weak. A minor error could put everything to lose. Hannibal knew that the shortest way to Rome would be by crossing the Mediterranean Sea, landing with his troops in Italy. But many months were needed to build new boats. The Roman fleet was too strong to be challenged. To make matters worse, the Romans were already organizing their legions to move against Carthage. This invasion would be made by land through Spain and by sea from the island of Sicily. Hannibal then took one of the most daring decisions in history, to march against Rome across Spain and southern Gaul. Hannibal quickly assembled a large army, which included many horses, camels, and 40 war elephants that would have to be taken through uneven and unreceptive terrain. The long march began in late spring of 218 BC. Hannibal organized deployments of soldiers to protect the Iberian Peninsula during this absence, leaving Hasdrubal, his younger brother, in command of the troops. Even at the head of an army of more than 90,000 warriors, Hannibal knew that this would not be enough to defeat the legions and reach Rome. Then, he sent messengers to recruit Iberian and Gaul mercenaries. Despite their mutual contempt of Rome, many tribes refused to send soldiers to support Hannibal's cause. After all, if the Carthaginian general failed in his attack, the Roman response would be quick and deadly. Nevertheless, about 40,000 Gauls joined Hannibal's army as they passed through Gaul. The rumors of the attack on Rome spread quickly. When the Romans learned of the advance of such a massive army, they readily established a line of defense and marched across the Mediterranean coast in the hope of stopping Hannibal's army in its tracks. To avoid a conflict that could greatly diminish his number of men, Hannibal changed his route and climbed the valley of the Rhone River, where he got new Gaul supporters. Now Hannibal had no chance of turning back. The Romans would chase him if he tried to retreat. There was no alternative but to forward by a new route. Hannibal's determination remained unshaken, but he was about to encounter the biggest obstacles in his military campaign, the Alps. A vast mountain range so high that they spent much of the year covered with snow due to the low temperatures. Even before a massive challenge, Hannibal did not step back and started what would be one of the most famous and dangerous journeys in history. The air grew colder as the autumn days passed, and Hannibal Barca felt restless in his military camp. Hannibal knew he needed to be quick to organize his risky march into the mountains. If it took too long, winter would come, and the passages would be blocked by snow. The Romans wouldn't stand still during the winter either, and they would certainly raise another army to fight Hannibal. Time would be a decisive factor in this war. To increase the chances of survival in his army, Hannibal hired some Gauls who inhabited the mountainous region and knew the treacherous passages that would be traversed. The Gauls warned Hannibal that it was too late to make the crossing, as winter would hit the men when they were on the march, but the Carthaginian leader was willing to take the risks, and Hannibal's long and torturous march through the Alps began in 218 BC. We don't know the routes used by the Carthaginian army because the Alps are full of passages, and there are no precise historical records of which one was chosen by the Gaul guides. The weather conditions and the mountainous terrain also make the work of archaeologists looking for concrete evidence difficult. One of the most accepted theories is that the Carthaginian army crossed a region known as the Little St. Bernard Pass, 2,188 meters high. Nowadays, it is on the border between France and Italy. Anyway, it is a great fact that a great army composed by Carthaginian, Numidian, Libyan, Iberian, and Gaul warriors was able to cross the inhospitable terrain. Besides the soldiers, there were hundreds of combat animals and cargo to carry the army supplies, such as food and material for the camps. But there was another danger in the mountains. Although the alpine terrain was not conducive to the proliferation of life, some hostile Gaul tribes inhabited the lower, flatter regions of the mountains. Hannibal's army fell into an ambush by one of these tribes during the march. It suffered great losses, mainly cargo animals, as the mountain barbarians wanted to steal the weapons and armor carried. They were attacked by the tribe of the Cavares. Hannibal was able to quickly organize a line of defense and drove the enemies away, but that episode shook the morale of the Carthaginian army. 5 months had passed since Hannibal had left the Iberian Peninsula for Rome, and now many of his soldiers were dying in the Alps from fatigue, cold, hunger, and disease. It was late October, and snow was constantly falling on the army, and the situation was not good for Hannibal. To motivate his soldiers, Hannibal used his oratory talent and convinced his men that they were already close to the Padane Plain, a region to the west and east of Italy where the river Po passes. Motivated by the need to keep moving and the hope of quickly reaching flat ground, the soldiers continued their march, but the difficulties were still far from over. Many passages were blocked by large rocks or snow slides. Faced with this enormous challenge, Hannibal will have said one of his most famous phrases, "I shall either find a way or make one." Proving his genius, Hannibal ordered the soldiers to build great fires under the rocks and pour many liters of vinegar or wine on top. This would weaken the rocks, allowing the soldiers to break them more easily using common tools. Still on the long march, Hannibal and his army crossed an extremely difficult point in the southern Alps, where much of the road is made up of steep cliffs and narrow trails. Many men and animals lost their balance and fell to their deaths amidst sharp rocks and freezing snow. After 16 endless days for the Carthaginian army, they finally reached the north of the Italian peninsula. But Hannibal and his soldiers had paid a high price for their passage through the Alps, losing almost half of their troops due to harsh weather conditions. An estimated 33,000 people died, including soldiers, horses, elephants, and pack mules. Hannibal organized a camp on the Padane Plain, where he allowed his soldiers to have a well-deserved rest. But he knew that the Romans quickly learned of his location and sent emissaries to seek new allies among the Gaul tribes of the region. Because they were closer to Rome, the Gaul tribes of the Padane Plain were forced to live under Roman rule, paying taxes and obeying the demands of their more powerful neighbors. This caused great discontent among the Gauls, and many began to join Hannibal's army. When the Romans were informed of the position of the Carthaginian army at the gates of Rome, they panicked because of the surprise. The Romans had lost track of Hannibal since he had changed his route towards the Rhone River. They believed he was still in Gaul or had returned to the Iberian Peninsula. Crossing the Alps during the winter was unimaginable. it was considered madness by most military commanders, but not for Hannibal Barca, who had now reached Italian soil. The Roman Senate quickly summoned the legions on the Iberian Peninsula and the island of Sicily, two routes where a Carthaginian attack was expected. The Roman legion situated in the Iberian Peninsula under the command of General Cornelius Scipio was the first to arrive in Italy, using many ships to transport the legionaries as quickly as possible. The first conflict between the Carthaginians and the Romans took place in the Battle of Ticinus, a battle fought essentially between the cavalry of the two armies, which ended with a great Carthaginian victory. During the battle, Cornelius Scipio was seriously wounded and survived thanks to his son, who rescued him on the battlefield. Cornelius Scipio's son had the same name as his father, but would quickly become known as Scipio Africanus. Hannibal's victory won even more Gaul supporters for his army, which now had the numbers needed for the siege against Rome. In December 218 BC, the Battle of the Trebia took place between Hannibal's army and the Roman legions from Sicily. The battle took place near the river Trebia, where the Italian province of Emilia is now located. Like all great generals, Hannibal knew how to use the terrain to his advantage and planned an ambush against the Roman army. Hannibal had many Numidian knights, a people from North Africa who specialized in quick attacks with light cavalry. Hannibal ordered the Numidian cavalry to attack the Roman camp even before dawn. Once the legions responded to the attack, the Numidians were to retreat and lure the enemy near the river Trebia, where there would be Carthaginian troops hiding amongst the trees and bushes. Surprised and out of time to make the first meal of the day, the sleepy Romans reacted to the Numidian attack and took the bait from Hannibal. They were ambushed in a muddy terrain with little room for Roman formations. Some Roman troops tried to cross the river to reach Hannibal's camp, but the water made it difficult to move, and they became easy targets for the Carthaginian slingers and spearmen. The Roman army retreated to Hannibal's superior strategy, and the survivors fled in disarray, spreading the word that they were facing an unusual and extremely dangerous enemy. News of the Carthaginian victory did not take long to reach Rome, where fear spread rapidly among the population. But the Battle of the Trebia also had a price on Hannibal. After the battle, the Carthaginian army marched in a kind of pestilent swamp, which made many soldiers sick. Even Hannibal fell victim to a terrible infection in his right eye. Reports say that Hannibal was suffering from fever and pain, and that his eye was almost blind. Hannibal removed the damaged tissue and burnt it at the stake, a gesture that was seen with great admiration by his followers. There were several conflicts between the Carthaginian and Roman forces. Hannibal won the battles without suffering great loss, as in the Battle of Lake Trasimeno in the spring of 217 BC. Hannibal slowly advanced his army through Italian territory, but the Roman resistance was admirable. The war between Rome and Carthage was far from over. Hannibal Barca's invasion of the Italian peninsula had already cost many lives, but the Romans did not accept the surrender and continued to recruit new soldiers to defend Rome. Hannibal was forced to follow a route in eastern Italy to avoid rough terrain and stay away from the Roman legions. After months of stalemate, the fateful Battle of Cannae took place on August 2nd, 216 BC, a battle so brutal and disastrous that it is sometimes dubbed the Battle of Annihilation. To defend her city and defeat all invaders, Rome assembled the largest Roman army ever seen, with over 86,000 men against Hannibal's 56,000. Even at a numerical disadvantage, Hannibal drew up a risky plan where his troops were to surround the Roman legions and attack the enemy army's flanks. The battle began with Hannibal's initiative, using his heavy cavalry to defeat the Roman cavalry without difficulty, unprotecting the flanks and rear of the legions. the Romans continued to advance, believing in their superiority in numbers and their traditional tactics. They did not realize that the Carthaginian troops were slowly forming a half-moon around them. The Romans were caught in a classic pincer formation. They were punished on all sides, with no chance of retreating, as Hannibal's cavalry was in the rear. The result was a massacre. About 50,000 Romans were killed, 20,000 captured as prisoners. The Carthaginian army lost approximately 6,000 warriors, a low price for the huge victory against Rome. The Battle of Cannae was the greatest defeat in the history of the Roman Empire. Today, it is still studied by soldiers from all over the world. After that battle, nothing could stop Hannibal's advance against Rome. The Roman Senate ordered the city gates to close, but Hannibal did not seize the opportunity and decided to advance cautiously through Roman territory. He probably feared the existence of another Roman army hiding and ready to execute an ambush. Faced with Hannibal's indecision, one of his important commanders, called Maharbal, criticized the Carthaginian general, saying, "No man is blessed with all gifts of Baal. You, Hannibal, know how to win a victory, but you don't know how to use it." The Romans wasted no time and made a mass summons. They quickly created armies and whenever possible attacked Hannibal's camps, avoiding direct confrontation with the Carthaginian army. To make matters worse, Hannibal began to lose the support of the Carthaginian government, for many years had passed since Hannibal left for war. Hannibal constantly sent emissaries to Carthage asking for new reinforcements and supplies. But the fight against Rome was exhausting the city's coffers, and the response was not always positive. New battles were fought, and Hannibal conquered smaller cities like Capua and Taranto. But with each passing day, his military campaign was becoming unsustainable in the face of the incredible Roman ability to reorganize itself after each defeat. After almost 15 years of fighting Rome, Hannibal was called back to Carthage and withdrew from Italy in 203 BC. There are different reasons why the Carthaginian government demanded Hannibal's return. One is that the Carthaginian Senate feared that if Hannibal conquered Rome, he would advance against Carthage and begin a new empire. But the most likely reason was that Carthage needed Hannibal and his combat experience to be defended, as the Roman general Scipio Africanus had landed in Africa and was attacking and plundering the cities near Carthage. Hannibal already knew the fame of Scipio Africanus. According to some sources, he had also been in the terrible Battle of Cannae, one of the few survivors of that conflict. Scipio Africanus had gained experience over time and represented a great danger, as he liked to use unexpected tactics on the battlefield and no enemy could not manipulate him. Although Hannibal and Scipio admired each other, the confrontation between the two great generals was inevitable. In 202 BC, the famous Battle of Zama was fought. One day before the battle, Hannibal and Scipio organized a formal meeting where they discussed possible terms of peace, but could not reach an agreement that would please both parties. The battle began with an attack by Hannibal using his war elephants. The elephants roared across the plain between the two armies, a sight that would frighten any living being. But Scipio was prepared and ordered his army to blow hundreds of trumpets of war. The deafening noise caused the elephants to panic and stop. Some even turned around and advanced against the lines of the Carthaginian army. Few elephants reached the Roman army, but they were eliminated when they were hit by dozens of spears thrown by the legionaries. The attack of the Carthaginian elephants was a failure, and to Hannibal's surprise, his cavalry was being dominated by the cavalry mercenaries hired by the Romans. What was now left was the brutal hand-to-hand combat by soldiers on foot. Even Hannibal's veteran soldiers couldn't override the disciplined formations of Scipio's legions. While the infantry fought, the Roman cavalry attacked the Carthaginian flanks and rear, spreading panic among the Carthaginians, who quickly dispersed. The battle was over, and the great Hannibal Barca had been defeated. Hannibal returned to Carthage, where he declared that Carthage was defenseless and that they should accept any conditions imposed by the Romans to try to preserve their autonomy and protect their citizens. Scipio made numerous demands on the Carthaginians. Among them, Carthage could not wage war against any people without Rome's prior permission, nor could they train new war elephants or build a new naval fleet. Although these terms weakened Carthage enormously, they were accepted without much resistance by the Carthaginian Senate. After more than 20 years, the Second Punic War officially ended. Hannibal was about 46 years old when the war ended. In the following years, he had a political career where he was chief magistrate. 7 years passed, and rumors began to emerge that Hannibal was coming into contact with Antiochus III the Great, king of the Seleucid Empire, who dominated almost the entire Middle East and was an enemy of Rome. The Romans demanded that Carthage deliver Hannibal for his actions. But Hannibal went into exile, living in many cities such as Tyre, Antioch, Ephesus, and Crete. Always on the move, Hannibal still could not avoid the Romans, who bribed or threatened any kingdom that dared to welcome his hated enemy. Hannibal spent his last years of life in a city called Larissa, situated in the ancient region of northwest Asia Minor, where Turkey is today. Hannibal passed away between 183 and 181 BC, at about age 63 of age. It is believed that he committed suicide by poisoning, as the Romans would have found him again, and he was already tired of running away. Before he died, Hannibal would have left a letter where it said, "Let us relieve the Romans from the anxiety they have so long experienced, since they think it tries their patience too much to wait for an old man's death." The impact that Hannibal had on Roman culture would continue to be felt for many centuries. This figure caused so much terror that it gave rise to the phrase, "Hannibal is at the gates." This phrase is still used to express the anticipation of a calamity. The Romans felt a reluctant admiration for Hannibal, even building some statues of the Carthaginian general. The Second Punic War also showed the Romans that they would have to improve their war tactics. Using innovative military strategies could accelerate the process of conquering new territories. The story of Hannibal Barca has been retold in several books, films, and documentaries, and his life is full of glorious moments which are still remembered with admiration. Hannibal's personality and willpower are an inspiration to many, who consider him an example of leadership and rebellion against an oppressive force. It is safe to say that if Hannibal had conquered Rome, he would have changed the course of history forever.
Mars was the Roman god of war. His counterpart in Greek mythology was Ares. But Mars' prestige in Rome was far greater than that of his counterpart in ancient Greece. Mars was the son of Jupiter and Juno, the gods who reigned supreme over the universe. The Roman god of war was usually depicted as a mature, strong, bearded man. His appearance was more majestic than that of Ares, usually depicted as a young, impulsive god. The Roman god roamed the battlefields alongside the demons Virtus and Honor. He favored those who fought with honor. The god Ares was accompanied by his sons Phobos and Deimos, entities representing fear and terror. While Ares was a despised god among the others in Olympus, being hardly worshipped among men due to his violent and cruel nature, Mars was revered in Rome. According to Roman myths, he was the father of the twins Romulus and Remus. The former was the founder of the city of Rome. Mars had Venus as a lover, the goddess of love, equivalent to the goddess of Aphrodite in Greek mythology. In early Roman cults, Mars was essentially an agricultural deity. But, according to Roman society, he gradually developed and expanded territorially through conquests. The role of the god also changed over time, and his warlike attributes became more valued.
The god came to be seen as a warrior and protected the Romans in their conquests. The shield of Mars was kept in the Roman Forum under the care of priests. Mars was a much worshipped god in Rome. After each victory of the legions, the Romans honored the god with feasts in his honor. Emperor Octavian Augustus presented Mars as an avenging god, justifying his persecution of the senators who murdered Julius Caesar, who was his uncle and adoptive father. Although his cult as god of war grew in importance, Mars never ceased his role as an agrarian deity. As protector of the crops, he was honored, and the month of March was consecrated in his honor. The name of this month originates from the name Mars, and at that time, it was the first month of the year and the beginning of spring. With the end of winter, the Roman legions were able to march under the god's protection towards glory. On March 14th, the city of Rome was adorned for the great festival that took place on the field of Mars. Religious, cultural, and sporting events were celebrated there in honor of the god. The god was the second most important of the Roman pantheon, second only to Jupiter, equivalent to Zeus. Due to its blood-red color, the planet Mars was named after this god, and the protector of Rome was thus eternalized among the stars.
Rome could never have built a mighty empire without its remarkable legions. These professional soldiers conquered territories in Europe, Africa, and Asia, always in the name of Roman glory. Today, we'll learn about the main weapons and tools that allowed Roman legionaries to be considered the most efficient warriors of the ancient world. The pilum was one of the main weapons used by the Roman legionaries. It was a heavy spear, approximately 2.5 meters long, whose purpose was to be thrown like a dart at enemy troops. When the pilum was thrown at the same time by an entire unit, it produced a devastating downpour of missiles that destroyed the enemy's morale. The intended result was to eliminate or severely wound the opponent. If the opposing warriors used their shields for protection, the long, sharp tip of the pilum would often get caught in the shield, causing it to become too heavy to handle properly. Depending on the situation, the pilum was also used in hand-to-hand combat. It could be deployed as an extremely effective short spear that pierced leather armor or chainmail. The Roman short sword, known as the gladius, was probably the weapon that contributed most to the Roman Empire's relentless expansion. Early Roman swords were similar to those of the Greeks and known as xiphos. Starting in the 3rd century BC, the Romans adopted a sword based on the weapons of the Celtibrians in Hispania at the end of the Punic Wars. It was known in Latin as the gladius hispaniensis. As a rule, the gladius was a secondary weapon used after the legionaries threw the heavy darts known as pilum. According to the Roman tactical doctrine, the shield was to be used to cover the whole body as much as possible, while the gladius was meant to attack with piercing and devastating blows. With these tactics, the Romans defeated different enemy infantry, including the dreaded Greek hoplites. To sustain the Roman Empire's strength and ability to expand, the soldiers' battle tactics and equipment had to be constantly updated. Since the gladius was too short to be used by the cavalry, the Romans adopted a longer sword known as the spatha. It appeared in the Roman Empire around the 1st century AD. The spatha was used in the legions by auxiliaries, presumably Gauls, and became a standard heavy infantry weapon. Thus, the gladius came into use as a light infantry weapon. Cavalry soldiers began to use the spatha given its length. It remained popular throughout the migration period at the end of the Roman Empire. Over time, the spatha became the sword of knights in the High Middle Ages. The pugio was a dagger used by Roman soldiers as a sidearm. It is likely that the pugio was designed as an auxiliary weapon, but its exact purpose for soldiers remains unknown. The Roman pugio was a double-bladed dagger, whose blade was leaf-shaped and longer than 20 centimeters. The Romans started using the Pugio after the Celtibrian Wars, which took place in the Iberian Peninsula in the 3rd and 2nd centuries BC. Due to the detailed ornamentation on the scabbards and handles, some think that the Pugio's purpose was solely symbolic. In other words, it was an element of the soldier's prestige and status. The Pugio was part of the several conspiracies in the empire's history. That is why it is considered the favorite weapon of traitors. As the centuries passed, the Roman army adapted to new enemies and ways of fighting. The heavy pilum was replaced by a long spear, and, as a throwing weapon, Roman soldiers adopted a new plumbata. By 300 AD, the plumbata was massively adopted by the late Roman armies, and then by the Eastern Roman armies. The plumbata was affectionately nicknamed by the legionaries as Little Barbs of Mars, in reference to the Roman god of war. The plumbata was composed of an iron tip, a lead weight, and a feathered wooden shaft. After being thrown upwards, the lead weight made the dart fall on the opponents at an angle of almost 90 degrees. It was very effective for wounding unprotected body parts, especially against lightly shielded opponents and horses. The Scorpio was a twisting siege machine, used as a piece of field artillery by the Roman army. The Scorpio was an extremely accurate and effective machine. Enemies were often terrified by its presence on the battlefield. The projectiles fired by the Scorpio flew at a distance of up to 500 meters. Some smaller projectiles, with ranges up to 200 meters, were used to destroy enemy formations at closer distances. As a rule, a legion had 60 Scorpiones. The Scorpiones were usually placed on a hill, under the protection of a legion. The bulk and speed of the projectiles allowed them to penetrate the shields and neutralize the enemy. The complexity of the construction, and in particular the torsion springs, made the Scorpio very sensitive to any variation in temperature or humidity, which limited its use. The onager was a Roman catapult. It was used mainly as a siege weapon to destroy the walls and fortifications of cities. The basic structure consisted of a large wooden frame mounted on the ground. The projectile was fired by a wooden arm propelled by the force of twisting ropes made of tendons or horsehair. The onager was a large weapon, weighing up to 4 tons. Therefore, it had to be mounted at the battle site. It could cause massive devastation by destroying enemy fortifications and setting cities on fire. It could also be used to bombard enemy troops using smaller stones. The Romans began using the onager in the 3rd and 2nd century BC, mainly against the Greek city of Syracuse, and also during the Roman siege of Carthage in 146 BC. The lorica segmentata was a kind of armor mainly used by the Roman Empire in the late 1st century BC, being set aside in the mid-3rd century AD. The armor was composed of iron plates joined together with overlapping leather strips. These leather strips ensured the strength and flexibility of the lorica segmentata, allowing the Roman soldier to move freely. He could use his shield and sword without the armor hindering him too much. The lorica segmentata was also much lighter than the lorica hamata. It had an older mesh coat, but one that remained throughout the Roman Empire and beyond. We don't know the exact reason, but despite its good qualities, the lorica segmentata was abandoned by the Romans, probably due to the high cost of manufacturing and difficult maintenance. The scutum was among the main items in a Roman legionnaire's arsenal. It was widely used between the 5th century BC and at the end of the 3rd century AD, when rectangular shields disappeared and became oval around. The scutum was originally oval, but was modified to become a rectangular shield. The scutum had 3 wooden layers, properly fitted together to ensure the shield's convexity. The boards were connected externally by glue, and then additionally covered with a layer of canvas and calfskin. The ends of the shield were metallic, protecting it from blows. The most spectacular battle formation associated with the scutum was the testudo, used in defensive and offensive operations to protect soldiers from darts and arrows. To conquer new lands on behalf of the Roman Empire, Roman legionaries marched between territories. At the end of a day's march, it was necessary to build a secure camp. To do this, each soldier had a survival kit. The luggage included spare clothing, food rations, a pot, a short shovel, a hand mill for grinding corn, and 2 wooden stakes to help build a protective fence. To make the legions as flexible as possible, soldiers were required to carry bags with cooking utensils and personal hygiene items, as well as string and bandages. It is estimated that a Roman legionary could carry about 50 kilos, divided between personal luggage, weapons, and armor. He could march 30 kilometers a day, carrying all this additional weight.
In the past, men and women were imprisoned and sold as commodities, a time when freedom was a luxury enjoyed only by a few. People without freedom, if they were lucky, would end up as servants in the house of noble families. Others had to do the hard work in plantations or work in mines and quarries, but some were forced to take up arms to defend their lives. These brave fighters were known as gladiators. The gladiators were slaves. The vast majority were warriors captured on the battlefields. These warriors were proud men with a strong character. This made many difficult to control. They were a risk to the families who bought them. But not all of them were trained warriors. There were also various kinds of criminals, and these even included indebted people who failed to pay what they owed. Many slave buyers avoided this sort of problem. The solution was to give another purpose to these unfortunate people, and the fighting began in the arenas. The fight between gladiators began very early in Roman history and was already present in previous cultures. It was a funeral event to mark the death of someone important. The first battles were organized in simple wooden arenas. Usually, the fight was unarmed, very similar to the boxing of today. However, this quickly bored the spectators. Weapons began to be used in the arena, creating much more savage and cruel results. The name gladiator comes from the gladius, a typical Roman sword, used mainly by legionnaires in military campaigns. The gladius was a short, heavy sword, designed to be used in stabbing motions. It could cause great damage when used in a sharp blow. As time went by, the gladiators began to use various weapons, creating greater diversity in the fighting. Men known as lannistas were responsible for buying the gladiators, feeding them, and providing them space for training. They created academies known as ludus gladiatoris. To increase their chances in the arena, the gladiators were required to undergo rigorous daily training, which consisted of weightlifting, running, and of course, weapons training. The diet was essentially vegetarian. Meat was consumed only once or twice a week. This food was expensive and inaccessible to a large part of the population. To compensate, the gladiators consumed a lot of carbohydrates and calcium. They even drank bone powder mixed with water to strengthen their own bone structure. They were undoubtedly strong men, but they did not have the appearance of athletes with a definite musculature. Most of them accumulated fat to increase their chances of surviving the cutting of their weapon. Gladiators were allowed to train only with wooden weapons. They were only allowed to use deadly weapons before entering the arena. Their armor was basically ornamental. It exposed the most important parts of the body. The training was guided by an experienced gladiator who was skilled enough to have guaranteed his retirement or buy his own freedom. He was given the position of doctore. He was responsible for supervising all training, teaching fighting techniques, and applying punishment. The gladiators were divided into different categories according to the equipment they used. Among them was the murmillo, which used a large fish-shaped helmet similar. As a weapon, he used a short sword and a regular shield. There was also the retiarius, which used a fishing net accompanied by a trident. The net was used to try to trap the weapon or helmet of the opposing gladiator. The trident, in turn, was responsible for the mortal blow. The thrax was a curved sword with an exuberant helmet, with feathers and horsehair. The provocators often used spears, and their specialty was fighting against animals. These categories also determined the types of combat for which gladiator would be fit. The fights were organized for the gladiators to fight in duels, battles between opposing groups, or each for himself. There were few rules during the fights. The duel between high-level gladiators was accompanied by 1 or 2 judges in the arena. The fights rarely lasted more than 10 or 15 minutes, and the gladiators were instructed to perform well, even if it cost them their lives. This was evident in the famous phrase, "Hail Caesar, we who are about to die salute you." At the moment of his death, the gladiator should show bravery and accept his destiny without begging for life or weeping. This was seen as a good death. Although rare, there were women gladiators, and their participation in the fighting was a special event. As if it were not enough to face another armed and trained warriors, the gladiators could have the misfortune of fighting wild animals in the arena. Tigers, lions, bulls, and even elephants were used in the dreadful fighting. To survive, it was necessary to have more than just willpower. Despite all this danger, the gladiators could buy their own freedom if they could accumulate enough money, an opportunity that other kinds of slaves rarely had. The Lanistas made high stakes for money, putting their best gladiators in the arena. If the gladiator emerged victoriously, he would receive a small share of that money. The most famous gladiators could even accumulate a fortune, and many continued to fight even after buying their freedom. Not all fights ended in death. In smaller shows, the gladiators could stop the fight at the first injury or stage a fake death. One of the ways of staging a death was to fall to the ground, pretending to have been mortally wounded. Then they would pierce a small bladder containing the blood of some animal, creating the impression that the blood belonged to the gladiator. The life of the gladiator could also be spared by the figure of greater authority present in the spectacle. Normally, he was the organizer of the event, or even the Roman emperor himself. This was done with a gesture using the thumb of the right hand. When turned up, the gladiator was spared and would live to fight another day. When turned down, that dictated the end of his life on the sands of the arena. There were many arenas throughout the Roman Empire, but none compared to the Colosseum. The Colosseum was a monumental structure. It was the largest amphitheater ever built and could accommodate about 65,000 spectators. Many other types of events took place at the Colosseum, plays, and the trial of criminals. But the gladiators were the main attraction, an event eagerly awaited by the entire Roman population. It was something very similar to today's great sports championships. Tickets were sold many days in advance. They became more expensive as the day of the fights approached. At the Colosseum, impressive fights were organized. The gladiators reproduced epic battles. In some situations, the amphitheater arena was even flooded to mimic naval battles. Many gladiators became legends in the arena, being represented in paintings and sculptures of the time. The fights were the main subject of conversations in the streets of Rome. All this fame and the chance to gain wealth attracted even free men to fight in the arenas. Among these men, even a Roman emperor was carried away by the ambition to feel on his skin what it was like to be a gladiator. His name was Commodus. Despite his apparent courage, Commodus did not fight fairly. He faced only wounded animals or forced his opponent gladiator to use a wooden sword. All this popularity led many nobles in Rome to organize exhibitions and fights in order to gain fame and even divert the attention of the population from conflicts in city politics. Obviously, many gladiators were not happy to spend the rest of their lives fighting to satisfy the ambitions of rich men and the bloodthirst of the Roman population. One of these gladiators was Spartacus. In 73 BC, Spartacus, along with 70 of his training companions, managed to escape from the training center where he was prisoner. He then attacked other academies, freeing many gladiators and other slaves, forming an army of about 40,000 rebels. The rebellion ended when Spartacus's army was defeated by the Roman legions. But this episode caused a deep wound in Roman pride, and the gladiators started to be seen with reluctant respect. Gladiator fighting continued for many centuries. They were officially closed only in 536 AD, as they no longer attracted large numbers of spectators. They started to be seen as a barbaric spectacle, also due to the influence of Christianity in Europe. The history of the gladiators is glorious and tragic. They will be eternally remembered as the heroes of the arena.
Saint Sebastian is among the most worshipped and respected saints of the Christian faith. He was born in Narbonne in present-day France in the late 3rd century AD, but was educated in Milan, Italy, and it was here that he first met Christianity. During this period, Christians were persecuted and ostracized by the Roman Empire. Sebastian felt a great calling and accepted the Christian faith. He joined the Roman army. Given his physical strength, together with his sharp intelligence, he quickly stood out among the conscripts. Sebastian learned to maneuver between complicated military structures and quickly rose through the ranks. He soon became captain of the Praetorian Guard, a position of great power and prestige under the emperors Diocletian and Maximian. He was highly regarded for both his military ability and his commitment to duty. Using his rank, Sebastian secretly helped many Christians. He would warn communities of any potential persecution, help free prisoners, and, on a few occasions, used his own money to help those in need. He introduced the Christian faith to several of his fellow soldiers, some of whom were moved by the message and accepted baptism. Sebastian was ready for the challenges to come, aware that eventually he would have to make a choice that could cost him everything. A Christian prisoner under torture, looking for relief from his agony, mentioned Sebastian's name as one of his protectors. This news quickly reached a high-ranking officer who, driven by jealousy and suspicion of Sebastian's quick success, took the information directly to Diocletian. The emperor, well known for his distaste for Christians, called Sebastian to his palace. Before the imperial throne, Sebastian was questioned directly about his faith. Rather than deny it or try to protect himself, Sebastian remained steadfast and openly admitted his devotion to Christianity. Diocletian felt betrayed and outraged by this. The emperor was livid and ordered Sebastian to be taken to an open field and tied to a pole. He would be put to death as an example to all. The Christian faith would not be accepted within the high ranks of the Roman army. Archers were called in, and Sebastian was shot through with a barrage of arrows. He was left for dead, his bloodied body a painful vision under the blazing sun. Yet, as night fell, a miracle happened. A Christian woman named Irene, having come to retrieve Sebastian's body and provide him with a proper burial, stumbled upon him still breathing. She carefully took him home with the help of others and tended to his many wounds. Sebastian fought between life and death for weeks, but his resilience and faith, along with Irene's loving care, enabled him to recover. Rather than fleeing or hiding after his recovery, Sebastian, powered by an undaunted bravery, decided to face Diocletian again. He appeared before the emperor, scolding him for his acts of cruelty against the Christians. This bold resurfacing only ignited Diocletian's anger even more. He ordered Sebastian to be beaten to death on the palace steps. After his execution, his body was dumped in the river Tiber to be written off. Yet once again, the Christians recovered his body and buried it in Rome's catacombs, honoring him as a martyr who had sacrificed everything for his faith. Saint Sebastian is regarded as the patron saint of athletes, archers, and soldiers. He is also called upon in many cultures against plagues and epidemics, as it is believed that his intervention can protect against disease. Saint Sebastian is particularly respected in Brazil and is the patron saint of the city of Rio de Janeiro. His story has been a source of inspiration for many over the centuries, and his image remains one of the most recognizable in Christian iconography.
The Roman Empire was the peak of Western civilization during classical antiquity, covering all of Europe, North Africa, and the Middle East. But in the early days of its history, Rome was just one of the many independent cities on the Italian peninsula that sought commercial and financial stability, as well as to secure their supremacy through military might. According to Roman tradition, Rome's era as a monarchy ended in 509 BC, when a group of noblemen overthrew the last king of Rome. The Romans ultimately replaced the king with two ruling consuls, who exercised the same authority and powers as the king. However, they were elected to serve one-year terms. After this period, new candidates would be elected. As Rome spread its influence into further areas, its political bodies proved resilient and adaptable, encompassing neighboring populations, such as the Etruscan peoples who contested territories with the Romans. By 300 BC, the actual political power in Rome was centrally located in the Senate, which at the time included only members of patrician and wealthy plebeian families. Rome fought many battles against its Etruscan, Greek, and Celtic neighbors. It gradually expanded its dominions as it racked up victories. Although the Gauls sacked and burned Rome in 390 BC, the Romans rebounded under the leadership of military hero Camillus, eventually wresting control of the entire Italian peninsula. By 290 BC, Rome had captured all of central Italy. Then, in 272, it conquered the southern portion of the peninsula after defeating the Greeks led by King Pyrrhus of Epirus in the famous Pyrrhic War, where Magna Graecia was routed. Rome still pursued to annex the territory of Sicily, but it was under the control of Carthage, another military power in the western Mediterranean Sea. In 264 BC, Rome fought a string of conflicts against Carthage, a powerful city-state in North Africa. This round of battles became known as the Punic Wars. The First Punic War ended in 241 BC with the Roman victory. It served as motivation for Rome to build a powerful naval fleet, develop new tactics, and strategically use its navy, army, and alliances in Sicily to drive the Carthaginians off the island. During the Second Punic War, Rome managed to halt the advance and defeat the army of the famous Carthaginian general Hannibal Barca. Leading a massive army of soldiers, mercenaries, and even war elephants, he managed to cross the Alps and reach Italy. As the triumphant power, Rome secured total control of Sicily and much of Spain. After the Second Punic War, Rome was already firmly ensconced as the hegemonic power in the Western Mediterranean. The next objective was to conquer Greece, which triggered the so-called Macedonian Wars that lasted from 214 to 148 BC. Rome also spread its influence eastward, defeating King Philip V of Macedonia and turning his kingdom into another Roman province. In the Third Punic War, which ended in 146 BC, the Romans captured and destroyed the city of Carthage and sold its surviving inhabitants as slaves, converting a part of North Africa into a Roman province. At this point in its history, Rome had grown into an empire even before it was ruled by an emperor. With the laying of many roads connecting the empire's provinces and access to trade in many high-quality products and raw materials, Rome became the political, intellectual, and financial center of classical antiquity. Countless caravans traveled many kilometers to bring back all types of wealth and slave labor to supply the high demands of the Romans. The empire's quick expansion resulted in a series of upheavals in the conquered territories and in the power wielded by the Republic, opening an era of internal turmoil and violence. Inequality between rich and poor increased as wealthy landowners drove small farmers off public lands, while access to government was progressively limited to the more privileged classes. Yet, with the accession of Gaius Marius, a plebeian whose military prowess propelled him to the position of consul in 107 BC, Rome began a new phase in its history. Now, generals who excelled in their military achievements were exalted as celebrities. However, Marius's popularity eventually bred disgruntlement among his fellow generals, in particular General Lucius Cornelius Sulla, which led to a civil war for control of Rome. The civil war between Marius and Sulla was fought from 83 to 81 BC. The war ended with a crucial battle outside the city of Rome. Sulla prevailed and made himself dictator of the Republic. Around 63 BC, Marcus Tullius Cicero was elected consul and defeated the conspiracy of the patrician Catilinus, gaining a reputation as one of Rome's greatest orators. During this period of Roman history, the empire already gripped Spain, much of North Africa, almost all of Anatolia, Syria, and Judea. But Rome was an insatiable beast and was still far from being satisfied with its possessions. It planned to further expand its borders. To accomplish this goal, 3 of Rome's most powerful men came together in a strategic alliance. The young and ambitious Julius Caesar, the heroic general Pompey, and the wealthy Marcus Licinius Crassus formed the first triumvirate in 60 BC. Julius Caesar marched into Gaul. After 8 years of wars and confrontations led by the Gaul leader Vercingetorix, he succeeded in eliminating the Gaul resistance against the Roman occupation in 50 BC. The region remained part of the Roman Empire for the next 500 years. Caesar made his fortune selling thousands of people into slavery, while also selling goods and products looted from Gaul's cities. Caesar's military glory in Gaul, as well as his growing wealth, overshadowed Pompey's authority, who ruled Rome as sole consul. In 49 BC, Caesar and one of his legions crossed the Rubicon, a river on the border between Italy and Cisalpine Gaul. Caesar's invasion of Italy triggered a civil war from which he emerged victorious and as lifelong dictator of Rome in 45 BCE. Less than a year later, Julius Caesar was murdered on March 15, 44 BC, by a group of his enemies led by the noble republicans Marcus Brutus and Gaius Cassius. Consul Mark Antony and Caesar's great-nephew and adopted heir Octavian combined forces to crush Brutus and Cassius. They divided power in Rome with former consul Mamercus Aemilius Lepidus Labienus, an alliance that became known as the Second Triumvirate. This new alliance was short-lived. Octavian and Mark Antony soon became enemies. After the defeat of Mark Antony and his lover Cleopatra at Alexandria in 30 BC, Egypt became part of the Roman Empire. By 29 BC, Octavian was the only ruler of Rome and all its provinces. To avoid Caesar's fate, he was keen to secure his position as absolute ruler, while reinstating the political institutions of the Roman Republic, while effectively retaining all the royal power for himself. In 27 BC, Octavian assumed the title of Augustus, becoming Rome's first emperor. Augustus's rule re-established morale in Rome after a century of dissension and corruption. This resulted in the famed Pax Romana, which brought 2 full centuries of peace and prosperity. During these 2 centuries, Rome instituted several social reforms, won numerous military victories, and allowed literature, art, architecture, and religion to flourish. Unluckily for the Romans, the dynasty of Augustus would produce a string of unqualified or cruel emperors, such as the unpopular Tiberius, the bloodthirsty and unstable Caligula, and Claudius, most remembered for his conquest of Britain, a goal that was not completed until 84 AD. The Augustus lineage ended with the Emperor Nero, whose overspending drained the Roman treasury and ultimately led to his bankruptcy and eventual suicide. The Roman Empire peaked around 117 AD, under the rule of Emperor Trajan. That was a time of peace for Rome. The criteria for choosing an emperor were the qualities of the candidate, and no longer kinship ties. Also, during this period, there were no civil wars or military defeats. Emperor Marcus Aurelius's rule was plagued by conflict, including war against Parthia and Armenia, as well as the invasion of Germanic tribes from the north. When Aurelius fell ill and died near a battlefield in 180 AD, he severed the tradition of non-hereditary succession and appointed his 19-year-old son named Commodus as his successor. Commodus's ineptitude brought an end to the golden age of Roman emperors. His death at the hands of his own cabinet triggered another bout of civil war, from which Lucius Septimius Severus emerged victorious. During the 3rd century, Rome experienced a cycle of almost non-stop conflict. A total of 22 emperors ascended the throne, many of them meeting violent ends at the hands of the very soldiers who thrust them to power. Emperor Constantine became head of the empire in 306 AD. He moved the Roman capital to the Greek city of Byzantium, which he rebranded as Constantinople. It would become the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire for over 1,000 years. Constantine made Christianity the official religion of Rome. 30 years after Constantine's death, a partition of the Roman Empire took place, which engendered the Eastern and Western empires. Despite its ongoing struggle against Persian forces, the Eastern Roman Empire would continue to remain virtually intact for the next few centuries. However, the Western Roman Empire underwent numerous internal conflicts, as well as threats from outside, particularly from Germanic tribes established within the empire's borders. Rome ultimately collapsed under the weight of its own empire, losing its provinces one by one. Britannia around 410, Spain and North Africa in 430. Invasions by Attila and his Huns warriors ravaged Gaul and Italy around 450, further weakening the empire's foundations. In September 476, a Germanic prince named Odoacer took control of the Roman army in Italy. After overthrowing the last Western emperor, Romulus Augustus, Odoacer's troops proclaimed him king of Italy, bringing an ignominious end to the long and tumultuous history of ancient Rome.
Similar to modern times, being awarded a decoration in ancient Rome was the highest symbol of recognition for a scholar's dedication and loyalty. Of all the Roman combatants, one stands out as the most decorated in the entire Roman army. Today's video will feature the story of Spurius Ligustinus. He received 34 awards for acts of bravery in combat and was also honored with 6 civic crowns throughout his career in the Roman army. During the Roman Republic, the civic crown held significant importance for citizens. It was regarded as the second highest military decoration that a soldier could be awarded. Obtaining the civic crown was an arduous task. In order to be considered for this prestigious honor, a soldier had to not only save the life of a Roman citizen, but also defeat their opponent and ensure the preservation of the battle site. Furthermore, the individual who was rescued was required to publicly declare the heroic deed, thus adding to the challenge of obtaining the crown. Spurius Ligustinus, who hailed from the Italian peninsula's mountainous region, lived during the 2nd century BC and had a modest upbringing. He was born in the Sabine province, in a hut located on a small country estate that was inherited from his father. In 200 BC, during the consulship of Publius Sulpicius Galba and Gaius Aurelius, Spurius Ligustinus made the decision to enlist in the Roman army. He was tasked with fighting against the Macedonians, who were led by King Philip V. During this time, King Philip V was an ally of Hannibal Barca. Under the leadership of General Titus Flaminius, Spurius Ligustinus and his fellow legionaries achieved a significant triumph over Philip V at the Battle of Cynosphalae. This marked a major victory for the Roman legions against the Macedonian phalanxes. During this event, Philip was compelled to agree to a peace treaty, resulting in Macedonia becoming a subordinate state under the authority of the Roman Empire. Titus Flaminius was impressed by the courage and bravery displayed by his soldier Spurius. As a result, he decided to promote him to the position of centurion of the 10th Manipul of the Hastati, which was a prominent infantry class within the Roman army. Spurius received this promotion only 3 years after enlisting in the Roman army. Following the Macedonian defeat, he willingly volunteered to participate in the Hispania campaign during the consulate of Cato the Elder. The Hispania campaign was a success, and, as a result, the Senate decreed a 3-day ceremony for all of Cato's soldiers. In 194 BC, they returned to Rome and were honored with a Roman triumph. At the parade, numerous valuable items were displayed, and Cato distributed the prize money among his soldiers. Spurius, who was already reasonably wealthy, had been promoted for his bravery to the position of centurion of the 1st Legion of the Hastati. In 191 BC, following his campaign in Hispania, Spurius Ligustinus offered to serve in the army under the leadership of the Roman general Manius Acilius Glabrio. They engaged in a battle against the Aetolians, who were under the leadership of King Antiochus III the Great. During that period, Hannibal had sought refuge with Antiochus III after his loss in the Second Punic War. Upon the conclusion of the campaign, Rome emerged victorious once more, and, as a result, Spurius was promoted to the esteemed rank of the centurion of the 1st Legion of veteran legionaries. Throughout his 22-year career in the army, he participated in multiple campaigns and gained the respect and admiration of his superiors. As Spurius neared the end of his career, he was presented with the chance to be nominated for a final promotion within the Roman army. He and his generals submitted their arguments to the consulate in order to be promoted to the rank of centurion primus pilus, which was the highest rank attainable for a common soldier in the Roman army during that era. Spurius had the chance to deliver a poignant speech before the most prominent Roman officials on that particular occasion. He declared, "I will ensure that no man exceeds me in courage, as I have consistently done, as attested by my commanders and fellow campaigners." The consulate was moved by his words and forwarded the proposal to the Senate, which ultimately sanctioned Spurius's promotion to centurion primus pilus. Throughout his career, Spurius Ligustinus participated in 1 Roman triumph, was promoted to primus pilus, and received 34 awards for acts of bravery along with 6 civic crowns. It's not surprising that he holds the record for being the most decorated soldier in the history of the Roman army. These men kept the highest symbol of Rome's honor in their hands, and if they lost it, Rome would also lose the war. These were the Aquiliferi, or eagle bearers, the ultimate symbols of honor and unity for Rome's legions. These men enjoyed an enviable position, as their responsibility to protect the eagle banner was both a matter of duty and personal status. The eagle, the legion's most prized badge, was set on a narrow trapezoidal base and hoisted on a tall pole. With its wings held high and a laurel wreath, the eagle represented not only the legion's identity, but also its invincibility. The Aquiliferi, besides their symbolic role, had a lofty status within the Roman ranks. They were graded just below the centurions, but were above the optiones and were paid twice the salary of an ordinary legionnaire, which indicated the significance of their role in uniting the legion. They dressed in a distinctive lion skin, making them easily identifiable among the Roman ranks. One can imagine that the eagle standard bearer was a high-value target for the enemy, and frequently their main target during battle. However, the prestige and recognition attached to this position were second to none, and many were willing to risk everything for this honor. Throughout the campaigns and battles that molded the Roman Empire, the Aquiliferi did not go down in disgrace and displayed exceptional courage and bravery. One of the most striking examples was a difficult moment when Caesar's legions landed in Britannia. Julius Caesar wrote about a valiant Aquilifer who, faced with ferocious Briton resistance, dashed towards the shore with his eagle to inspire his fellow soldiers. This shows how much unshakable devotion and courage these soldiers had. While their glory was beyond reproach, historical records also document some of the tragedies that befell these guardians. The heroic death of Lucius Petrosidas, who sacrificed his life to protect the Roman eagle against a multitude of enemies, is one such example. And the Aquiliferi knew that, if they were to lose the eagle, Rome would also lose the battle. The story of the Roman Achillepheri is still a prime demonstration of how important standards and badges were to the legions. These soldiers used neither sword nor shield in battle. In other words, the Roman army musicians, or buccinatori. Music was more than just a way of expressing art in the Roman legions. It was also a vital tool for communicating and keeping the Roman legions organized during military operations. Indeed, there was a group of musicians among the ranks of the legionaries who fulfilled a crucial role and relayed life-saving orders by means of specific instruments. Notwithstanding their importance, these musicians' presence and role was not given the recognition it merited in historical accounts. These musicians' most important duty was to ensure that the Roman army's maneuvers and strategies were precisely and efficiently carried out. Of course, communication during battle is very important, so orders must be given clearly and quickly. To make sure that these messages could be easily understood and rapidly spread, the legions had musicians. They were left without weapons, and the only thing they used was the litus, a leather-bound wooden trumpet, a cornet, and a brass horn about 3 meters long. Using these instruments, the musicians efficiently and clearly sent out the commands needed to orchestrate battle maneuvers. Musicians also used these instruments to issue a special signal, known as a classicum, to the soldiers. When this call was made, all the soldiers had to mobilize immediately. When it came to their attire, the musicians were dressed in leather vests over their tunics, with bearskin cloaks covering their helmets. This meant they could be easily identified by other legionnaires. All Roman soldiers highly respected the musicians' importance when carrying out military operations. Frontinus even tells a remarkable story about a time when a Roman general was under siege by the enemy and used a strategy with his musician to escape. The general allowed him to play the vigils for several hours, confusing the enemy and allowing the general to flee during the night. In fact, not many records survive of these soldiers playing music during the marches. Nonetheless, they play a vital role as signalmen, making sure that the right orders were given at the right time, preventing mistakes and ensuring efficient combat tactics. Deep within the expansive Roman army, one group of fearless officers held a central commanding position in the mighty cavalry troops, the Decurions. These skilled leaders oversaw commanding squadrons of horsemen and showed an unwavering commitment to the empire and its legions. With his assignment tied directly to the command of 10 men, the Decurion held a vital position as a junior officer, responsible for commanding a cavalry corps in the legions and auxiliary mounted units. The Decurion's history stretches back to the Roman Republic, when a legion called Polybian had a cavalry component of 10 groups of 30 men each. 3 Decurions, elected by the members of the squadron themselves, were assigned the leadership of these units. Their role was essential. As commanders, the Decurions epitomized the courage and skill of Roman cavalry. As Rome transitioned into the empire, the Decurions remained a vital part of the military hierarchy. Entrusted with running the cavalry classes, they were highly trained professionals who secured the effectiveness and discipline of the imperial legions in their campaigns and battles. Whereas a Roman imperial legion contained a small cavalry arm of just 120 men, made up of 4 classes, the auxiliary unit, staffed by non-citizens of the imperial army, were home to the vast majority of the Decurions. They were tasked with commanding elite cavalry units, such as wings or equitata cohorts, extremely important for the army's lines of defense. During the imperial period, the Decurions were given more responsibility, and each cavalry unit, whether a squadron or a class, consisted of 30 men, supervised by 2 officers, and led by a Decurion. Grouped together, these squadrons formed a cavalry wing. Each comprised 480 horsemen, the equivalent of 16 classes and 16 Decurions, all under the command of a prefect. The Decurion was directly under the cavalry prefect and ensured that the cavalry strategies and tactics were carried out with pinpoint accuracy. Many of the Decurions of the auxiliary cavalry had formerly served as legionaries, having brought with them a great deal of experience and skill in combat. One outstanding example of this leadership and bravery legacy is the 2nd century Decurion Titus Callidius. He initially joined a legion at 24 and, with skill and determination, rose to become Decurion of the cavalry squadron of the Legio XV Apollinaris. His sterling work led him to being transferred as senior decurion to the Cohorts I Apollinorum, an auxiliary unit of equites established in Carnutum, cementing his reputation as a fearless and revered leader. Notwithstanding the stormy course of the conflict, Callidius displayed unwavering loyalty to his duty and unit, repeatedly joining the Cohorts I Apollinorum even after the transfer of the Legio XV Apollinaris to the east. His untiring commitment to the Roman army throughout 34 years of service is a prime example of the unrivaled dedication that defined the Roman decurions of the time. But despite their importance, the decurions in the imperial army had a lower social status than the decurions in the republican cavalry. Many of them were plebeians or members of native tribal aristocracies, reflecting the change in social and political status within the empire, which was increasingly growing. The decurions' work became essential for defending the Roman Empire.
There are notable personalities in Roman history who have earned distinction for their bravery and dedication to service. Publius Sextius Baculus was one such person, a primus pilus centurion who served the 12th Roman legion during Caesar's conquest of Gaul. Baculus's prowess was outstanding, especially when he rescued the life of his general Julius Caesar. Historical sources, and especially Caesar's remarks from Gaul, depict Baculus as a fearless warrior, ready to stand up and fight to the death under Caesar's leadership. Caesar, in his own words, described how Baculus endured bloody battles, even when he was gravely injured. Such was the case, for example, when fighting the Nervii in 57 BC. Also, according to Caesar, after he had spoken to the 10th Legion, he headed to the right side of the battlefield. That was where he found his men in trouble, and the 12th Legion soldiers were pushing at the place where they had grouped their banners. The circumstances were chaotic. Every single leader of the 4th cohort had fallen, the standard bearer had been slain, and the flag had been lost. Across the other cohorts, most leaders were also wounded or dead, including Baculus, who was now so severely hurt that he could barely stand. Furthermore, some soldiers in the rear retreated from the battle, whereas at the front the enemies kept attacking. No reinforcements were at hand, and the situation was hopeless. Baculus was brought to a garrison to receive medical treatment for his injuries. He was left without food for 4 days, but worried about his own safety and that of everyone else, he left his tent to face the Nervii. Once he got back into the battle, Baculus took the shield of a soldier from the rear rows, since he had lost his own. Showing tremendous fortitude, he dashed forward, and, summoning the centurions by name and emboldening the soldiers, ordered them to charge. His return instilled the soldiers with confidence and spurred them on to fight. Each man was resolved to fulfill his duty under the watchful eye of his commander, even in the direst of conditions. Baculus's leadership briefly relieved the pressure from the Nervii. Nevertheless, Baculus's serious injuries made him pass out, and he was saved by other soldiers who carried him away from the front line. 5 years later, a similar scenario unfolded, and this time Caesar was fighting the Germanic tribe of the Sicambri in 52 BC. After the legions had been fighting for more than 6 hours, the soldiers were running on fumes and had no supplies left. Meanwhile, the Sicambri intensified their attack and started tearing holes in the legion's defensive barrier, plugging the gaps. The predicament was desperate, and there seemed to be no way out. Baculus, together with a military tribune named Gaius Volusinus, went to one of Caesar's legates and explained that there was only one option for escape: to pull off a last-ditch effort. They swiftly assembled the centurions and instructed the soldiers to stop fighting for a moment, just to protect themselves from enemy shells, rest, and get ready. Once a signal was given, they would withdraw from the camp and stake all hope of survival on their own valor. Baculus never backed down in these two events and led his men with resolve. He commanded the respect and admiration of his soldiers, who called him the Staff, a nickname associated with his surname, and with the vine staff that the centurions bore as a symbol of their rank. Some historical accounts affirm that Baculus saved Julius Caesar's life by killing an enemy warrior who was about to pounce on the general. Caesar therefore admired Baculus greatly, and it is no wonder that, in his writings in Gaul, he called him the strongest man. Interestingly, Baculus and other centurion called Balventius are the only ones among the Primus Pilus centurions whom Caesar praises by name in his writings. This special acknowledgement stresses Baculus's remarkable strength and ability as a military leader. Details of Baculus's death are unclear. Some have suggested that he may have taken his own life after Caesar's assassination in 44 BC, or that he was killed in the Battle of Philippi, fighting on the side of Mark Antony's supporters against Caesar's enemies. But these theories are contradictory and cannot be deemed reliable. However, there is no disputing the fact that Baculus is a striking example of the courage and commitment of Roman soldiers back then, leaving a long-lasting mark on Rome's history. And I'll add on the side a hint about the story of another centurion who fought single-handedly against the Praetorian Guard to protect the emperor. The Vigiles were units established during Augustus's tenure in ancient Rome, in charge of firefighting and handling public safety issues. This video will take a closer look at their duties and organization. The Vigiles were originally assembled from slave forces and later organized as an urban military unit largely consisting of Roman citizens. They had permanent camps and equipment depots throughout the city of Rome, where they patrolled the streets every night. Their key role was to fight fires owing to the heightened risk in Rome, especially due to the widespread use of wooden buildings. The Vigiles were established in 6 AD as a response to fire frequency in overcrowded Rome. General Crassus had previously financially profited from the situation by purchasing burning houses and then reselling them at higher prices. On the other hand, the ideal Ignatius Rufus also set up a team of slaves to fight fires, but perhaps with motivations more geared towards public safety. He was, however, sentenced to death by the Senate for conspiring against the state. Rome tried different approaches to mitigate this security concern, including setting up teams of slaves headed by wealthy men, known as Tresviri Nocturni. But the need for a full-time state team was obvious due to the high fire risk in the city. During Augustus's rule in Rome, slaves were reorganized, resulting in a 600-man force duly instructed to fight fires in emergency situations. Augustus split this force into 14 areas, each made up of its own teams of highly specialized firefighting slaves, led by deputy masters. While this restructuring marked a significant step up from the previous system, coordination challenges between the teams persisted. Augustus accordingly decided to appoint the Vigiles as an urban military unit tasked with fighting fires and preserving order in the streets. The Vigiles consisted of former slaves, with their officers selected from the Roman army's veterans. The Vigiles were divided into 7 cohorts, each comprising around 1,000 men, under the leadership of an equestrian tribune. Within each cohort, there was a subdivision into 7 units, each commanded by a centurion. The supreme command of this corps rested with an equestrian prefect known as Praefectus Vigilum. Under subsequent governments, the Vigiles served for between 3 and 6 years, after which they were entitled to Roman citizenship. On some occasions, the unit started accepting citizens, which resulted in its size increasing. The Vigiles kept a city camp, and their equipment was stored in premises called excubitors in each zone. They carried out night patrols, looking for fires and detaining suspects, taking them to the city mayor for trial. Considering the limited equipment available at the time and the shortage of resources to fight fires more effectively, the Vigiles' leading role was to detect fires before they could spread. Preventive measures were also adopted, such as limiting the height of Roman buildings and increasing the space between them, to reduce the risk of fire spreading. In severe fires, the Vigiles used a variety of rudimentary devices, such as pots and water pumps, to control the flames. They also used axes, catapults, and ballistae to tear down buildings close to the fire to avoid it spreading out of control. These measures were essential to minimize the damage, given the technological limitations of the time. While some officers of the Vigiles attained prestigious ranks in other urban units and in the Praetorian Guard, they were not regarded by the Romans as combat soldiers. In the 4th century AD, the Vigiles unit was disbanded and replaced by specialized guilds tasked with firefighting. This unit certainly played a crucial role in Rome's safety, particularly considering the challenges that fires posed back then. Why did this general not just refuse to be emperor once, but 3 times? If you don't know, we're talking about General Tiberius Claudius Pompeianus, son-in-law and one of the closest counselors of Emperor Marcus Aurelius. Born in Antioch, Syria, in the early 2nd century AD, Pompeianus rose from humble beginnings to become one of the most respected generals of his time. His father was a high-ranking member of the equestrian order under the senatorial class, and, over time, managed to grant Pompeianus Roman citizenship during Claudius's tenure. Pompeianus rose to prominence during the 161–166 Roman-Parthian War, where he was around 35 years old and under the command of Emperor Lucius Verus, who ruled alongside Marcus Aurelius. Pompeianus's remarkable service led him to the post of senator, and he then served as consul in 162 AD. Having won the trust of Marcus Aurelius, Pompeianus was appointed military governor of Pannonia Inferior following the Parthian campaign. From 164 to 168, he faced a major challenge when a Lombard invasion was followed by a greater threat from the Marcomanni. His victory over the Lombards set him apart as a military leader, and he quickly became a close advisor to Marcus Aurelius. By 169, Lucius Verus had fallen seriously ill and died, leaving Marcus Aurelius's daughter a widow. Her name was Lucilla, and I think you may remember her from the movie Gladiator. As she was the emperor's daughter and still quite young, only 21 years old, Marcus Aurelius arranged a marriage between Lucilla and Pompeianus, who at the time had already achieved the title of consul twice. His marriage to Lucilla solidified Pompeianus's position and attached him to the Nerva Antonine dynasty. Marcus Aurelius's trust in Pompeianus became such that the emperor also invited him to become Caesar and heir, but Pompeianus refused the offer, choosing instead to continue serving as a general. This bit surely reminds us of the scene in the movie Gladiator in which Marcus Aurelius offers Maximus the imperial throne. Indeed, this was the first of Pompeianus's 3 refusals to be emperor. A decade passed, and in 180 AD, Marcus Aurelius died. Commodus, who was 18 at the time, seized the throne. As an experienced general, Pompeianus attempted to advise Commodus to remain on the Danube frontier until the conquest of the Marcomanni had been completed, just as Marcus Aurelius had intended. But the young emperor had little interest in continuing the war, and decided to make a peace agreement with the Marcomanni, returning to Rome in the fall of 180. 2 years later, Commodus faced a conspiracy led by his sister Lucilla. The assassination attempt was a failure, resulting in Lucilla and the other conspirators being executed. Since there was no proof of his participation in the plot, Pompeianus's life was spared. Following this conspiracy, Pompeianus, alleging old age and sight problems, withdrew from public life. His decision was motivated not only by the need to avoid retaliation, but also by the growing political instability in Rome. He took shelter on his land in Italy, far from the machinations of imperial power. When Commodus died in 192, Pompeianus returned to Rome and retook his post in the Senate. Pertinax, then urban prefect, offered the imperial throne to Pompeianus, posing a choice that could have changed the course of Roman history. With his remarkable political acumen, Pompeianus surprised everyone by rejecting the offer for the second time, refusing to give in to the temptation of power. Pertinax capitalized on the power vacuum and agreed to be proclaimed emperor, only to be killed by the Praetorian Guard 87 days later. That was when the ambitious senator Didius Julianus succeeded in bribing the Praetorians to ascend the throne. But his quest for backing among the troops of the Roman army was met with some challenges, and Julian became afraid that he would suffer the same fate as Pertinax. Facing this threat to his life, Julianus turned to Pompeianus with an offer to become co-emperor with him. For the third time, Pompeianus refused the offer, saying that he was old and had sight problems, which of course left Julianus vulnerable. On June 1st, 192, the senators called on the soldiers to enter the imperial palace and assassinate Didius Julianus. Pompeianus cleverly anticipated the instability and political chaos in Rome and opted to remain out of the limelight, living the rest of his life quietly. Roman forts were instrumental for the Roman Empire's military strategy. They were built to withstand enemy raids and provided a safe place to house soldiers, as well as to store essential supplies such as food, weapons, and administrative records. This video will look at where these camps were built and what strategy the Romans used to build them so fast. Known as castrum, Roman forts served multiple purposes throughout the Roman Empire. They were built in strategic spots, mainly along the empire's borders, such as the Danube and Rhine rivers, to ward off enemy raids. Some forts were also built during prolonged sieges, while others were founded in provinces to maintain control over conquered peoples and forestall rebellions. Forts varied in size, from small temporary camps to large fortifications able to accommodate up to 2 legions. To handle long-term needs, many of these forts were sited near cities or settlements, which developed around the forts. These trade centers made it possible for merchants to supply Roman soldiers with equipment and goods, buying loot and other products in return. Over time, some of these settlements developed into cities during the Middle Ages, underlining the lasting influence of the Roman military footprint on the development of surrounding areas. While ranging in detail, Roman forts shared common features. They were generally rectangular, with rounded corners, and had wooden walls, later reinforced with stone on a foundation of earth. Surrounding the perimeter was a ditch, and the earth taken from it was used to form a wall. The forts had 4 main gates and strategically positioned towers. From the 3rd century AD, the towers were designed outside the walls to enable a better angle of fire, due to the increased use of artillery weapons. There were lanes inside the fort that formed a T-shaped layout, known as the Via Praetoria and Via Principalis. The main building, called the Principia, was placed where the 2 streets met. The fort's left and right side gates were known as the Porta Principalis Sinistra and the Porta Principalis Dextra. The rear gate was known as the Porta Decumana and led straight to the headquarters building or the commander's tent. The front gate was called the Porta Praetoria. The Roman fort gates were well designed, with 2 arched entries, wooden doors that could be shut, and possibly serve as a firewall. They were internally locked and had multi-story towers, plus separate defense moats. Although these were defensive precautions, the forts were not intended to withstand prolonged sieges, but rather to repel makeshift enemy attacks. Whenever they encountered large enemy forces, Roman troops mobilized to confront them in the open, since most of Rome's opponents were unable to conduct successful sieges, except for the Sassanid Empire. Challenges increased during the Byzantine Empire as the threat of marauders spread, leading to changes in fort design. Gates were narrowed, curved protective towers, as well as fan-shaped towers at the corners, and facilities for catapults were all introduced, especially in coastal areas, such as the Saxon coast of Britain, to bolster the defense of these fortifications. When needed, Roman soldiers often built temporary camps. They were quickly constructed, taking only a few hours, and served several purposes, such as resting, preparing for battles, sieges, and winter barracks. 10 men from each centuria were charged with building them, supervised by a military surveyor who chose a suitable site, considering criteria such as easy access, proximity to water sources, and high ground for tactical reasons. Permanent forts, which were walled, contained barracks for legionaries and cavalry, lodging for the commander and his family called a praetorium, and occasionally for tribunes. They also had elevated structures named horios to store food and protect it from humidity. Roman forts possessed several internal facilities, including workshops, hospitals, cisterns, markets, and, in a few cases, Roman baths. But these were often located outside the forts, owing to the risk of fire. There was a wide avenue around these internal structures to protect them from enemy raids. The center of the fort was occupied by the Principia, the headquarters building, comprising a basilica, corridors, a court, and recreation rooms for the staff, offices, and a shrine for the legions or units' banners. There were also armories and an underground vault for storing the fort's cash reserves. These forts were vital in providing logistical support for the Roman legions. Without them, it would have been extremely difficult for the Roman Empire to keep all its borders under control.
The Battle of the Teutoburg Forest is one of the most devastating events in Roman military history. The shattering debacle inflicted by Arminius' betrayal resulted in the annihilation of 3 Roman legions. With this video, we will learn more about the beginning and events of this Germanic revolt against Rome. To properly grasp the roots of this Arminius-led uprising, we must go back a few decades. Following Julius Caesar's conquest of Gaul, the defeated tribes had been divided into Roman Republic provinces. During the years immediately after Caesar's conquest, the Romans paid scant attention to the Gauls' territories, especially near the border of Germania. This was due to the Roman Republic's infighting. Such neglect led to multiple rebellions by the tribes living there, which the Romans suppressed as time went on. When Augustus was declared by the first Roman emperor, the Roman legions expanded their presence in Gaul, with many stationed on the Rhine frontier. While these troops succeeded in maintaining a degree of order in the empire, they were never able to stop the Germanic invasions. In 16 BC, the leader of the Sicambri tribe led a successful attack against the Roman army. This led to the loss of Legion V Alaudae's Eagle and prompted a strong backlash from the Roman Empire. Emperor Augustus gradually increased the Roman military presence in Germania in the following years. Drusus, his adopted son, waged a successful campaign against the Sicambri, Frisian, and Chauci tribes in 12 BC, arguably retrieving the lost eagle. Drusus went on a successful raid as far as the River Weser in 11 BC, and reached the Elbe by crossing the Chersonese territory. In the early 1st AD, Germania was on its way to becoming completely Romanized. Several young Germanic nobles were also joining the legions as auxiliaries in the Roman army. One of these was the son of the Cherusese chief, who the Romans dubbed Arminius. He led a Cherusci detachment of the Roman auxiliary forces around 4 AD, presumably after serving in the Pannonian Wars in the Balkans. Arminius then headed back to northern Germania in 7 or 8 AD, where the Romans controlled the areas of the Rhine and sought to expand their influence in the Weser and Elbe rivers. Arminius was not happy with Drusus's excursion into the Cherusci's lands a few years earlier. He also disapproved of Roman culture and thought that the Romans mistreated the Germanic people. Arminius secretly began plotting to unite different Germanic tribes against the Roman Empire. By 7 AD, Publius Quintilius Varus had become the new governor of Germania. Albeit not an experienced military man, Varus was provided with 3 legions, numerous auxiliaries, and cavalry, in case he faced any fighting during his planned peaceful Romanization of Germania. Varus relied on his Germanic allies, including Arminius, unaware that the latter had been secretly plotting against Rome since his return to Germania. He needed to unite the Germanic tribes, which had mutual feuds. Arminius started by convincing communities to ask for Roman help with different local issues. Some needed protection from thieves, others required escorts for supply convoys, and some wanted to avert civil unrest. While many faulted Varus's oppressive rule for the uprising, historians claim that he was trying to do right by the region. He spread his troops out as requested by the Germanics and focused on legal and administrative matters. Varus's strategy consisted of crossing the Rhine, marching towards the Cherusese territory, resupplying the garrisons along the way, and setting up camp in lands deemed pacified. But now, the Cherusci were able to monitor the Romans' movements, which meant that they would have a longer journey back to their winter headquarters. During the march, the Romans would be vulnerable to an ambush in favorable terrain for Arminius. In 9 AD, external difficulties obliged Varus and his legions to move out of camp. Arminius had launched the attacks himself, unbeknownst to Varus. Arminius advised him to send troops to stop the unrest, splitting up the Roman forces. Having received these reports from Arminius, Varus immediately gathered his army and left to face the enemy. By doing so, Varus undermined his troops by sending out several small detachments, then marching with an army encumbered by a large baggage convoy and camp followers, including the soldiers' families. Arminius offered Tarusi support, but Segestes, another tribal leader, alerted Varus to a trap planned by Arminius. Segestes wanted him to reject Arminius' offer, arresting him as a traitor. But Varus refused to believe Segestes, possibly because of a personal problem he had with Arminius. Varus perhaps assumed that Segestes was nursing a grudge and wanted revenge. On the morning of September the 7th, 9 AD, the Roman army got ready to leave. Arminius told Varus that he needed to prepare his own forces. Arminius left some Tarusi to act as guides, but they were in fact spies. Varus was unaware that Arminius was assembling a Germanic army, including the Tarusi and Chauci. When they arrived the next day in the Teutoburg forest, the Germanics charged at the Romans. Arminius corralled the enemy soldiers within the forest and a swamp, stopping them from regrouping. The swampy, densely wooded terrain prevented the Roman legions from maneuvering effectively. Varus had made a dreadful mistake by relying on Arminius and aggravated the situation by positioning his legions poorly, underestimating the Germanic tribe's strength and exaggerating his ability to intimidate the rebels. Varus decided to set up camp after a torrential downpour, given how difficult it was to push ahead. He convened his war council to discuss the situation. The Romans attempted to escape, but fell into another of Arminius' traps. The narrow passage between the forest and the swamp had been blocked by a trench and an earthen wall, putting the Germanic alliance at an advantage. A failed attempt to breach the wall led to desertion of some officers and a relentless Germanic offensive. The 30,000-strong army was destroyed without any chance of recovery. Most legionnaires were killed on the spot, while some senior officers were led into the sacred groves and ruthlessly sacrificed. 3 legions, 17, 18, and 19, were massacred, along with 6 cohorts of auxiliary infantry and 3 cavalry wings. Arminius ordered his men to find Varus's body among the dead and sent his head to Maroboduus, chief of the Marcomanni, hoping to influence him to join his revolt. He probably did this because he did not expect a total victory against the Romans, trying to build a tribal coalition for a possible protracted war. But Maroboduus had no interest in such an alliance and sent Varus's head home for a proper burial. Rome was shaken by this defeat, since only the Alps protected the city from a potential Germanic invasion. Suetonius reported that Augustus was profoundly afflicted, lamenting the loss of his men several times. He went into mourning, grew a beard and hair for a month, roaming the palace while banging his head on the walls, crying out, "Quintilius Varus, give me back my legions." Then Augustus summoned his legions to the palace. Legions 1 Germanica and 16 were placed to reinforce the Roman defenses, but legions 17, 18, and 19, destroyed by Arminius, were never rebuilt, and their titles were forever abandoned. The Romans started planning their revenge. Having served in the Roman army, Arminius understood the Romans' ability to bounce back and their unrelenting determination to hunt down their enemies. Following the battle, there were intense negotiations, and Arminius tried to unite the tribes against Rome, while the Romans harshly threatened those who joined. In the following year, 10 AD, Tiberius, Augustus' heir, headed the Roman counterattack. Tiberius was promptly deployed to reinforce the Rhine frontier and massed 8 legions along the provinces of Upper and Lower Germania. Despite expecting a Germanic invasion, Arminius and his troops scattered towards home, displaying their spoils. Tiberius then undertook punitive expeditions against the Germanic tribes. The Roman reputation was severely damaged, requiring years of grueling campaigns to begin to recover. In 11 AD, Germanicus Julius Caesar, who had acquired experience in Pannonia, joined Tiberius on the Rhine frontier. With Augustus aging, Tiberius returned to Rome in 13 AD to assure the succession to the Roman throne. Arminius, notwithstanding his fresh victory, knew that his troops could not match Tiberius's legionaries and shunned direct confrontation. He opted to take refuge in the forests, confounding Roman strategy, which normally sought to attack what was most valuable to the enemy. But Germania had few rich cities or crops to tap into. The Romans made several displays of strength in the following years, but did not try to make a serious conquest of the region. The incursions into Germania were unsuccessful, but they served as a reminder to Arminius that Rome had not forgotten him, despite other internal and cross-border issues. We will see more in a future video about how the Romans, under the leadership of the young general Germanicus, finally managed to take revenge on the Germanic tribes.
Acquiring the famous horse Incitatus was a turning point in Caligula's life, the Roman emperor known for his eventful and extravagant ruling. This particular horse brought with it a new degree of eccentricity and flamboyance to Caligula's inner circle. Incitatus is thought to have been acquired by Caligula around 39 AD, and quickly went on to become a prized member of the imperial court. The horse, a thoroughbred, caught the emperor's eye, and he decided to treat him in a special and exquisite way. Incitatus was given painstaking treatment and attention right from the start. As Suetonius tells it, the horse was kept in a marble stable, a kind of luxury hardly ever seen for an animal, and its feeding was carefully supervised, with a special diet that included the best grains and fodder. Incitatus was also a senator, and enjoyed noble privileges. The horse is said to have been given an ivory trough and fed grain served in silver dishes. Caligula even arranged for the horse to be covered in purple, a color associated with royalty. Cassius Dio further sheds light on Incitatus' story, revealing that the horse, as well as its material comforts, became a priest. Incitatus owned an endless supply of slaves, was surrounded by its personal guards, and also had its own fiefdom. Emperor Caligula often invited Incitatus to his table, personally offering him barley and wine from the golden cup. As is the case with horses, it is a complex and highly unknown figure. It is difficult to pin down exactly how much influence Incitatus had in shaping the Roman Empire's politics as a senator. Historians do not entirely agree on this matter. According to the writings, Incitatus never succeeded in becoming consul, despite Caligula's wishes. To this day, the accuracy of the historical accounts surrounding Incitatus is disputed by scholars. Historians claim that there may have been political pressure from Roman chroniclers, such as Suetonius and Cassius Dio, to portray the Emperor Caligula in a negative light. Distorting the facts may have created a narrative that suited the interests of subsequent emperors. Caligula may also have been playing a kind of practical joke to ridicule the Roman Senate. However, if this story was actually the truth, it certainly attracted people's attention to the emperor, and many may have come to regard him as deranged and outlandish. A special breed of soldier stood out within the mighty Roman army as the guardian of the legion's identity. He was called Vexillarius. Standing tall among the ranks of valiant legionnaires, Vexillarius bore the crucial responsibility of carrying the vexillum, a square cloth flag that displayed the number and title of the unit to which he belonged. The vexillum was not only a visual icon of prestige and glory, but also a rallying badge that united the legionnaires around a common cause. This flag imbued a sense of purpose and identity, reminding all who marched under it not only of their unity and legacy, but also of the glory that could be obtained through unified purpose and determination. One glimpse of this symbol was found in Egypt, where the remnants of a vexillum were unearthed. Made of thick linen dyed a rich scarlet, the vexillum boasted outstanding decorative features. A fine fringe decorated its lower part, while a hem at the top sheltered the crossbar that supported it. Apart from its symbolic role, the term vexillarius also extended to particularly regal veterans, renowned for their distinction and privileged status within the legion. These soldiers were assigned to a separate company, known as a vexillario, where they played a crucial role in combat and other exceptional skills required to maintain the cohesion and effectiveness of the Roman forces under the vexillum banner. Although some vexillarius served in temporary detachments apart from their parent units, the essence of their role as guardians of the legion's unity and identity was unwavering. Clad in standard Roman armor and a striking helmet decorated with animal pelts such as lion or wolf, Their imposing and distinctive presence stressed not only their functional weight, but also their steadfast dedication to the legion and the empire. The vexillum was a source of inspiration on the Roman Empire's battlefields, symbolizing the legion's unyielding strength and relentless drive for victory.
Arminius, the man who had brought the Romans to their knees in Teutoburg, was on one side. Germanicus, the most powerful Roman general in Rome at the time, was on the other, determined to seek revenge for the deaths of his men in Teutoburg. Who would win this battle? Nearly 5 years have now passed since the Teutoburg catastrophe, and until 14 AD, the Romans had not achieved any major victories over the Germanics. Several tribes saw it as particularly useful to start allying themselves with Arminius against Roman control. There were even Cherusi, headed by their uncle, Inguiomer, who hadn't supported the initial attack, but who then joined Arminius' side. In spite of this growing support, Segestes, a leader of the Cherusi, and also Arminius' father-in-law, still preferred to remain loyal to Rome. And it is obvious that this eventually undermined his authority and popularity within the tribe. Retaliating for this endorsement, Arminius ordered his allies to arrest his father-in-law. Segestes then somehow managed to send his own son, Segimundus, to ask the general Germanicus for help. With Segimundus' assistance, Germanicus succeeded in freeing Segestes and capturing some of Arminius' allies, including his wife Thanelsda, at the time pregnant. One can only picture the moment when Arminius' wife, who also happened to be Segestes' daughter, found herself face to face with her father, who was now free and also on the enemy side. Notwithstanding past grudges, Germanicus, with Segestes' son's defection and some other Germanic warriors who had quit to follow Arminius, spotted an opportunity. All the evidence suggests that not only had this son of Segestes fought against Rome, but that he had also defiled the corpse of the general Publius Varus. Given this rebellious background, the reigning emperor, Tiberius, decided to pardon all those involved. The exiled were not only given a place to live in the empire, but also a lifetime pension. This strategy not only secured the loyalty of these new allies, but also weakened Arminius' position by undercutting his internal support. On hearing that his father-in-law had permitted his pregnant daughter to be imprisoned, Arminius was enraged. As Tacitus put it, Arminius said that the Romans were cowards and lacked the nerve to stand up to him, which is why they went after his wife. At that point, referring to Germanicus, Arminius said, "We have defeated Augustus and his heir Tiberius. Why should we cower before an inexperienced teenager and his mutinous army?" Arminius was referencing the rebellion that had taken place among Germanicus' soldiers following Augustus' death. Now having captured some of Arminius' allies, Germanicus decided to escalate his chase. As he pressed on, Arminius took advantage of the rough and muddy terrain and managed once again to attack the Romans in a swampy forest and score a small victory. His uncle, Inguiomer, then suggested attacking the Romans in open terrain, but the attempt was unsuccessful, mainly due to the Roman army's greater experience in such conditions. Throughout the following 2 years, the Romans, led by Germanicus, continued their raids against various Germanic tribes that had allied themselves with Arminius and recovered one of their banners that had been lost. Nonetheless, they were unable to confront Arminius and his soldiers during this period. The Romans' image was heavily tied to their ability to avoid any kind of defeat, however small. Every time they carried out an expedition, it felt as if they were engaging in a mind game. It was not a question of utterly defeating a tribe, but of conveying the idea that the Romans were invincible. When they withdrew strategically, it not only showed their military strength, but also sent a clear message. The Romans were powerful and strong-willed. Yet, with every expedition he undertook, Germanicus faced a challenge: how to achieve a balance between strength and agility in his expeditions. This is why he aimed to cause destruction and spread terror over a wide area, displaying Roman military capabilities. Withdrawing without incurring heavy losses was the crux of this strategy. The objective was to sow fear in the tribes, persuading them that resisting was pointless. Despite not having won any major victories after Teutoburg, the mere fact of having avoided significant defeats boosted Arminius' reputation. Throughout the winter months, Germanicus spent time preparing for battle, uniting all 8 legions into a single force. The empire's western provinces, although faced with challenges, sent grain, horses, and pack animals to strengthen the army. The strategic choice of moving the army by water, sailing along the North Sea coast, and landing inside enemy territory meant that almost 1,000 boats had to be built. The diplomatic campaign to attract Germanic leaders to the Roman side continued as well, resulting in some important defectors, such as Segimer, who was Segestes' brother. Alongside the practical arrangements, Germanicus took advantage of those months to focus his attention on improving the health and morale of his men. He visited the winter barracks hospitals, talked to the soldiers, and extolled their feats of courage, giving them the morale they would need later on. Then, in the spring of 16 AD, Germanicus was set to continue his pursuit and put an end to Arminius for the last time. By joining the squadron in the territory of the Batavi, an allied tribe, the Roman army started preparing for the campaign. By sending a small column to attack the Chatti, Germanicus learned of an attack on the Roman fort close to where Varus's disgrace had taken place. This was a prelude to the ensuing showdown. But before that, the tombs that Germanicus had built for the soldiers in Teutoburg were razed to the ground by native enemies, and this heightened tensions. Arminius found out that the Roman army was assembled at the river Weser. Among the Roman soldiers, there was someone quite special to him, his brother. However, Arminius' brother was not a prisoner, but an auxiliary soldier in the Roman army. His name was Flavus. When Arminius and his father had defeated the legions at Teutoburg in 9 AD, Flavus had not been with them. He was in Illyria, helping the Roman army in an uprising, where he lost one of his eyes. Once Arminius heard that Flavus was with the other soldiers on the river Weser, he attempted to find a way to meet up with his brother. The two succeeded in meeting and talking on the riverbank, but they were unable to reach an agreement. Flavus asked Arminius to surrender, promising that the Romans would have mercy on them. On the other hand, Arminius urged Flavus to stand up for his people and his roots. The two began to argue, and Flavus almost got into a scuffle with Arminius. Arminius realized that his brother had decided to stay loyal to Rome, but he thought, why not try to convince other Roman soldiers to desert the army and come over to my side? He decided to send emissaries to the Roman camp to try to convince the soldiers to desert. To do so, they offered great sums of money, land, and wives. In an attempt to further undermine Roman morale, Arminius presented the offer to desert in Latin, letting it be known that some of the former Roman soldiers were already fighting on his side. As his envoys made this offer, Arminius decided to retreat to a strategic position in a sacred forest. There were rumors among Germanicus' soldiers of a night attack on the Roman camp, and this brought a certain amount of tension. Germanicus took precautions and decided to keep his legions on alert. As a seasoned general, he knew that his soldiers were probably distressed and afraid. To assess the morale of his troops, Germanicus decided to disguise himself with a hood made of animal skin, silently walking through the tents at night, listening to the soldiers' conversations. As he went around the camp to find out how the soldiers were feeling, Germanicus was surprised by the soldiers' faith in and concern for him as their general. Early the next morning, he addressed his army, presenting a cunning strategy. Having spotted the vulnerable features of the Germanics, he pointed out the effectiveness of the Roman pilum, gladius, and breastplate. The commander instigated the legionaries to attack quickly and harshly, drawing attention to the Germanics' vulnerability, as they lacked strong armor and shields. The tactical difference between the two armies was obvious, and Germanicus wanted to take advantage of it. Arminius simultaneously drew up a strategy to confront the Romans on the hills of Idistavisso, once again making effective use of the sloping terrain and the woods in his rear. With Gaul and Germanic auxiliaries leading the way, followed by 4 legions under Germanicus, the battle was set to rage. There were also 2 cohorts of the Praetorian Guard and a strategic assortment of cavalry that deployed the Roman army to face the Germanic rebels. Notwithstanding the drawbacks of the terrain, the Romans excelled in battle tactics and managed to push back the Germanics, putting even Arminius in a perilous situation, nearly being captured. Apparently, when the battle begun, some of the Cherusi disobeyed Arminius' orders, dashing forward and quickly being pushed back by Roman cavalry. Under Germanicus, the Roman infantry pressed forward with determination, confronting and repelling the Germanics. Striving to change the tide of battle, Arminius led an attack against the Roman archers, but was met with stiff resistance from the auxiliary heavy infantry. Arminius, wounded and aware of the impending defeat, chose to escape by smearing his face with his own blood to conceal his identity. It was rumored that Germanic auxiliaries, perhaps from the Caucasian tribe, facilitated his escape. The Germanic army, in disarray and under intense Roman attack, suffered significant losses. While Tacitus does not give specific statistics, the Roman casualties were fairly small, and all of Germanicus' soldiers celebrated the victory. Despite the early defeat, the Germanics were far from giving up. They established their position again, choosing strategic terrain between a tricky swamp and a woodland near a river. They built a fence similar to one used in Varus's ambush. The German infantry took cover near the bastion, while the cavalry moved into position in the wooded areas a little further back, ready to attack the Roman rearguard. Fully aware of the enemy presence, the Romans headed by Germanicus decided to fight another battle in open country. Letting the cavalry cover open terrain, they divided the infantry into two units. The first attack met with difficulties and some Roman casualties. After rearranging the forces, Germanicus brought in slingers and marksmen, who succeeded in defeating the Germanic warriors who were standing at a longer distance, destroying their shields and armor. Germanicus spearheaded the breakthrough with 2 Praetorian cohorts, while the Roman forces advanced into the woodland terrain to seize this tactical advantage. The Germanics' numerical advantage then became a handicap, as the Romans, more skilled in close combat, managed to turn the tide. Probably still recovering from recent wounds, Arminius took a minor role in the second battle. His uncle, Guiomir, took command, although this did not prevent the Germanics from suffering heavy casualties. At the end of the day, Germanicus withdrew a legion to start setting up camp, and raised another trophy to celebrate the victory. This decisive victory prompted some tribes to swear allegiance to the Roman Empire. Following this, Germanicus had the bold idea of bypassing the Germanics by sea to take them by surprise, but it ended up failing. Over 1,000 ships carrying legionaries to their destination were hit by a storm that destroyed a significant part of the army. Emperor Tiberius, already pleased with the victories achieved and well aware of the risks involved in continuing the campaign, decided it was time to stop. The effort and resources allocated to the temporary conquering of forests and swamplands no longer seemed to justify the endeavor. The quest to conquer Germania had ended, and although he had lost to the Romans, Arminius was also victorious for having succeeded in removing Roman influence from the region. On his return to Rome, Germanicus was celebrated with a triumph, a feast in honor of his victories. Everyone in Rome was keenly anticipating Germanicus' return. Upon his arrival, he was feted with a triumph for his victories. Wearing ceremonial robes, 2 cohorts of the prestigious Praetorian Guard were waiting to welcome him. But such was the respect for the general that all 9 cohorts wanted to attend this historic moment, a mark of respect for the leader who vindicated Rome. The whole Roman celebration unfolded before the eyes of Arminius' son, who was quite young at the time and had been born into captivity. Having successfully warded off the threat of Roman occupation, Arminius had to deal now with tribal fights breaking out again in Germania, and his own uncle and greatest ally Guiomir now wanted to take over. As a result, Arminius' peace of mind was short-lived, and just 3 years after the Roman troops left Germania in 19 AD, he was killed by his own relatives at the age of 37. By a twist of fate, these were the same people who had made Arminius the supreme leader of the entire Germania. The internal power struggle was so intense that the Cherusi had to beg Rome to intervene and send them a king years later. And do you know who Rome sent? Do you remember Flavius, brother of Arminius? His son, Italicus, was sent by the then Emperor Claudius to be the new Cherusi king. As a result, Rome just had to watch and wait until the Germanics needed its help again. The legendary Legio I Adiutrix is mostly remembered for having been hurriedly formed by Emperor Nero when he was about to die. This legion was originally assembled with only sailors, the men available at the time. They ended up being unfairly disavowed by Emperor Galba following Nero's death. The story of Legio I Adiutrix starts in the spring of 68 AD. At that point, Nero, desperately trying to hold on to his throne, had taken the unprecedented decision to call up sailors from the Roman battle fleet based in Misenum on the Italian east coast for legionary service. The legion's banner became the Pegasus to illustrate its strength in numerous campaigns over the following years. But the sailors, albeit having become a legion, could not save the weakened Emperor Nero. With the Praetorian Guard and Germanic bodyguard forces deserting him, and the Senate proclaiming him an enemy of the state and sending troops to arrest him, Nero decided to take his own life in June of that year. In the meantime, the newly formed legion of sailors stayed in Rome, awaiting the forthcoming developments. Since they had no accommodation, these men had to fend for themselves and slept wherever they could around the city. The Senate had already recognized Galba as the new emperor. That fall, he marched from Hispania to Rome, surrounded by an entourage that included his newly formed Legio I Gemina and a large contingent of cavalry. Misenum sailors were anxious to have their unit officially recognized and wanted Roman citizenship as a bonus. The prospect of this prestigious status led them to seek the new Emperor Galba's approval for that legion. In October 68 AD, as news of the arrival of Galba and his troops spread throughout Rome, all 5,000 sailors of this new legion went to see the new emperor. Galba said he had no time to attend their request immediately. This did not suit the former sailors, and so they decided to carry out an armed revolt inside Rome. Confronted with these men's persistent calls for recognition of this newly formed legion, Galba was pushed into a decisive and, for some, brutal response. Faced with a surging mob, the emperor feared being attacked and ordered his cavalry to charge them mercilessly. The accounts vary, but the death toll is estimated at over 1,000, and the survivors were subjected to a grim fate. The Gallic governor, Vindex, capitalized on the tumultuous moment in Rome and broke out into rebellion, drawing support from different tribes. The city of Lugdunum promptly aligned itself on Vindex's side, while Vienna remained loyal to Rome. However, these cities were riddled with veteran soldiers. The situation worsened when Lugdunum, influenced by the locals, urged the Legio I Adiutrix to attack Vienna, claiming that the Viennese were foreigners, while they themselves were an ancient colony of Roman legion veterans. Considering this looming danger, Vienna decided to form a local legion, backing the new Emperor Galba. They re-reformed the Legio I Adiutrix, a unit forged to protect Vienna from attacks sponsored by Lugdunum, although the elders of Vienna claimed that they were simply showing loyalty to the Legio I Italica and its new emperor. The legion was originally recruited in the regions of Gallia Narbonensis and Italy. Then it found itself in different posts, from Misenum and Spain to Mogontiacum and Sirmium, playing a part in crucial campaigns in Dacia and Parthia. The legion soldiers fought their first battle in 70 AD, in what is known as the Revolt of the Batavi, where the soldiers' courage and persistence proved crucial to victory. The legion was present at a number of historical events over the years, from Trajan's Dacian Wars 101 to 106 AD to the Parthian Campaign 114 to 116 AD, and Marcus Aurelius' Germanic Wars 161 to 180 AD. It was under the command of notable leaders, however, such as the future Emperor Pertinax, that the Legio I Adiutrix achieved its peak. After Pertinax's assassination in 193 AD, the Legio I Adiutrix joined others on a march to Rome, where the Roman Senate acclaimed 7th Severus as emperor. Perceiving threats to his throne, Severus led his legions, including the I Adiutrix, on a journey east. Crossing Asia Minor, they defeated Pescennius Niger, reinforcing Severus's rule over the empire. Having consolidated power, the Adiutrix I returned to Rome, and later, alongside other legions, took part in Severus's Parthian campaigns. In 238 AD, the I Adiutrix fought a civil war at the siege of Aquileia under Emperor Maximinus Thracianus. Following turbulent events that led to Maximinus, Pupienus, and Balbinus being assassinated, the legion swore allegiance to Gordian III, joining him in the war against the Persians in 244. Following a tragic turn of events, Gordian III was killed near the Euphrates River on February 25, 244 AD, succeeded by Philip the Arab. After Gordian III's death, little is known about I Adiutrix. Records suggest that it was still active in the 5th century AD, under Stilicho's command, but the details of its legacy remain shrouded in mystery. The Legio I Adiutrix nevertheless left a triumphant legacy, despite unexpected challenges, from the battles for power during the period of succeeding emperors to struggles in far-off territories.
Spurius Densus went down in Roman history as one of the bravest and most loyal soldiers, all because he single-handedly protected the emperor against the Praetorian Guard, and it is about him that we will talk in today's video. The only information about this centurion comes from Tacitus, Plutarch, and Cassius Dio. According to what they wrote, Sempronius was a centurion of the Praetorian Guard in the 1st century, and worked as a bodyguard for the Emperor Galba. In 69 AD, Galba was old and needed to choose someone to succeed him on the throne. Otho, who had supported him as emperor when Nero died, hoped that Galba would return the favor. But that did not happen. In early 69, on January 10th, Galba named the young Piso Licinianus as heir to the throne. From that moment on, the choleric Otho decided to usurp the throne and kill Galba and Piso. He put the plan into action by bribing the Praetorian Guard soon after Piso's appointment. On January 15th, just 5 days after Piso was chosen by Galba, Otho used the support and protection of the Praetorian Guard to proclaim himself emperor. The Praetorians, who were supposed to protect Galba, now wanted to kill him and his successor. On this day, Galba and Piso were being carried through the streets when a large group of Praetorians appeared to assassinate them. Sempronius, who always protected the emperor, made a difficult decision. He noticed that all the soldiers around him decided to support the conspirators, but Sempronius remained loyal to Galba and Piso. He was pressured to change sides, but said no before the conspiracy, and at the same time he tried to convince the Praetorians to forego the assassination, but to no avail. Plutarch wrote this about Sempronius's attitude. No man resisted or offered to defend Galba except Sempronius Densus, the only one among thousands of men whom the sun on that day saw act worthily in the Roman Empire. Though he had never received any favor from Galba, he defended the progeny through bravery and loyalty. As Piso fled, Sempronius, with no way out, began to fight his former colleagues alone. Plutarch narrated the details of the episode. First, raising his vine staff, with which centurions punish soldiers, he called out loudly to the aggressors, ordering them not to touch the emperor. And when they charged him point blank, he drew his sword and defended himself for a long time, until finally he fell butchered on his knees and tumbled to the ground. Sempronius, fighting only with his dagger, could not hold out for long. When he fell to the ground, the Praetorians brutally killed Galba and then Piso, who had hidden himself in a temple. Otho became emperor and ruled Rome for only 3 months. In April AD 69, Vitellius became emperor, ordering the execution of all the participants in the murder of Galba, Piso, and Sempronius. Sempronius's heroic act left a legacy of courage and loyalty for the Romans. For this reason, the Roman historian Cassius Dio describes him as most worthy of mention. Marcus Cassius Scavus is known for being one of Julius Caesar's greatest centurions during the civil wars in the 1st century BC. Scavus impressed Julius Caesar by his bravery and loyalty when, even though he lost an eye and was brutally wounded, he continued to push forward against the legions of Pompey the Great. Let's look further into the story of this brave centurion. We know very little about Scavus's life before he decided to enlist in the Roman army. During the wars in Gaul, he served alongside Julius Caesar as a common legionary and was at the forefront of the legions sent to fight in Britannia in 55 BC. When Scavus and other legionaries landed on the beach of the Britons, apparently everything seemed peaceful. Caesar ordered him to stand guard on the ship while the others set up camp. A short time later, some Bretons appeared to attack Scavus, throwing darts at him. The legionary managed to defend himself with his shield, but the Bretons surrounded him for a face-to-face fight. Even alone against a large number of opponents, Scavus fought with enormous courage and skill, defeating several Bretons and holding out for a long time. He managed to escape the fight, but left behind much of his armor, which had been torn from him. On the way to the camp, Scavus, besides being wounded, was worried that he would be punished by the general for leaving behind his helmet and shield. He managed to find Caesar and apologized for what had happened. Caesar, instead of punishing him, was impressed by his courage and promoted him to centurion. From that moment on, Marcus Cassius Scavus became an example of bravery to be followed by Caesar's legionaries and was chosen to command his own centuria. 7 years later, Rome was plunged into a civil war between the two most powerful generals of the Republic, Julius Caesar and Pompey the Great.
In the year 48 BC, at the Battle of Pharsalus, Caesar defeated Pompey's forces, forcing him to flee to Dyrrhachium, a city on the Adriatic coast, where he tried to reorganize the legions to face Caesar's army again. Pompey built his headquarters there and fortified the city with a complex system of trenches and walls. During this period, several of Caesar's high-ranking centurions were wounded, and Marcus Cassius Scavus was chosen to command a cohort of the 6th Legion with about 500 soldiers. According to the Roman historian Suetonius, this cohort had been selected to defend a stronghold. Knowing this, Pompey sent an entire legion with 6,000 men to confront Scavus's cohort. Julius Caesar's soldiers were at a 1 to 12 disadvantage. The fear was too much, and they thought about giving up. But Marcus Cassius Scavus, who already had experience fighting at a numerical disadvantage, encouraged his men not to give up and face Pompey's army. The soldiers decided to fight. The battle was intense. Scavus defeated several enemy soldiers with his sword alone, but he also sustained several blows. An arrow wounded his left eye, blinding him. Suetonius narrated Scavus's situation. Blinded in one eye, wounded in the thigh and shoulder, with no less than 120 holes in his shield. Pompey's troops fired about 3,000 arrows during the battle, but that didn't make the centurion give up. Removing the arrow from his eye, Marcus Cassius Scavus ordered his soldiers not to retreat, and continued to fight with even more courage. A few minutes later, the centurion collapsed. So much was the blood loss. The historian Plutarch described what happened. Scavus called out to the enemy, as if to surrender. 2 soldiers from Pompey's legion went to the scene, but Scavus cut the shoulder of one with his sword, wounded the other in the face, and then fled with his soldiers' help. Julius Caesar, upon learning of this, promoted Scavus again, this time as Primus Pilus, the highest centurion rank in the legion, and Caesar did not make him serve in just any legion, but his favorite, the 10th Legion Equestris. Scavus received a reward worth 200,000 sestertii, and his salary was increased 3 times. Marcus Cassius Scavus's story became an inspiration for many Roman soldiers over the centuries. He was seen as an example of bravery and loyalty, even if he was at a disadvantage.
Using innovative tactics and strategies for the time, Rome became one of history's greatest empires. In large part, this was due to the strategic expertise of its generals, who were the driving force behind such military success. They were responsible for expanding the Republic and the Empire through war, greatly increasing the number of Roman provinces. In this video, we will look at 10 of the greatest generals of the Roman army and their major achievements. Known as one of the greatest generals and strategists in history, Publius Cornelius Scipio Africanus won many epic battles in the Second Punic War, 218 to 201 BC. But his greatest victory was certainly at the Battle of Zama, when he defeated the Carthaginian general Hannibal. Scipio traveled with his army to the village of Zama, the location of the Carthaginian troops' camp. In the battle that occurred on October 19, 202 BC, Scipio was outnumbered. He had a modest army and cavalry advantage, but Hannibal had veterans from the entire Italian campaign and 80 war elephants. The battle began when Hannibal used the elephants to tear apart the Roman front line, but Scipio was a good strategist and trained his soldiers to handle the animals. He organized his men into vertical columns with paths in the middle, set traps on the ground, and had them blow trumpets to scare the elephants away. Some elephants fell into the ground openings, others were forced to turn back toward the Carthaginian soldiers. Hannibal's strategy failed, and after a bloody and time-consuming battle, the Romans won. After the defeat, the Carthaginian Senate signed a surrender agreement, ending a war that lasted almost 20 years. With the victory, Rome secured control of the western Mediterranean, began annexing the Iberian Peninsula, and established alliances in North Africa. Marius is considered responsible for several actions that had considerable influence on the transformation of Roman civilization from republic to empire. He allowed landless Romans to join the army. Before that, they were required to own property. At the same time, he changed the law so that Romans had to carry their own equipment. These became known as Marius's mules. He was also consul-elect 7 times, something unprecedented from 107 BC. However, the office became increasingly autocratic. The election had to do with granting emergency powers to fight invading hordes than with enforcing the constitution. Marius also distinguished himself as a shrewd general in several campaigns, especially in Africa and against German tribes. He defeated the Teutons as they advanced towards Italy. This tribe had engineered a 2-pronged attack together with the Germanic tribe, the Cimbri, from their positions in Gaul. He ambushed the hordes near the Alps and killed about 100,000 invaders. Despite being born poor, Sulla achieved a renowned position in the Roman army and was an essential piece in the victory of the Jugurthine War. Jugurtha, chief of the Numidians, had defied Roman decree when he invaded Numidia for his own royal family. Rome retaliated, defeating the leader and forcing him into exile in Mauretania. Sulla made a deal with Bocchus, king of Mauretania, who handed Jugurtha over to the Romans. The war ended without bloodshed, and for this, he was praised in the Senate. He then fought alongside Marius against the Cimbri and Teutonic invaders, before taking political office. He was even consul after his efforts as a general during the Social War of 91 to 88 BC. Sulla became the first general to march on Rome in response to Marius, causing him to dismiss him from his position. Although several of his commanders refused to follow him, he forced Marius out of the city. However, the latter returned later and resumed power while Sulla was campaigning in Asia. In 82 BC, Sulla marched on Rome for the second time. The Senate appointed him dictator, giving him almost unlimited power. With a wealthy provincial background, Magnus, or Pompey the Great, was one of the main leaders in the last decades of the Roman Republic and Rome's most famous general during its twilight. He first entered politics when he used his troops to help Sulla liberate Rome from the Marians in 83 BC. With that victory, he received the epithet Teenage Butcher. Later, when pirates began threatening Rome's wheat supply in 67 BC, Pompey led 120,000 soldiers and 500 ships. Dividing the Mediterranean into 12 zones, he solved the problem in 3 months. Pompey subsequently formed an alliance known as the First Roman Triumvirate, along with Julius Caesar and Crassus. He married Caesar's daughter, Julia, to consolidate the alliance. However, when Julia died in 54 BC, Pompey and Caesar clashed, which degenerated into civil war. Caesar won and Pompey fled to Egypt, where he was killed. He is probably the most famous of all the Romans. As a politician, Caesar was the first emperor in everything but name. After the conquest of Gaul, which extended Rome's territory to the English Channel and the Rhine, he was the first Roman general to cross both channels. He built a bridge across the Rhine and led the first raid into Britannia. These conquests gave Caesar unparalleled military power, overshadowing even Pompey in the Senate. Pompey accused Caesar of insubordination and treason, ordering him to disband his army and return to Rome. Caesar refused. In 49 BC, he led his army into civil war and won. As dictator in Rome, Caesar revised the calendar, began building a basilica, and issued a new coin with his face on it. He was assassinated in 44 BC. His death precipitated the end of the Roman Republic. Considered by many the greatest Roman general, Mark Antony began his career as an officer in Egypt. Between 54 to 50 BC, he served Julius Caesar, becoming one of his most trusted officers. After Caesar's assassination, Antony became the leader of Rome. Octavian, Caesar's adopted son, was his main rival. Antony, Octavian, and Lepidus formed the Second Triumvirate. Antony controlled the eastern half of the Roman Empire, and Octavian controlled most of the west. Antony married Octavian's sister, Octavia, but later had Cleopatra, the Queen of Egypt, as his mistress and wife. This caused him to lose his alliance with Rome. When war broke out between the two men, Antony was defeated. He and Cleopatra fled to Egypt, where they committed suicide. Marcus Vipsanius Agrippa. Since childhood, he had been a close friend of the first emperor, Octavian Augustus. Octavian and Agrippa were cavalry officers under Caesar at the Battle of Munda in 45 BC. After this quarrel and return to Rome, Caesar adopted Octavian as his legal heir. As the senatorial factions in Rome became increasingly aggressive, Caesar sent Octavian and Agrippa to study in Apollonia with the Macedonian legions. Agrippa earned a great reputation among the Macedonian legionaries and exhibited remarkable leadership skills. In Greece, he also worked with architecture, acquiring skills he would later use. In addition to being Octavian's chief military advisor, Agrippa was the general of the Roman Empire's ship fleet and responsible for building the Portus Julius harbor, joining the lakes Lucrine and Avernus. This allowed Rome's ships to be defended from the attack of Sextus Pompey. Agrippa and Octavian fought together in many land and sea battles throughout the empire, including Gaul, Germania, and probably Africa. Agrippa was known for his civic duties and military prowess. He was responsible for coordinating repairs and improvements to Rome's waterworks, renovating and extending the Aqua Marcia aqueduct, and hauling water to new parts of the city. When Augustus came to power, Agrippa worked alongside the emperor, repairing streets and buildings, also organizing festivals for the inhabitants of Rome. Later, Augustus paid an indirect compliment to Agrippa. "I found Rome a city of bricks, but I left it a city of marble." Germanicus was an important member of the Julio-Claudian dynasty and one of the most renowned generals of the early years of the Roman Empire, particularly for his campaigns in Germania. The son of Nero Claudius Drusus, the name Germanicus was added in 9 BC by his father after his victories in Germania. In 4 AD, Germanicus was adopted by his paternal uncle, Tiberius, Augustus's successor as emperor. He was appointed commander of the forces in Germania in 14 AD after Augustus's death. After suppressing a rebellion among the 8 legions he commanded, he marched to the Teutoburg forest, scene of a battle in 9 AD. At this site, he buried the bones of the fallen Roman soldiers before pursuing the Cherusci tribe, killing many in revenge. In 16 AD, he again proved his strategic skill when he encountered a German alliance at the Battle of the Weser River. Thousands of German troops were killed. The Romans had few casualties. Agricola was the general who conquered Britannia, not just parts, but all of it. He fought battles throughout the territory, and, as eventual governor, built 1,300 miles of roads and at least 60 forts. After holding office in Rome, Emperor Vespasian sent Agricola to serve in Britannia as a commander. Later, while governor, he was ordered to conquer the entire island. Leading the army toward northern Scotland, Agricola built forts across much of the lowlands and introduced Romanization measures, encouraging communities to build towns on the Roman model, and educating the children of the native nobility in the Roman manner. He also instructed the leader of the fleet in northern Britannia to sail up the northern coast, confirming it for the first time that Britannia was an island. Agricola was called to Britannia again in 85 AD. Rumor had it that the Emperor Domitian was jealous of his success. Also known as Drusus the Elder, he was a Roman politician and military commander. He was also responsible for the first major Roman campaigns beyond the Rhine River and the initiator of the conquest of Germania. He was the first Roman general to reach the Weser and Elbe rivers. Brother of Tiberius, who became emperor, Drusus was the son of the Emperor Augustus, although legally his father was Tiberius Claudius Nero. This rumor was fueled by Drusus, as it made him part of Augustus's direct lineage. Drusus's military prowess was evident during his incursions into Germania. In 12 BC, Drusus led a victorious campaign in the region and subdued the Sicambri. Later that year, he led a naval campaign against the Germanic tribes of the North Sea coast, conquering the Batavi and Frisians. He also defeated the Chauci near the mouth of the Weser. In 11 BC, Drusus conquered the Eusippides and the Marsi, extending Roman control to the upper Weser. In 9 BC, while consul, Drusus conquered the Mattiaci, and later defeated the Marcomanni and Etrusci. That same year, while returning after reaching the Elbe River, Drusus fell off his horse, was severely injured, and died a month later. He was only 29 years old. Drusus remained extremely popular with the legionaries, who erected a monument known today as the Drusus Stone in his honor. His family received the name Germanicus as a hereditary honorary title, passed on to his eldest son.
Before we talk about them, we need to understand what the life of a Roman army veteran was like. On average, a soldier's length of service until he was discharged depended on the military force he was part of, and changed slightly over the centuries. Generally, a legionary soldier served 20 years, a Praetorian Guard served 16, and an auxiliary soldier served about 25 years. Those service lengths may seem short today, especially when some people spend 35 years in a military career. But the average life expectancy in the ancient world was much shorter than today. 20 years spent in the legions represented a much larger portion of a man's life than we can imagine. If the serviceman served his full term and received an honorable discharge, his civilian life was usually pretty good. Veterans had a high status in ancient Rome, and were protected by laws that gave them specific rights and immunities, and they could even become local decurions, a kind of councilman receiving land grants. If they received an honorable discharge, veterans would also earn money in addition to land. A legionary received 30,000 denarii, which could rise to 5,000. A Praetorian could receive between 5,000 and 8,250 denarii. Now that we know more about veteran soldiers, let's talk about the evocati, who were also veterans, but with more status and some particularities. In short, an evocatus was a soldier who, after having remarkably fulfilled his period in the Roman imperial army, was dismissed with honors and accolades, and later decided to return to active service. To give you an idea of how respected they were, these veterans were often leaders in colonies throughout the empire, and there was usually peace and security where they settled. In turn, this attracted other civilians, as veterans also represented a skilled labor force locally, as well as being very good for the local economy. One example of a thriving veteran colony on the outskirts of the empire was Thamugati in Numidia, a short distance from the legionary fortress of Lambaesis. Another factor that made the evocati highly effective, and that led to them being called back into service, was that they formed a kind of ready and trained militia for emergencies. They were much better options than conventional recruits. One example occurred during the Boudica uprising in 60 AD, when Governor Suetonius Paulinus summoned 2,500 evocati. Tacitus wrote this about the event: "The old soldiers experienced in battle yearned to throw the darts, and Suetonius confidently gave the signal to begin the battle." Additionally, the evocati reported directly to the governor of a Roman province. In times of emergency, they could be used to reinforce the garrison. Another reason a man might join the evocati was the need for money if he was going through hard times, or the urge to find a purpose for life after leaving the army. Just like today, it was not easy for a career soldier to rejoin civilian society. Many saw with delight the opportunity to return to the ranks of the imperial army and undergo new adventures in distant lands. Finally, men who were called back into service by the consul or former commander also became evocati. This situation often occurred during the civil wars. For example, at the Battle of Pharsalus, Pompey used 2,000 evocati against Caesar, and later Octavian enlisted 3,000 evocati to face Mark Antony. In 67 AD, Gaius Licinius Mucianus, the governor of Syria, claimed to have recruited 13,000 evocati to fight the Emperor Vitellius. Another clear example of how the evocati had a very lofty status in the imperial army was that they never performed tasks deemed low-level, or that were usually done by low-ranking military personnel. For example, fortifying the camp, digging roads, standing watch, and other less complex tasks. The evocati were too precious for ordinary tasks and were allocated elsewhere. In addition to when needed, evocati fulfilled other roles. They became instructors, standard-bearers, and physical trainers for the regular troops. Many evocati also returned to the military ranks to become qualified and skilled officers or administrators in the legions. Some joined Rome's police and fire departments. Others were army surveyors, architects, and quartermasters. The skilled and high-ranking evocati often came from the Praetorian Guard, although sometimes they were drawn from the regular legions. In some cases, they held very high positions in the army, even above ordinary legionary soldiers. Some evocati were even equated with the renowned centurions. These soldiers were also often promoted to the rank of centurion, and were given permission to carry a vine staff, with which they punished soldiers who had committed acts of indiscipline, proving how respected and admired they were. There was always a substantial number of evocati in each relevant imperial legion. When the commander of that legion was popular among the soldiers, the number of veterans joining the banner naturally increased. The name evocati was also applied to a select group of young men of the equestrian order, appointed by the Emperor Domitian to guard his quarter. Some writers believe that this corpus existed under successive emperors, composed of those renowned as evocati Augusti, which might be translated to imperial evocati. These evocati served 16 years as members of the Praetorian Guard, and were the only evocati allowed to use the adjective Augusti, imperial. Unlike the regular evocati, the evocati Augusti were apparently chosen judiciously by the emperor. And that is the story of these amazing military men.
When a legionnaire joined the Roman army, he worked for almost 25 years. The question was how to stay alive for so long. What happened to a Roman legionnaire who was injured or became too ill to serve? How were they treated, and did the government give them any benefits or pensions? Stay with us, because that's what our video today is about. Concerned about the health and well-being of his soldiers, Emperor Augustus was the first to establish medical units for his army. He gave each legion doctors, support teams, and hospitals with a capacity of up to 500 soldiers. These experts remained close to headquarters and were ready to help wounded soldiers who arrived on horseback at headquarters. These doctors and other medical professionals were highly skilled. They could save up to 70% of the wounded and make the army function better. But what would happen if doctors did not know if a soldier could resume his duty? During the Republic, the laws of Appius Saturninus and Lucius Flavius ensured that soldiers who had conquered land in battle could keep it when they retired. For example, Caesar's soldiers who took Gaul kept their land there, but they seldom got any kind of cash benefit until the Emperor Augustus devised benefits for retired or disabled soldiers. Augustus created a huge pension fund worth 170 million sesterces, to which allies and imperial cities donated money. Sometime later, to ensure that all soldiers received this benefit, 5% inherent taxes and 1% on goods sold at auction were instituted to pay into a fund for the soldiers. 3 military prefects were responsible for it. This is how the scheme worked. After 25 years of service, a soldier would receive 12,000 sesterces or 3,000 denarii, about 20,000 USD. This was called honesta missio, and was a kind of proof that the soldier had done his job properly. But depending on the rank, these amounts could be much higher. For example, a centurion could receive up to 600,000 sesterces. But the situation was a little different for the disabled soldier. For his good work, he would receive the missio causaria, different from the honesta missio, proving that he had performed honorably. The disabled soldier would receive a different amount. If he had served for 12 years and then got injured, he would get 50% of what a normal retired soldier would, which in this case would be 1,500 denarii. But it is important to note that the soldier had to be examined by 3 doctors to get this benefit. If it was proven that he was disabled, the missio causaria would give him enough money to live for the rest of his life in peace. A soldier who received the missio causaria would also be granted small but valuable land parcels, the right to a military will made during his service, which remained valid for 1 year, and could be given to any Roman citizen, and the peculium castrense right, which allowed the soldier to hand his money and goods earned during his military service to a slave or son. Higher-ranking officers, such as the primus pilus centurions, also had access to a benefit that was not part of the public fund. It was a sort of private scheme managed by brokers for certain companies, giving these military personnel large amounts of money each year. A commander could also call a retired soldier back into service who had performed greatly in the army to serve as a member of the Evocati, the best of the Roman veterans. Depending on the soldier's intelligence and education, he would work in administrative roles if he was incapacitated. This meant that, even if the soldier had serious physical problems, he still couldn't help the Roman army. Oddly, although the Romans lived in a society that seems ancient and not that civilized by today's standards, they knew long ago how important it was to take care of their brave soldiers, who risked their lives for Rome for many years. In the last centuries of the Roman Empire, some leaders of the barbarian peoples tested their own courage in brutal confrontations with the Romans and amongst themselves. In this video, we will look at the top 8 barbarian warriors. Born into a noble family of the Germanic Cherusci tribe around 18 BC, Arminius was taken from his home by the Romans as a boy and served in the Roman army. In 9 AD, Cherusci forces ambushed and massacred 3 Roman legions under the command of Varus, governor of the province of Germania. After a humiliating defeat, in which the defeated Varus fell on his own sword, the Romans withdrew and did not attempt further invasions again. Although Arminius was hailed as a nationalist hero during the unification of Germany in the late 19th century, his reputation was tarnished at the beginning of World War II, when modern Germans associated his historical feats with the nationalism of Adolf Hitler's Third Reich. Number 7. Boudica. Like other Celtic women, Boudica had greater freedom than many other women in the ancient world. She trained her fighting skills and use of weapons alongside the men of her tribe. In 60 AD, when her husband, King Prasutagus of the Iceni people, died without leaving any male heirs, the Romans took the opportunity to annex the kingdom, publicly flog Boudica, and rape 2 of her daughters. As governor of the Roman province, Gaius Paulinus was absent from the region. Queen Boudica led a rebellion with the Iceni people and other tribes, achieving victory over the Roman 9th Legion. According to the Roman historian Tacitus, Boudica's forces massacred about 70,000 Romans. Number 6. Alaric I. One of the most famous barbarian leaders, the Gothic king Alaric I rose to power after the death of the Eastern Roman Emperor Theodosius II in 395 AD, destroying the fragile peace between Rome and the Goths. When the Western Emperor, Flavius Honorius, refused to provide land and supplies to Alaric's troops in 408, Gothic forces besieged Rome. In the summer of 410, a group of rebel slaves opened the Porta Salaria, and Alaric's troops were the first foreign enemy to enter the city in about 800 years. They sacked Rome for 3 days, but treated the city's inhabitants humanely. Alaric died soon after they left, during a subsequent expedition to Africa. His descendants, the Visigoths, migrated to the Iberian Peninsula and settled in present-day Spain. Number 5. Attila the Hun. Born into a royal family of Huns, nomadic people who lived in present-day Hungary, Attila rose to power alongside his brother, Bleda, in 434 AD. A former ally of Rome against other barbarian groups, including Burgundians and Goths, Attila accepted large subsidies in gold in exchange for not attacking Roman territory. But he did it anyway. After killing Bleda, he took full control of an empire that stretched across Central Europe. Several complicated episodes, involving the Western Roman Emperor Valentinian III and his sister Honoria, inspired Attila to invade Gaul, now France, in 450. Although a force of Romans and Visigoths blocked the invasion, Attila was undeterred. In 452, he invaded Italy. The Romans sent Pope Leo I as a peace emissary, and, although the details of the meeting are unknown, Attila withdrew his troops and returned to Hungary. In 453, he was found dead the morning after his wedding, apparently a victim of a fatal nosebleed. The motive may have been accidental alcohol poisoning, or an assassination plot, possibly involving his fiancée. Number 4. Gaiseric. When the Vandal king Gaiseric rose to power in 428, he led some 80,000 men to North Africa, where they established a kingdom that controlled the Mediterranean Sea for the next century. When Emperor Valentinian III was assassinated, voiding a treaty that promised his daughter Eudocia to Gaisaric's son, the Vandals marched on Rome in 455. Seeing that their defenses were weak, the Romans again sent Pope Leo I to beg for mercy. Thanks to the Pope's diplomacy, the Vandals agreed not to burn Rome or massacre the inhabitants in exchange for entry into the city. Later, Genseric returned victorious to North Africa, where he crushed 2 Roman attacks, in 461 and 468, and invaded the territories of the Eastern Empire from Alexandria, Egypt to Anatolia. Number 3. Odoacer. Most scholars agree that Odoacer, Italy's first barbarian king, was the son of Edico the Hun, king of the Germanic Sciri tribe, and advisor to the dreaded leader Attila the Hun. In 476 AD, after serving as commander of the Roman army in Italy, Odoacer led a rebellion against Orestes, a Roman general who overthrew the Western Emperor Julius Nepos, and his teenage son, Romulus Augustulus, declared emperor. Odoacer's forces captured and executed Orestes and exiled Romulus. Although he officially recognized the sovereignty of the Byzantine emperor Zeno, Orestes refused to assign Julius Nepos as Western emperor, as Zeno wanted, instead declaring himself king. He was a tolerant ruler, allowing the practice of Roman Catholicism, despite following the Arian Christian faith. Zenon's alliance with the Ostrogoth, Eastern Gothic leader Theodoric dictated the end of Odoacer's reign. When the Ostrogoths invaded Italy in 489, they captured almost the entire peninsula. Odoacer managed to hold out for some time in Ravenna, but after signing an agreement to rule the city jointly in 493, Theodoric murdered Odoacer, his family, and his followers. Number 2. Clovis. Clovis I was the first ruler of the Merovingian dynasty, which would rule Gaul and Germany between 500 and 750 AD. He is considered the founder of France. The son of Childeric, a pagan king of a Germanic tribe known as the Salian Franks, Clovis assumed the throne in 481 when he was only 15 years old. After defeating the last Roman governor of Gaul in 486, Clovis established a kingdom of various Frankish peoples between the west bank of the Rhine and the Atlantic Ocean. Clovis converted to Catholicism, and his kingdom blended Roman and Germanic cultural traditions. Much of Clovis's reign was marked by a power struggle with the young Visigoth king Alaric II, but in 507, Clovis defeated and killed his rival. From Paris, Clovis attempted the expansion of his territory, but Theodoric, the powerful Ostrogoth ruler of Italy, stopped him. Clovis died around 511. His Merovingian descendants ruled for over 200 years. 18 future French kings would have had the name Louis, a Latinized version of Clovis. Number 1. Theodoric. As a child, Theodoric was sent to Constantinople as a hostage of the Eastern Roman Empire to secure the loyalty of his father, the Ostrogoth chieftain Theodemir, by signing a Roman Gothic treaty. Although he never learned to read or write, he adopted many aspects of Roman culture. In 488 AD, Theodoric invaded Italy, conquering virtually the entire peninsula, and also Sicily in 493, when he manipulated and killed his rival Odoacer. Peace reigned in Italy during Theodoric's more than 3 decades, 33 years in power. He issued decrees to ensure fair legal treatment for Goths and Romans, stressing that the two groups should live together amicably. Far from the brutal stereotype of a barbarian king, Theodoric wore the purple robes favored by Roman emperors. After his death in 526, he was remembered as Theodoric the Great, given his peaceful and just rule and the revitalization of Italy after the fall of the Roman Empire. Dogs were extremely valued in ancient Rome and other cultures. The Roman dog especially performed tasks as hunters, guardians, and companions. But in the case of war dogs, this is an old military practice, generally used for intimidation, pursuit, combat, and tracking. In this video, we will cover the leading dog used in combat, the Canis pugnax. The term Canis pugnax refers to a breed that does not exist today. These dogs arose through the crossing of dogs of the Molossus breed of Greek origin. Being large, hairy, and heavy, they were used to protect cattle and horses. In some cases, they were also trained to hunt and fight, being referred to by Greek and Roman philosophers, poets, and playwrights. Eventually, the Greek molossus became extinct for unknown reasons, and we do not know when this happened. But the breed gave rise to 3 categories: molossus, bulldogs, and mastiffs, categories that branched out into dozens of other breeds with common traits. In view of this diversity, some breeds were used by the Romans to breed war dogs. The use of dogs in the Roman army began even in the Republic. Yes, the Romans were already breeding dogs before that to be guards, hunters, and faithful companions. But as Rome grew, the number of armed conflicts increased. The conquest of territories and assimilation of cultures, traditions, and species of animals and plants were emerging in Roman culture. The Greeks, Germans, Gauls, and other peoples already used war dogs. The Romans realized the potential of this decision, although too late. To fulfill the role of guards and fighters in the arenas, the Romans crossed different breeds of molossus to achieve the model that suited their liking. Large dogs, about 60 centimeters tall, with a rough appearance, intimidating bark, weighing between 40 and 50 kilos, black in color, obedient, territorial, loyal, and fierce. The Roman molossus was specially adapted for fighting purposes, being called Canis pugnax, or fighting dog. In the 4th century BC, fighting between gladiators became regular and prestigious in the Roman world. Besides fighting between men, combat with animals became frequent from a certain period of the 2nd century BC, both in hunts and in direct fighting between gladiators and animals. Wild animals such as lions, leopards, elephants, bears, and domestic animals such as bulls, horses, and dogs were used. Fights could include combat between animals only. In other cases, dogs and other animals were trained to do tricks. These animals were also used to intimidate or execute prisoners and criminals. The ferocious animals were released into the arena after being subjected to a period of fasting. Their death had to be spectacular. In many cases, there was a kind of race with bulls or rhinos, fights between animals, and also hunts, where the animals chased unarmed men who ended up torn to pieces. Much attention was paid to the scenography, which tried to recreate the natural environment of the beasts. The Canis pugnax was intended to be used in the arenas in the deadly games between gladiators. But the Romans realized that these fighting dogs could be added to the army. As we said above, many peoples already had war dogs. In fact, as the Roman domains annexed parts of Gaul, Germania, and Britannia, the Romans learned about other dog breeds, crossing them with their own molossus. This gave rise to new breeds of Pugnax canis. But these dogs were not mistreated at all. They were highly honored and well cared for. Often, the owner's reputation and livelihood depended on the dog's performance in a fight. Therefore, they received more care and attention than many of the slaves in Rome or some of their relatives. Sometimes, the Romans had to face war dogs in conflicts with the Germanics and Celts. In the Battle of Teutoburg against the Cimbri in 101 BC, they fought fierce animals. The dogs quarreled with the Romans, even when their owners were already dead or enslaved. They also defended the fortified camp at the Cimbri more effectively and for longer. The Romans were only able to storm the fortifications after killing all the animals. Sometime later, still in the 1st century BC, the use of war dogs by the Roman armies came into consideration when Julius Caesar and other generals invaded Gaul and Britannia. The Romans faced these dogs again and became more interested in their use in other military campaigns. War training was not simple. The dog had to live with the entire court, distinguish friends from enemies by smell, clothing, and armor. Smell was the dog's most important ability. Therefore, they had to socialize with and accept food from all the legionnaires of the garrison in the Castra, land used as camps or defensive positions. Dogs also had to learn verbal commands. If a stranger entered the camp with a specific order, the animal did not have to pounce on him as if facing an enemy. Dogs had to respect the order of attack in a battle, but all the various calls and the order to stop or return when needed. Unlike barbarian war dogs that attacked any foreign intervention, Roman dogs obeyed orders as if they were soldiers. The Canis pugnax was strong, combative, and brave, but also agile and fast. It could cover considerable distances daily on the plains and mountains, withstanding all kinds of weather. The Roman legions moved on foot over distances of up to 35 kilometers a day, with a heavy load on their backs. They also had to clear a large piece of land and build a castrum from scratch to spend the night. Meanwhile, dogs, as well as sentries, ensured that no one approached the camp. The construction of a Roman camp was the most dangerous time for legionnaires. In case they were being spied upon, the enemies had a good opportunity to attack them. Dismantling the castrum was also dangerous because they had to remove the tents, the altars, and the fence, pack everything, load the wagons, and feed the animals and themselves, not least because it was difficult to do this while moving. Dogs were particularly important as protection on these occasions. But the use of dogs by the Roman army was not as common as some people think. There are few accounts of dogs used on the battlefield, although there is the possibility that some authors did not give such importance to these animals. Perhaps this is why they disregarded their presence in the camps, and even though they were important in combat and guarding. Interestingly, the Greeks have more accounts of the use of war dogs than the Romans. There are even records that King Philip II of Macedon and Alexander the Great highly esteemed these animals, even serving as guard dogs. In the Roman case, reporters of the use of war dogs are scarcer. This suggests that it was not something usual in the army. Generally, poets and writers extol dogs as guard, hunting, and fighting animals in the arenas, but barely spoke of their use on the battlefield. The historian Publius Tacitus wrote the presence of the gods in camps and bases, acting as guards. Sometimes they were used to intimidate prisoners and capture fugitives, but such use in battle was not regular. Tacitus also wrote that the legions in Germania, Britannia, Dacia, and Thrace used more guard dogs than usual. During the reign of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, the Romans used Pugnax canis in warfare, according to the monument dedicated to the emperor. The column of Marcus Aurelius, completed in 193 AD after the emperor's death, shows dogs used in some campaigns, but we do not know what their purpose was. Were they guard and tracking dogs, or were they used in battles? We cannot deny that dogs were an important part of Roman life and culture. They were treated as if they were family members. When they died, they were even honored with tombs and gravestones. I want to know your opinion too, so write what you think about this relationship between the ancient Romans and dogs, in addition to their use in combat and in guarding the legionaries.
When an authority must travel anywhere in the modern world, he takes his bodyguards with him. In Roman times, emperors and other authorities did not go anywhere without theirs, the lictors. The word lictor derives from the Etruscans, a people who lived on the Italian peninsula and occupied territories that would later be occupied by the Romans. It was from these people that the Romans drew inspiration for their lictors. According to the Roman historian Titus Livius, the first lictors were selected by the mythical Romulus, who designated 12 people to conduct this prestigious duty. However, there is no agreement on why exactly 12 people were chosen. According to one theory, Romulus appointed this number because a priest who analyzed dreams and created omens saw 12 birds in his vision depicting Romulus's future dominion, implying that this was a sign of his ascension. Titus Livius, on the other hand, disagrees, pointing out that Romulus was most likely directly influenced by the Etruscans, who had a candidate for each of their 12 states. To become a lictor, a person had to be a figure of integrity, and, at the very least, a free Roman with high physical skills. On most occasions, they were appointed by a soldier or a reputable figure in the state. However, most lictors were selected directly by the powers they were to protect, ensuring that only individuals trusted by that person oversaw their protection. In Rome, lictors wore a toga. Outside the city, they wore a red military garb, the sagum. At funerals, they wore black robes. Their salary varied depending on the authority they protected or their rank, but it was usually around 600 sesterces. The lictors oversaw protecting all Roman authorities who held the imperium, such as senators, magistrates, or consuls. They were allowed to use sticks adorned with fasces, which were tied bundles of wooden rods, and axes when they were outside the pomerium, which was Rome's symbolic border. They were to follow their lord wherever he went, keeping him safe at home, in the streets, in public baths, or in the forum, remaining by his side whenever he went to places with crowds or potential commotions. An authority could only dispense with his lictors when addressing a higher authority, or visiting a free city. On these occasions, the lictors formed an orderly line in front of their master, with the most important lictor, known as a proximus or primus, organizing the advances. It was their mission to keep danger away from their master in the case of riots or huge crowds. They had plenty of power to do so, having the right to punish and arrest Roman people if their master ordered it. The number of lictors assigned to an authority was determined by its power and size. A dictator like Julius Caesar could have up to 24 lictors, whilst a consul or proconsul could have 12 or 6. During the imperial period, however, emperors were escorted by 12 lictors, a number that was doubled later in Domitian's reign, when he prescribed the number of 24 lictors to protect emperors. In extraordinary circumstances, lictors could follow famous persons who were not members of the Roman state to special occasions such as funerals. Despite their prominence, several organizations eventually lost a lot of authority or were extinct during the late Roman Empire, when the mechanisms of its monarchy were already eroding, such as the Praetorians and the lictors, who were both summarily eradicated. Even after their demise, these warriors managed to immortalize their name in history, guaranteeing that they will be regarded as one of the great symbols of the might and grandeur of the ancient Roman leaders. When Augustus established the Praetorian Guard, he feared that it would concentrate too much authority. As a result, the organization that would help to balance the balance of Roman power was born, the Urban Cohorts, which is the focus of our video today. It is unknown when the Urban Cohorts were formed, but it is widely assumed that they were assembled in the final years of Augustus's reign. It is said that he formed 3 cohorts, the first of which were drawn from the Praetorian Guard, but this was not the only connection with the latter. There were 9 Praetorian Guard cohorts. When the Urban Cohorts were formed, they were given the numerals X, XI, and XII, which they maintained even after organizational structure expansions. The command of the Urban Cohorts was exercised by the Praefectus Urbi, an urban prefect whose power was greater than that of the Praetorian leaders. Their organization was deeply hierarchical, with each cohort commanded by a tribune and 6 centurions. They had jurisprudence on all criminal matters that happened in Rome and the Italian peninsula, which gave these men a great deal of influence, particularly when the emperors were at war. Because the goal behind the Urban Cohorts was to balance power in Rome, it was critical that their members be devoted fighters. Most of its members were recruited from the Italian peninsula, a location where the most loyal men were thought to be found. Once recruited, they would serve in the military for up to 20 years, fighting in battles, suppressing revolts, or, as was customary, taking sides in civil conflicts. Members of the Urban Cohorts, however, had advantages in addition to their commitments. Aside from holding positions of great prestige in the Roman state, their pay was quite good, being 50% greater than that of a traditional legionnaire. According to the historian Suetonius, following Augustus's death, one of his desires in his will was that each member of the Roman cohorts be paid 500 sesterces, showing how high their wages were. Because the members of the Urban Cohorts came from the Praetorian Guard, they had an awfully close relationship with this other group. So close that, for a long time, they shared the same barracks, the Castra Praetoria. But as their relevance increased, and with the desire to gain more independence from the Praetorians, the Urban Cohorts were given their own camp in Rome, by order of Emperor Aurelian in 270. Because the men of the Urban Cohorts were not active members of the army, their primary responsibilities were to maintain Rome's urban order. Also, because their jobs were not fully established, they were ready to carry out the most different tasks. Among them were fighting minor crimes, such as thefts or acts of violence, with an impact on the preservation of the general welfare of the people, as well as crowd control at large events, such as gladiator fights at the Colosseum and massive chariot races held at the Circus Maximus. In the years that followed, urban cohorts, like the Praetorians, grew in authority, allowing its members to become increasingly involved in empire politics. After Caligula's death, they allied with Claudius, who had earned the allegiance of the Praetorian Guard, allowing them to grow in the following decades. They were then restructured into 7 cohorts of 500 men under Nero, and 4 cohorts of 1,000 men under Vitellius. However, under Vespasian's rule, who considered that Rome was already overburdened with troops, 2 urban cohorts were moved, one to Carthage and the other to Lugdunum. Their final expansion, which was more of a structural change, occurred during the reign of Emperor Septimius Severus, who redesigned the urban cohorts, maintaining only 4, each with 1,500 men. However, after supporting Marcus Maxentius against Constantine I at the Battle of Milvian Bridge in 312 AD, they were defeated, allowing their influence to be extinguished, as well as that of the Praetorians, whose influence was officially ended after this clash. It was the end of centuries of power and influence of the urban cohorts. Curiosity. They were powerful, dangerous, and frequently treacherous. As a result, our video today will be on the Castra Praetoria, the famed guard's headquarters. According to the records left by the historian Tacitus, one of the most prominent figures when it comes to the history of Rome, the construction of a barracks for the Praetorian troops, began in the year 23 AD, when Emperor Tiberius's friend and confidant, Lucius Aelius Sejanus, convinced the emperor that it was critical that a structure be built to consolidate the Praetorians' capabilities. The Castra Praetoria, the first important Roman brick structure, was built on the Viminal Hill, one of the 7 hills where Rome was established, between Via Nomentana and Via Tiburtina. Its territory was 440 by 380 meters, or 17 hectares, and included an area for troops to exercise, as well as various sites where camps were built. Its structure and construction measures were strictly based on the rules allegedly dictated by Hyginus Grammaticus in De Munitionibus Castrorum, which translates as on the fortifications of a military camp. However, it is worth noting that there is much debate about who wrote this work. Regardless, the Praetorian barracks were built with sturdy and enduring walls that were the greatest of Roman engineering at the time. In the years that followed, this imposing structure would be the site of many notable events in Rome. Among these was the plot that raised Claudius to the position of emperor. He was brought there following the killing of his nephew, who was no longer supported by almost everyone in the top echelons of Roman authority. Claudius, who had expected to be slain due to his relationship with Caligula, learned once inside the barracks that he was being promoted to the position of Emperor of Rome, making him the first of many emperors to be installed by the Praetorians. Another odd event that occurred within the premises of this barracks was the building for the imperial title in 193 AD, following the assassination of the Emperor Pertinax. At the time, the troops were very agitated, prompting the statesman Titus Flavius to go there, seeking to calm tempers. But once inside, he realized that this was a good opportunity to seize power. Using his good oratory and remarkable negotiation skills, he began to offer donations to the troops in exchange for their support for his candidacy for the Roman throne. However, the situation became complicated when the statesman Didius Julianus arrived in the vicinity of the barracks and, despite being unable to enter, began to shout his offer to the guards. By the end of the negotiations, Titus Flavius had offered 20,000 sesterces for each soldier, whereas Didius had offered 25,000 sesterces. This made the latter the next emperor of Rome. However, the Praetorians' heyday ultimately ended. In 238, the barracks were violently attacked by Roman citizens during a revolt against Emperor Maximinus Thrax. A few decades later, These barracks were destroyed by order of Constantine I, who, after defeating the Praetorian Guard at the Battle of the Milvian Bridge in 312, disbanded them. Despite this, the structures of Castra Praetoria survived for centuries. Even though 3 of the 4 sides of its walls were later incorporated into the Aurelian walls in 275, the barracks survived the test of time, serving today as the headquarters of Rome's National Central Library, and one of the most fantastic Roman buildings still standing. If you like learning more about the history of this incredible Praetorian Guard barracks, please like and subscribe to our channel. During the ancient Roman Empire, many men wrote their names in the eternity of history. Some will be remembered as brave and astute commanders. Others earned fame for their cruelty and cowardice. But one name still echoes century after century: Gaius Julius Caesar. Julius Caesar was born on July 13, 100 BC. As a child, Caesar already proved himself as an adventurer, as he was an active and good-spirited boy. But at just 16, his life changed abruptly. His father passed away, and Julius suddenly became the head of his family. Julius was the nephew of Gaius Marius, a great general and politician. He became famous for his military victories and for reorganizing the model of the Roman legions. Marius was known for his magnetic personality. Also, he was immensely respected by the soldiers who fought alongside him. That influenced the character of the young Julius Caesar, who saw in his uncle a model to be followed. But during Julius's adolescence, his uncle waged a civil war against ambitious Lucius Cornelius Sulla. They fought for the control of the city of Rome. In the midst of this civil war, Julius Caesar married the daughter of his uncle's political ally. His beloved's name was Cornelia Cinna. Together, they had a daughter named Julia. Marius lost his life during a battle, and Cornelius Sulla assumed the position of dictator, something that placed him above the Roman laws, with almost absolute power in the city. Although Julius Caesar had no direct involvement in the conflict, he felt threatened by the new dictator and his uncle's executioner. Seeing no other alternative, and in an attempt to get away from Rome as quickly as possible, Julius enlisted in the army, where he fought in distant Turkey. Julius served in the army with great prominence, even receiving the civic crown as a reward for his heroic acts. He was promptly recognized by his superiors and veteran soldiers, showing a promising future as a military commander. But in 78 BC, Julius received the news that his rival had died. Cornelius Sulla had died suddenly. For Julius Caesar, that meant a chance to come home. After fulfilling his contract in the army, Julius returned to his home. However, to his misfortune, his inheritance had been confiscated by Sulla's abusive government. To survive, Caesar used his powerful voice and his oratory skills to become a successful lawyer. And by working hard, Julius Caesar was able to rebuild his family's social status. When Julius was about 25, he traveled across the Aegean Sea. The vessel was attacked by pirates, and the largest of the crew was killed. The few survivors were captured to be sold as slaves, and for those born into wealthy families, a high ransom was demanded. Further away from home, and in a desperate situation, the future seemed uncertain and bleak for Julius Caesar. The days passed slowly while Julius Caesar was kept as a prisoner on a pirate ship. When the pirates discovered that Julius was part of a wealthy family, they demanded a lot of money to free him. The pirates demanded plenty of silver coins in exchange for Julius's life. At the time, it was considered an absurd price. But Julius Caesar was always a proud and fearless man. He told the pirates that they should demand even more coins in exchange for his life. But he warned that, as soon as he was free, he would travel the seas to get back at them. The pirates mocked Julius. Throughout the journey, they ridiculed his arrogance. But at last, they accepted his cash offer. When he was finally free, Julius used his oratory gifts to attract sailors and warriors to his cause. And using the rest of his fortune, he set up a fleet of ships. Caesar spent several months sailing and facing pirate ships. His victories allowed him to make a profit by plundering the captured ships. When Julius finally found the pirates who had kidnapped him, he defeated them in battle and had the survivors crucified. The pirates paid a high price for mocking Julius Caesar. That increased Caesar's fame. His name was already popular on the streets of Rome. When he returned home, he was summoned into the army. Again, he left to fight in foreign lands. Julius stood out again on the battlefields, thus conquering the position of military tribune. This guaranteed him the right to command many soldiers and run for political office. Julius Caesar returned to Rome in 69 BC. That year he began his political career, taking up a new post in the Roman Senate. His wife Cornelia had become pregnant again. Everything in Caesar's life seemed peaceful. But to Julius's misfortune, his beloved wife died that year, due to a birth filled with complications that stole her life and that of her baby. Shortly after his wife's funeral, Julius was sent to serve militarily in Spain. He was the administrator of the territories controlled by Rome. One day, Julius decided to get to know the city of Cadiz better, where he was living. After traveling some distance, he found a statue already worn out by time. When Julius approached, he noticed that it was a statue of Alexander the Great. As he approached the feet of the statue, Caesar felt an enormous torment and began crying. He was already 33 years old. He felt he had not conquered anything great in his life yet. On the contrary, Alexander the Great at that age had already conquered an empire. At that moment, Caesar swore he would not rest until he was equal to Alexander in his conquests. Julius Caesar fulfilled his role in Spain. He gained fame as a good governor and subdued 2 local tribes who had revolted against the Roman occupation. But Caesar was not happy to spend so much time away from Rome. After completing his service in Spain, he returned to his hometown. Upon his return to Rome, Julius focused his efforts on achieving new political positions. Julius wanted to be Pontifex Maximus, the highest priest of the Roman religion. But he was running against 2 other reputable senators. To support the campaign, Caesar spent most of his personal fortune. Julius Caesar knew he could not fail to win this new position. If he failed, his political career would be over, and he would be broke for the rest of his life. To get around this problem, Julius allied himself with Marcus Licinius Crassus, known for being the richest man in Rome. Crassus paid off half of Julius Caesar's debt and secured the remainder, proving to be a valuable ally. Julius was able to win the election and take on the position he had hoped for, but he needed to pay off a huge debt to Marcus Crassus. That alliance was not ignored by other powerful men. General Pompey had importance in the Roman Senate. He was respected and even feared by other senators. Pompey did not like Julius Caesar's growing ambition. He started watching that man, who seemed to stand out from the crowd. The years have passed. In 60 BC, Caesar was elected consul, the highest office in the Roman Republic. As a consul, Julius Caesar obtained great authority in the city of Rome, to the point where he could even be immune from the laws of the city and be acquitted of any criminal charge. Caesar won the election again, and as consul, he proved to be a dangerously ambitious man. That year, Julius married Calpurnia, who would be his wife for the rest of his life. General Pompey publicly showed his aversion to Julius Caesar, and also his discontent with Marcus Crassus. To solve this issue, Julius met with Pompey and Crassus to form a new political and military alliance. This alliance became known as the First Triumvirate, in which the 3 most powerful men of Rome would work together to rule Rome. Pompey increased the number of soldiers on the streets of the city, providing more security to the population. Crassus bought a large naval fleet and wanted to establish trade routes in distant lands, such as Syria and Egypt, increasing his personal wealth and bringing new products to the demanding Roman markets. And Caesar took the military command to conquer new lands for Rome. Julius Caesar's fortune seemed promising again. He would not waste the opportunity to immortalize his name in history. Julius Caesar was elected to the post of Roman consul, gaining great authority in all the territories conquered by Rome. But to achieve such an important position, Julius Caesar needed to incur a gigantic debt to Marcus Crassus, the richest man in Rome. Caesar had not yet forgotten that day at the foot of the statue of Alexander the Great. The desire to match Alexander in his conquests was still alive in Julius Caesar's heart. The best way to achieve his goals was to conquer new territories for Rome, thus confiscating the riches and receiving part of the taxes of the conquered cities and villages. It was there that Julius Caesar focused his attention on Gaul. Gaul was an ancient region, classified by the Romans, comprising territories where France, Belgium, and part of Italy and Germany are located today. For the most part, Gaul was a wild territory, full of forests and inhabited by several very hostile Celtic tribes. With these obstacles, Gaul was not easy to invade, much less to conquer. Because it was a difficult task, Julius Caesar made Gaul the main target of his ambitions. In April 58 BC, Caesar marched towards Gaul in command of 4 legions, some 24,000 soldiers. Julius knew he could not simply enter the Gaul territories. It was necessary to plan his actions carefully, otherwise he would lose everything for which he fought so long to conquer. Despite its apparent military strength, Gaul was divided into several kingdoms, which were constantly fighting each other. These kingdoms were commanded by tribal chiefs or self-proclaimed kings. They often declared wars to conquer new agricultural lands, or to avenge old blood feuds between tribes. Taking advantage of this instability, Julius Caesar sent emissaries to talk with the leaders of the different tribes, seeking to establish political and military alliances. In his letters, Julius offered the military support of his legions in exchange for permission to enter Gaul territory and food provisions for his soldiers. The first alliances were quickly formed, and Caesar finally entered Gaul. The first conflict between Caesar's legions and the Gauls took place at the Battle of Bibracte, where the Romans found a far greater number of enemies. The Gauls were part of the Helvetians tribe, who were migrating in Gaul, attacking other tribes and leaving a trail of destruction. Julius Caesar organized part of his legions on top of a hill, gaining a strategic position against the Gauls. The other parts of the legions were hidden on another hill, covered by trees. The Roman legions managed to stop the Gauls' initial advance. It was the start of a long and arduous struggle that would last almost a whole day. At the ideal moment, Julius ordered the hidden legions to attack the rear of the Gaul army. The Gauls resisted for some time, but the discipline and determination of the Roman legions defeated the numerical advantage of their enemies. The Helvetians surrendered. Julius allowed many to be freed, provided they returned to their lands, and agreed to work the crops to feed the legions. Others were not so lucky. They were sent as prisoners to Rome, where they would be sold as slaves. This heroic victory marked the beginning of several conquests in Gaul. Soon after, Caesar and his legions fought the Germanic tribe of the Suevi and achieved another major victory. In the years that followed, Julius Caesar continued to advance in Gaul territory, establishing new alliances, subduing tribes, or, when necessary, destroying cities and settlements. Obviously, the Gauls did not peacefully accept the Roman occupation. At times, some tribes rebelled, which provoked new battles. After suffocating a rebellion by the Belgian tribe in 55 BC, Gaul had been almost completely conquered by Julius Caesar. Caesar had accumulated enough wealth to pay his debt to Crassus, and after that, he would have enough to live in peace. His term as consul was also nearing its end. After that, he would have to return to Rome. But that year, one of his legions in northern Gaul sighted a strange island on the horizon. That island was Britain. Caesar had already read about the existence of that island in ancient Greek manuscripts. Upon learning of its location, he again felt the ambition and desire to reach where no other Roman had been. To cross the sea and reach Great Britain, Julius Caesar needed 2 things: boats to transport the soldiers, and time. Caesar ordered the construction of some boats, whose completion would take many months. Impatient with the slow progress in the construction of the boats, Caesar decided to take a risk. Only part of his legions would cross the sea to build a fortified camp. But he did not anticipate the disaster that eventually occurred, for that region is often affected by storms. During the crossing, a strong storm pushed the Roman ships against the cliff rocks. The few survivors who reached the beach were surprised by the Breton war chariots and retreated to their boats. This defeat did not affect Julius Caesar's resolve, but it took him a long time to get the necessary boats. In 54 BC, Julius Caesar finally arrived in Great Britain, where he initially set up a fortified camp near the beach. The Bretons did not peacefully accept the Roman occupation. Caesar spent over a year in Britain, warring and subduing the numerous tribes of that territory. This new conquest further enhanced Julius Caesar's reputation. The people in the city of Rome extolled his accomplishments, which concerned even more some members of the Roman Senate. During the time Julius Caesar spent in Brittany, new problems began to arise in Gaul. Tribal leaders asked their warriors to gather and expel the Romans from Gaul. Caesar knew this threat was serious. If Gaul united under a single flag, it would be virtually impossible to recover the conquered territories. One of those insurgent leaders was the famous Vercingetorix, prince of the Arvinus tribe. Vercingetorix was able to bring together many tribal chiefs and warriors under his command to attack the Roman garrisons in Gaul. When Caesar returned to Gaul, Vercingetorix was forced to retreat to avoid a direct confrontation with the Roman legions. In his escape through Gaul territory, Vercingetorix's troops destroyed everything in their path, burning villages and plantations to leave no food for the Romans. The strategy was working. The situation of Caesar's legions was not positive. Soldiers began to succumb due to hunger and effort caused by the long march. Julius Caesar again used his persuasion and began to intimidate and bribe the tribal chiefs who were not yet allies of Vercingetorix. Caesar managed to confiscate precious provisions to feed his soldiers and continue the pursuit of Vercingetorix. Some battles were fought along the way, and Julius Caesar proved his worth again by getting off his horse and joining his soldiers in the vanguard of the most chaotic battles. The legionaries felt an enormous pride and admiration for the general. Many fought to the end to defend Caesar's life and dreams. Finally, Vercingetorix was forced to retreat to the city of Alesia, built on top of a hill and a good place of defense against the Roman legions. The siege of Alesia was one of the most famous in history. Julius Caesar and Vercingetorix needed to make the most of their skills as commanders. Caesar surrounded the city of Alesia. He knew that if he tried to force his way into the city, it would cost the lives of many of his legionnaires. The other alternative was to force those inside the city to starve and thirst, forcing them to surrender. But Caesar did not have much time. He was aware of the approach of a Gaul army, whose mission was to rescue the inhabitants of Alesia. If this Gaul army arrived in time, Julius Caesar and his legions were surrounded by two enemy forces and would have no chance of victory. The solution was to build two wooden walls around the city. One would keep the inhabitants of the city trapped inside. The other would be able to contain the approaching army. The strategy was successful. When the Gaul army arrived, the Roman legions showed their worth again, defeating a far greater number of enemies. After witnessing this great victory, Vercingetorix surrendered to Julius Caesar. On a historic day, Vercingetorix proudly put on his armor and rode alone to the Roman camp. He stood face to face with Julius Caesar, and without saying a word, threw down his arms in a sign of Gaul's surrender. With the conquest of Gaul, Caesar achieved everything he had always desired. His name was admired and feared among the Romans. His wealth was vast. He felt ready to return triumphantly to the city of Rome. Julius Caesar performed the incredible feat of conquering Gaul, and even the Bretons on their distant island fell to their knees before the Roman military power. Many years had passed since Caesar left his beloved Rome, and he longed to return to his birthplace. However, many things changed during his absence. One of his most important allies, the consul Marcus Crassus, had his legions defeated during the dismal Battle of Carrhae, where the Romans encountered the powerful army of the Parthian Empire. Marcus Crassus was an outstanding merchant and negotiator, but his skills as a military commander were not as sharp as those of Julius Caesar and Pompey. Crassus perished in that battle, and with that, the triumvirate alliance was broken, allowing General Pompey to take political control of Rome. The emerging famous and wealth of Julius Caesar deeply concerned General Pompey, who, right from the beginning, already had a great contempt for him. Without the presence of Marcus Crassus to support Julius Caesar in the Roman Senate, General Pompey no longer saw any reason to tolerate Caesar's existence and began to make serious accusations against him. Pompey claimed that Julius Caesar had extended his campaign in Gaul for too long, whose original deadline was just 5 years. Pompey knew this was not true. He had secretly met with Marcus Crassus and Julius Caesar to decide the city's politics, and in this meeting, they agreed to give Caesar 5 more years to conquer Gaul. Another accusation was that Julius had used the strength of the legions for his own benefit and made his fortune in the Roman Senate. Pompey issued an order to Julius Caesar. He would have to disband his legions and return to Rome, where he would face a trial in the Senate. At that time, there were few in the Senate with enough courage to oppose Pompey's demands. Julius knew that, if he abided by that order, his life would be over, and everything would be lost. He then decided to march to Rome with his legions and demand respect, even if this had to be done by force. And so, in the year 49 BC, Julius Caesar and his legions were declared enemies of Rome, in an event that has been recorded in history as the Second Civil War of the Roman Republic. Caesar was not concerned when the news reached him. He already knew about Pompey's aversion to him, and a direct confrontation between the two was unavoidable. Julius Caesar found himself facing the sad reality that, in order to return home, he would have to attack his own city. Pompey was an experienced general, and knew that Rome could not hold out long against the veteran legions of Gaul. He needed to amass more soldiers to defend the city, and to achieve this, he called in the legions that were serving in Greece and in the nearby territories. And a race against time then started. Pompey anxiously awaited the arrival of more soldiers, while Caesar marched as fast as possible to reach Rome before Pompey's reinforcements. To make Caesar's situation worse, he had the Rubicon River in his path. The Roman generals were expressly forbidden to cross the Rubicon with their legions on their way to Rome. Caesar knew that to cross the river meant no turning back path. In this context, Julius Caesar uttered one of his most renowned quotes, "Alia jacta est," luck is cast. Crossing the river with his legions would take a massive amount of time, and Caesar did not have that. He decided to take his chances and move forward with only one legion in a forced march. The other legions would follow immediately behind at a slower pace, preserving their strength for the upcoming battle. Both captains experienced anguishing days, but Caesar's legions again proved their worth and arrived in Italy with remarkable speed. Seeing no other alternative, Pompey gathered his personal guard and, together with some senators and allies, left the city of Rome shortly before Caesar's arrival. Pompey headed for the Roman city of Brundisium, from where he embarked for Greece, with the plan to meet with the local legions to set a counterattack against Julius Caesar. When Julius Caesar finally entered the city gates, the streets were basically deserted. The Roman citizens were unsure of Caesar's intentions. Perhaps he would return as a hero, or, in alternative, as an enemy, seeking revenge for having been exiled from his city. But they had nothing to fear. Caesar did not allow his legionnaires to attack the population nor to plunder the city. When the weather in the city got milder, Caesar made a public speech, reassuring the population. He appointed one of his most trusted men to take charge of the city. The chosen one was Mark Antony, who had served with Julius in Gaul and proved himself as an excellent military commander. Caesar still had to wait some months to carry on with his persecution against Pompey. New boats had to be built to carry the legions across the sea. While the boats were being built, Caesar restored order to the city of Rome by passing new laws, electing new senators, and taking care of the city's financial affairs. Still waiting for the boats to be finished, Caesar went to Spain. There, he defeated Pompey's supporters, ensuring that Rome would not be attacked while he was heading for Greece. In 48 BC, Julius Caesar and Pompey finally fought their first conflict in the Battle of Dyrrhachium, which took place in a region in northwestern Greece. Much to Caesar's surprise, Pompey assembled a remarkable army of about 36,000 infantry soldiers and 7,000 knights. Julius Caesar feared that new reinforcements would arrive for Pompey. He decided to act quickly, setting up a fortified camp with only 22,000 men ready for the battle. The result was nothing short of disastrous for Caesar. Pompey attacked a weak point in the wooden wall that protected Caesar's camp, and the chaos spread quickly. With fewer soldiers and having his defenses compromised, Julius had no alternative but to order a total withdrawal. This defeat reminded Julius Caesar why Pompey the Great was one of the greatest generals of his time. He could not be underestimated again. Caesar retreated to a new camp, but had little food and drinking water for his men. With his provisions almost ending, Julius Caesar needed to act quickly. On August 9, 48 BC, the Battle of Pharsalus was fought in the region of Thessaly in central Greece. The fight got off to a slow start, with both generals carefully studying the opponent's movements. A fight between two Roman armies, trained with the same formations and tactics, could not have a simple conclusion. The battle was extremely aggressive. Both sides attempted to outflank their opponents. Pompey benefited from a larger cavalry, but Caesar's veterans had already faced all sorts of challenges and could not be easily dominated. Even being at a great numerical disadvantage, Caesar's legions managed to withstand the enemy cavalry and outflank the infantry, gaining total control of the battle. Pompey saw his army being destroyed before his eyes. He understood that he was not facing an ordinary man. Pompey was defeated and had to withdraw as quickly as possible. After that defeat, General Pompey found himself in a dreadful situation. Most of the senators who had left with him for Greece were now fleeing to other Roman colonies. Some even went to meet Caesar, begging for forgiveness. Pompey fled to Egypt, which, at the time, was part of the territories ruled by Rome. He sought refuge among the Egyptian nobility, but he did not expect a cruel twist of fate. Some members of the Egyptian elite feared that if they protected Pompey, they would be enticing Caesar's fury, who was already heading towards Egypt. Pompey was attacked and killed as soon as he set foot on Egyptian soil. A great Roman general had found an unglorified end in foreign lands. When Julius Caesar arrived in Egypt, he was received at the royal palace of Ptolemy XIII. As soon as he asked about Pompey's whereabouts, only the remains of his former rival were handed to him. Caesar was enraged. He planned to forgive Pompey and bring him back to Rome. He would even allow him to occupy a seat in the Senate. The disrespect was even greater when considering that Pompey was a Roman consul and had been murdered cowardly by foreigners. It was too late for Pompey. Julius Caesar, now in Egypt, found himself a conspiracy target in the land of the pharaohs. The days were hot as usual in the Egyptian lands. Even for a Roman used to the demanding weather of the Roman Republic's capital, the Egyptian heat caused great discomfort. Also, the customs of that exotic people were nothing short of odd for Julius Caesar. After the long and exhausting persecution of Pompey, Julius Caesar and his soldiers needed a well-deserved break. With that intention, Caesar decided to spend a few days in Egypt, staying in the royal palace in Alexandria. In Rome, Caesar was elected to the position of dictator, the most powerful role in the Roman Republic. Caesar would remain in office for 1 year. Julius Caesar finally reached the top of his political and military career. However, peace never lasted long in Julius Caesar's life. In 48 BC, Egypt was going through a civil war. The renowned Cleopatra wanted to claim the royal throne from Ptolemy, her younger brother. Julius Caesar did not like Cleopatra's brother. After all, Ptolemy was one of those responsible for Pompey's death. Knowing this, Cleopatra started to devise a plan to meet Caesar. Using a creative plot, Cleopatra managed to enter Caesar's room. That unusual presence caught the attention of the Roman, and Cleopatra explained to him the political situation in Egypt. People claim that on that very night, Julius Caesar and Cleopatra became lovers. Caesar supported Cleopatra's ascension to the throne, securing the military support of her legions and fighting Ptolemy's troops. A sequence of battles was then fought, which became known as the Siege of Alexandria. Finally, Ptolemy was defeated in the deadly Battle of the Nile in 47 BC. This battle's key conflict was fought in the Nile waters, where Julius Caesar's war galleys faced Ptolemy's vessels. During the fight, Julius Caesar's ship eventually capsized, forcing the great Roman general to swim to the riverbank to save his own life. Ptolemy's boat also sank during the fight, but he was not so lucky. He drowned in the Nile. After this battle, Cleopatra took command of Egypt, and her romance with Julius Caesar was already the subject of much gossip and unhappiness in Rome. Mark Antony, in command of the city of Rome, was struggling to maintain political order and cover up Caesar's delay in returning to his Senate duties. And, even though he was a target of harsh criticism, Julius Caesar decided not to keep his romance a secret. He opted to bring Cleopatra to see Rome, something that was interpreted as a major insult by many noble Romans. Julius Caesar also traveled to the Middle East, where he obtained a landslide victory against King Pharnaces II's army. The victory against King Pharnaces II was so rapid and easy that it inspired Caesar to say one of his most famous quotes, "Veni, vidi, vici." I came, I saw, I conquered. Time passed, and the loving relationship between Caesar and Cleopatra caused great distrust among the Roman magistrates. Some rumors mentioned Cleopatra giving birth to a son of Julius Caesar. The couple's supposed son was named Ptolemy XV Caesarion. Nevertheless, Julius Caesar never officially recognized the child, although Cleopatra claimed that she was sure that Caesar was the father. Many senators started to fear that Julius Caesar was trying to make himself emperor, and by having a son with the mighty Queen of Egypt, he would be beginning a line of heirs with rights to command both the Roman and Egyptian territories. Also, some senators and Roman noblemen did not like Julius Caesar and were always looking for reasons to criticize him. Some of these senators were former supporters of Pompey. Although they had chosen the enemy side, they were forgiven by Caesar. To make things worse, during a festival known as Lupercalia, Mark Antony tried to crown Caesar's head with a golden diadem, typical of Greek kings. The gesture was supposed to be a joke, but this was interpreted as an insult by those at the party, even though Caesar tried to quickly remove the item. Julius Caesar did not seem to care much for the opinion of his opponents and started delegating political positions to friends and relatives. He also started to create laws that were approved without the senators' consent. Caesar kept augmenting his power and his sphere of influence in the city. Even with all his achievements, Caesar still wanted to start a new military campaign against the powerful Parthian Empire, which remained strong against every Roman onslaught. In 44 BC, the Roman Senate appointed Julius Caesar as perpetual dictator, guaranteeing him the right to hold office for the rest of his life. When he was 55 years old, Julius Caesar remained as ambitious as ever. This increased the fears of his opponents in the Senate, who began to devise a plan against the great general's life. The main supporter of the conspiracy against Caesar was Senator Gaius Cassius Longinus, who spared no effort to convince other senators to join his cause. On March 15, 44 BC, Julius Caesar went to the theater of Pompeii, where a session of the Roman Senate would take place. That same day, Mark Antony became aware of the plan against Caesar and ran to warn him of the impending danger. Upon entering the Senate, Caesar was amicably welcomed by the senators, among whom was his nephew, Marcus Brutus, for whom Caesar held in great esteem. In order not to arouse any suspicion, one of the senators handed over a parchment with a petition for Caesar to assess. The other senators walked to him, pretending to be interested in reading what was written. Then, the nearest senator drew a dagger that was hidden in his own cloak and grabbed Caesar's robe. Julius Caesar tried to dodge his attacker, but the senator started yelling for help, demanding the other members of the conspiracy to advance. Caesar was attacked by 60 senators, being mortally wounded by about 23 dagger wounds. One of the last to do it was his own nephew Marcus Brutus, who dealt the fatal blow. In an ironic touch of fate, Caesar fell at the feet of Pompey's statue. When he looked up, he saw the face of his nephew, and, with his last bit of strength, he pulled a part of his cloak to cover his face, avoiding the shame of looking into the traitor's eyes. Julius Caesar survived countless battles and challenges in his life, but now he lay motionless on the cold floor of the Roman Senate. There are no accurate accounts of Julius Caesar's last words. Some believe he said to his nephew, "Et tu, Brutus?" But this sentence was written by William Shakespeare and immortalized in the play in which he portrays Julius Caesar. But the writers Suetonius and Plutarch believe that Caesar did not say a single word at the moment of his death. After Caesar's assassination, most of the senators fled from the Senate, fearing they would be caught by the soldiers who were guarding the city. The conspirators believed that Caesar's death would bring the city's political power back into the hands of the Senate. However, they did not expect the emerging popular uprising. Caesar was seen as a hero by the majority of the population. When the news of his death spread, the citizens of Rome began to gather to protest against it. Julius Caesar's body was brought to be cremated in a public place. According to the tradition of the time, a massive number of people attended the ceremony, and, as a farewell gesture, they threw wood and personal objects to the funeral pyre, causing the fire to rise to such an extent that it damaged the Senate building. The crowd ran after the conspirators Cassius and Brutus, who, amid that confusion, managed to flee to Greece. Brutus, perhaps consumed by regret, ended up committing suicide in 42 BC. Queen Cleopatra and her son Caesarion were in Rome at the time, but they returned to Egypt a few days after Julius Caesar's death. In a public square, Mark Antony read the will of Julius Caesar. He pointed out his great-nephew, Gaius Octavius, as his successor, and gave him the right to use the name Caesar. Gaius Octavius changed his name to Gaius Julius Caesar Octavius, and, a few years after his uncle's death, he was crowned as the first Roman emperor. The following Roman emperors began to include the surname Caesar in their own names. The great story of Julius Caesar came to an end, but the name of this remarkable man became synonymous with greatness.
Rhea Silvia was the daughter of